Honorable President of Armenia, His Excellency Vahagn Khachaturian. Honorable Prime Minister of Armenia, His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan. Honorable President of the National Assembly, His Excellency Alen Simonyan. Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, His Excellency Ararat Mirzoyan. Esteemed ministers, parliamentarians, ambassadors, colleagues, and friends, welcome to the inaugural edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. It is a true honor to stand before you today to introduce what promises to be a groundbreaking event, a platform that, in its inception, offers diversity as a key attribute of the dialogues it incubates. This year, I am delighted to welcome our beloved overseas guests from 61 countries. Our panel discussions will witness voices from 42 countries. And most importantly, 40% of our panelists this year are women. It's a good start. And on behalf of the organizers, I can confirm that we seek parity in the year ahead. We are gathered here in Yerevan, a city steeped in history and rich in culture, but more importantly, a city that is emerging as a beacon of dialogue and innovation. Armenia stands at a crossroads, much like many other parts of the world, facing profound changes and challenges. But in this time of uncertainty, we also see tremendous opportunities that we hope to seize through the conversations that will take place over the next 2 days. In Armenia, there's a saying, "The guest is a gift from God." It is in this spirit that we welcome you all. For those of you who are visiting Armenia for the first time, welcome. For those of you who have been here before, welcome back. We hope you will feel the mystical energy that flows from our ancient monasteries and the majestic presence of Mount Ararat, which has stood as a symbol of resilience and hope for centuries. May you be inspired by the warmth of our people and the depth of our traditions. This dialogue, though held in Armenia, is for the world. It brings the world's debates to our doorstep, and we are privileged to have you all here to share your insights and wisdom. Over the next 2 days, as we explore the emerging international order, the future of connectivity, green transitions, digital societies, and the future of work, let us remember that the solutions we seek will shape not only this country or this region, but the entire globe. Before we dive into these crucial discussions, I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia and their partners from India, the Observer Research Foundation. Their tireless efforts over the past months have brought together this incredibly impressive lineup of thinkers, speakers, and contributors. We are indeed delighted and extremely honored that this effort is recognized by the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan. Prime Minister, your leadership of one of the largest transformations in modern Armenian history has been remarkable. You have steered this nation through a rapidly changing political landscape, and your presence here today epitomizes the significance of this dialogue. Your being here means a lot to the organizers and confirms to them that their efforts are well appreciated and contribute to your own vision, Your Excellency. Without further ado, I invite you, Honorable Prime Minister, to deliver your opening remarks.
Honorable guests, I will speak Armenian, so please take earphones. Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո նախագահ, հարգելի ներկաներ, ողջունում եմ Երևան դայլոգ համաժողովի մեկնարկը և հիմնումը։ Ակնհայտ է, որ Երևան դայլոգը կարևոր հարթակ է միջազգային և տարածաշրջանային օրակարգի հարցեր քննարկելու, մտքեր կիսելու, գաղափարներ առաջարկելու համար։ Եվ այս առումով ուզում եմ միանգամից անդրադառնալ թերևս այս լսարանին ամենաշատը հետաքրքրող հարցին։ Հնարավոր է արդյոք տևական և կայուն խաղաղությունը Հարավային Կովկասի տարածաշրջանում և իրատեսական է արդյոք։ Սա իհարկե հարց է, որին ոչ միայն Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը պիտի պատասխանի, և ես կփորձեմ պատասխանել մեր բաժին հարցին և այդ հարցին կպատասխանեմ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության դիտանկյունից։ Ըստ այդմ, տևական խաղաղությունը Հարավային Կովկասում ոչ միայն հնարավոր է, այլև իրատեսական է։ Ինչու եմ այսպես կարծում, հիմա կփորձեմ մի քանի առանցքային կետերով ներկայացնել մեր դիրքորոշման հիմնավորումները, որ գտնեք նաև թե որտեղից է փոխում, այս շատ գնաց միանգամից։ Առաջինը իհարկե պիտի անդրադառնամ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության և Ադրբեջանի միջև խաղաղության պայմանագրի բանակցություններին։ Դուք վերջին շրջանում շատ եք լսել, որ խաղաղության պայմանագրի 80%-ը համաձայնեցված է, այդ մասին եղել են հայտարարություններ տարբեր ամբիոններից և ուզում եմ գործնականում նշել, թե ինչ է դա նշանակում։ Խաղաղության պայմանագրի նախագծի այս պահի դրությամբ առկա արդյունքներով 13 հոդվածներ և նախագիծի նախաբանը ամբողջությամբ համաձայնեցված են, ևս 3 հոդվածներ, որոնք բաղկացած են 2 նախադասությունից հիմնականում, մասնակի համաձայնեցված է, եթե ավելի առարկայական լինեմ, այդ հոդվածների նախադասություններից մեկը համաձայնեցված է, մյուսը համաձայնեցված չէ։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը հաշվի առնելով, որ համաձայնեցված դրույթները խաղաղության պայմանագրի Ադրբեջանի և Հայաստանի միջև ըստ էության ներառում են հարաբերությունների հաստատման միջազգայինորեն ընկալելի բոլոր կամ առանցքային, անկյունաքարային հիմնարար դրույթները, մենք առաջարկում ենք վերցնել այս պահին այն, ինչ որ համաձայնեցված է, ստորագրել այն, ունենալ հիմնարար փաստաթուղթ, որից հետո շարունակել քննարկումները մնացած հարցերի վերաբերյալ, մանավանդ որ հենց խաղաղության պայմանագրի համաձայնեցված հոդվածներից մեկում նախատեսված է մեխանիզմ, որը երկու կողմերին, Հայաստանի Հանրապետությանը և Ադրբեջանի Հանրապետությանը հնարավորություն կտա համատեղ մեխանիզմի միջոցով շարունակել քննարկումները։ Էլ չեմ ասում խաղաղության պայմանագրի այս պահին համաձայնեցված մասում նախատեսվում է ակնհայտորեն դրույթ դիվանագիտական հարաբերություններ հաստատելու վերաբերյալ Հայաստանի և Ադրբեջանի միջև։ Եվ հետևաբար մենք կարող ենք գնալ նման լուծումների և մենք այդ առաջարկը արել ենք հրապարակային և պաշտոնապես և ես ուզում եմ վերահաստատել մեր պատրաստակամությունը, իմ պատրաստակամությունը ստորագրել առաջիկա հնարավոր ժամկետում ահա համաձայնեցված տեքստը խաղաղության եւ հարաբերությունների հաստատման պայմանագրի։ Հաջորդ կարևոր թեման Հայաստանի Հանրապետության եւ Ադրբեջանի Հանրապետության միջև իհարկե սահմանազատման գործընթացն է եւ մենք այստեղ նույնպես ունենք էական տեղաշարժ եւ այդ տեղաշարժը արտահայտվում է նրանով, որ Հայաստանի եւ Ադրբեջանի համապատասխան հանձնաժողովները վերջերս ստորագրեցին հանձնաժողովների սահմանազատման հանձնաժողովների համատեղ գործունեության մասին կանոնակարգ եւ այդ կանոնակարգում արձանագրված է այն, ինչի շուրջ կողմերը հայտարարել են դերևս սույն թվականի ապրիլի 19-ին հանձնաժողովների 8-րդ հանդիպման արդյունքում հրապարակված հաղորդագրության մեջ։ Այսինքն վերցված է, արձանագրված է Ալմաթայի հռչակագիրը որպես սահմանազատման գործընթացի բազային սկզբունք եւ արձանագրված է, որ կողմերը սահմանազատման գործընթացում առաջնորդվելու են հենց Ալմաթիի հռչակագրով։ Մեր այն գործընկերների համար, ովքեր ավելի մանրամասն տեղեկացված լինելու կարիք ունեն, ուզում եմ ընդգծել, որ Ալմաթայի հռչակագիրը ստորագրել են մի շարք նախկին խորհրդային հանրապետություններ, ներառյալ Հայաստանը եւ Ադրբեջանը, եւ այդ հռչակագիրը ըստ էության մեր քննարկող թեմայում ունի երկու առանցքային դրույթ։ Այդ դրույթներից առաջինը հետևյալն է, որ խորհրդային միությունը դադարում է գոյություն ունենալ, եւ երկրորդը, որ Ալմաթի հռչակագիրը ստորագրած երկրները ճանաչում եւ հարգում են միմյանց տարածքային ամբողջականությունը եւ գոյություն ունեցող սահմանների անխախտելիությունը։ Եվ սա շատ կարևոր հիմք է, որը ըստ էության, եթե մեկնաբանենք Ալմաթիի հռչակագրի համապատասխան դրույթը կնշանակի, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը եւ Ադրբեջանի Հանրապետությունը միմյանց ճանաչում են խորհրդային հանրապետությունների տարածքների շրջանակներում։ Այժմ, ինչպես նշված է, Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում եւ Ադրբեջանում համաձայն պայմանավորվածության այս կանոնակարգը ընթանում է ներքին համաձայնեցման ներպետական ընթացակարգերով եւ իհարկե հույս ունեմ եւ համոզված եմ, գոնե Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում մենք ամեն ինչ կանենք այն լրումին հասցնելու համար։ Հիմա մեկ կառավարությունը ընդունել է նախագիծը, ուղարկել է սահմանադրական դատարան նրա սահմանադրականությունը ստուգելու համար։ Հաջորդ կարևոր թեման մեր տարածաշրջանում իրադրության գնահատման եւ տևական կայունություն հաստատելու առումով իհարկե տարածաշրջանային կոմունիկացիաների բացումն է եւ ես հույս ունեմ դուք տեղյակ եք Հայաստանի Հանրապետության կառավարության կողմից որդեգրված խաղաղության խաչմերուկ նախագծին։ Այդ նախագիծը նախատեսում է ոչ միայն Հայաստանի եւ Ադրբեջանի միջև տարածաշրջանային կոմունիկացիաների, այսինքն երկաթուղի, ավտոճանապարհ, հնարավոր մալուխներ, հնարավոր գազամուղեր, էլեկտրագծեր, այլ հաղորդակցության ուղիներ բացել, այլև ենթադրվում է նաև, որ նման զարգացում պիտի տեղի ունենա նաև Հայաստանի եւ Թուրքիայի միջև։ Իհարկե, խաղաղության խաչմերուկը մեզ համար կարևոր է նաև այն պատճառով, որովհետև մենք այս նախագծի դեպքում հնարավորություն ենք ստանում, իրացման դեպքում հնարավորություն ենք ստանում նաև երկաթուղային կապ ունենալ Իրանի Իսլամական Հանրապետության հետ, ում հետ հարաբերությունները հասկանալիորեն եւ ակնհայտորեն շատ կարեւոր են մեզ համար, մենք հնարավորություն ենք ունենում երկաթուղային կապ ունենալ նաև Թուրքիայի հետ, Եվրոպայի հետ, Ռուսաստանի հետ, իհարկե նաև Ադրբեջանը հնարավորություն է ունենում Հայաստանի տարածքով երկաթուղային կապ ունենալ Թուրքիայի հետ, Իրանի Իսլամական Հանրապետության հետ եւ իհարկե այստեղ կարեւոր է նաև Նախիջևանի եւ Ադրբեջանի հիմնական մասի միջև ավտոմոբիլային եւ երկաթուղային կապի հաստատումը Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տարածքով։ Եվ մենք պատրաստ ենք, ինչպես երևում է նախագծից, նման հաղորդակցություն տրամադրել, բայց նաև պետք է արձանագրենք, որ այսօր Նախիջևանը զրկված չէ տրանսպորտային կապից, որովհետև եւ Իրանի Իսլամական Հանրապետության տարածքով եւ Թուրքիայի տարածքով Նախիջևանի ինքնավար հանրապետությունը Ադրբեջանի հնարավորություն ունի արտաքին աշխարհի հետ կապ հաստատել եւ ըստ էության մենք պատրաստ ենք ցանկացած պահի ձեռնմուխ լինել այս նախագծի իրագործմանը, ներառյալ Ադրբեջանի հիմնական մասի եւ Նախիջևանի միջև տրանսպորտային կապի ապահովմանը, ավելին ասեմ, շուրջ 2 տարի Հայաստանի Հանրապետության կառավարության օրակարգում կամ օրակարգի մերձակայքում շրջանառվում է կառավարության որոշման նախագիծ, որով մենք պատրաստակամ ենք իրականացնելու այս գործընթացը։ Ինչն է խանգարում այս գործընթացին, խանգարում է այն, որ կարծես թե մեր ոչ բոլոր գործընկերներն են հակված օգտվել մեր կողմից առաջարկվող հնարավորությամբ, մասնավորապես թերևս դուք լսել եք նաև դրա մասին, շատ է քննարկվում հարցը, որ ինչքանով է խաղաղության խաչմերուկ նախագիծը համապատասխանում կամ տեղավորվում այդ թվում նոյեմբերի 9-ի 2020 թվականի եռակոմ հայտարարության տրամաբանության մեջ։ Վերջին շրջանում այս առումով քննարկումները ակտիվացել են եւ այդ քննարկումներում փորձ է արվում ներկայացնել, թե 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարությունը ենթադրում է, որ այս կոմունիկացիաների անվտանգությունը Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տարածքում պետք է ապահովեն երրորդ ուժեր կամ երրորդ երկիր։ Ես պիտի միանգամից ասեմ, որ նման ընկալումը որևէ կապ չունի իրականության հետ, եւ դա ավելի հիմնավոր դարձնելու համար հիմա ես ձեզ կմեջբերեմ 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության 9-րդ կետից։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը երաշխավորում է Ադրբեջանի Հանրապետության արևմտյան շրջանների եւ Նախիջևանի ինքնավար հանրապետության միջև տրանսպորտային հաղորդակցության անվտանգությունը քաղաքացիների, տրանսպորտային միջոցների եւ բեռների երկու ուղղություններով անխոչնդոտ տեղաշարժը կազմակերպելու նպատակով։ Ինչպես տեսնում եք, նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարությունը անվտանգության գործառույթը եւ անվտանգության երաշխավորի դերը տարածաշրջանային կոմունիկացիաների բացման Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տարածքով վերապահել է Հայաստանի Հանրապետությանը։ Սա բաց հրապարակային տեքստ է, հասկանալի եւ այլ կերպ չէր կարող լինել, որովհետեւ անտրամաբանական է, որ ինքնիշխան երկրի տարածքում որևէ այլ երկիր պիտի ապահովի անվտանգություն։ Ընդհանրապես ես ձեզ ուզում եմ ասել, որ նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարությանը հղում անելով որոշ միջազգային գործընկերներ փորձում են ներկայացնել այն, ինչ չկա նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ։ Օրինակ, ինչ չկա նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ։ Չկա, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության որևէ տարածքի վրա պետք է լինի այլ երկրի վերահսկողություն։ Նման դրույթ նոյեմբերի 9-ի 2020 թվականի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ ընդհանրապես չկա։ Այսինքն կրկնում եմ, դա հրապարակային փաստաթուղթ է, ես հրավիրում եմ բոլորին փնտրել, գտնել եւ գտնելու դեպքում դեմ չենք, եթե նաեւ մեզ տեղեկացնեն, բայց պիտի արձանագրեմ, որ նման դրույթ գոյություն չունի։ Ասում եմ, որպես մի մարդ, ով ստորագրել այդ թուղթը։ Չկա որևէ դրույթ, որը կնշանակի, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության իրավազարությունը իր ինքնիշխան տարածքում որևէ կերպ պետք է սահմանափակվի մաքսային, սահմանային, ֆիտոսանիտարական եւ այլ հսկողությունների առումով։ Նման դրույթ պարզապես գոյություն չունի եւ չէր կարող ունենալ։ Հակառակը, բայց շատ կարեւոր է արձանագրել, որ այն ինչ որ ես հիմա մեզ բերեցի որպես նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ գոյություն չունեցող դրույթ շատերը փորձ են անում ներկայացնել որպես նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության դրույթ։ Սա նոր դիվանագիտական տեխնիկա է, որը անկեղծ ասած ինձ համար հասկանալի չէ։ Հղում անել փաստաթղթին եւ ներկայացնել դրույթ, որը փաստաթղթում պարզապես գոյություն չունի, եւ պիտի ասեմ, որ նման գործելակերպը մեզ համար անհասկանալի է եւ ուղիղ պիտի ասեմ անընդունելի։ Փոխարենը, եթե ուզում ենք տեսնել, թե ինչ կա 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ, օրինակ նույն 9-րդ կետում փորձ է արվում ներկայացնել, թե 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարությունը Ադրբեջանի հիմնական մասի եւ Նախիջևանի միջև կապը ապահովելու մասին է։ Մինչդեռ կետը սկսվում է հետեւյալ կերպ. մեջբերում են, ապա շրջափակվում են տարածաշրջանում բոլոր տնտեսական եւ տրանսպորտային կապերը։ Ադրբեջանի հիմնական մասի եւ Նախիջևանի կապը 9-րդ կետի ենթաբովանդակային դրույթ է, իսկ 9-րդ կետի հիմնական բովանդակությունը տարածաշրջանի բոլոր տնտեսական եւ տրանսպորտային կապերը ապա շրջափակելու մասին է։ 7-րդ կետը եռակոմ հայտարարության ասում է. ներքին տեղահանված անձինք եւ փախստականները վերադառնում են Լեռնային Ղարաբաղի տարածք եւ հարակից շրջաններ ՄԱԿ-ի փախստականների հարցերով Գերագույն հանձնակատարի գրասենյակի վերահսկողության ներքո։ Ինչպես տեսնում եք, 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ից հետո, երբ Ռուսաստանի Դաշնության նախագահը, Ադրբեջանի նախագահը, ես այդ փաստաթուղթը ստորագրեցինք, դրանից հետո ոչ միայն այդ պահին Լեռնային Ղարաբաղը եւ հարակից տարածքները լքած հայ փախստականները չեն վերադարձել Լեռնային Ղարաբաղ եւ հարակից տարածքներ, այլև ուղիղ 1 տարի առաջ տեղի ունեցած իրադարձությունների արդյունքում Լեռնային Ղարաբաղը ամբողջությամբ հայաթափվել է էթնիկ զտումների բերումներով։ 8-րդ կետը 2020 թվականի եռակոմ հայտարարության ասում է. իրականացվում են ռազմագերիների, պատանդների եւ այլ պահվող անձանց, ինչպես նաեւ զոհվածների մարմինների փոխանակում։ Մինչև օրս Ադրբեջանում կան հայ ռազմագերիներ, պատանդներ եւ այլ պահվող անձինք եւ մինչև օրս նրանք չեն վերադարձվել։ Եվ սա նույնպես դրույթ է, որ կա նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության մեջ եւ ինչպես տեսնում եք չի կատարվել։ Ցավոք պիտի ասեմ, որ որևէ գործընկեր, որևէ հիմք չունի Հայաստանին մեղադրելու 2020 թվականի նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության որևէ դրույթ չիրականացնելու մեջ, իսկ ինչպես տեսնում եք Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը եւ ընդհանրապես ցանկացած անկախ եւ օբյեկտիվ դիտորդ ունի հիմքեր ասելու, որ եռակոմ հայտարարության մեր մյուս գործընկերները չեն իրականացրել առնվազն ամբողջությամբ իրենց պարտավորությունները։ Եվ հետևաբար, հարգելի ներկաներ, սա է այն տրամաբանությունը, խաղաղության խաչմերուկ, սահմանազատման գործընթաց, խաղաղության պայմանագրի համաձայնեցված տեքստ, որը մենք առաջարկում ենք մեր տարածաշրջանում տևական եւ կայուն խաղաղություն ապահովելու համար։ Բայց կարող է հարց հնչել եւ պետք է հնչի այդ հարցը, իսկ ինչ հակափաստարկներ կան այս փաստարկների վերաբերյալ, խաղաղության խաչմերուկի հետ կապված հակափաստարկներին ես անդրադարձա, հիմա ուզում եմ անդրադառնալ խաղաղության գործընթացի հետ կապված հակափաստարկներին։ Վերջին շրջանում դուք շատ եք լսել հայտարարություններ, թե Հայաստանի Հանրապետության սահմանադրությունը պարունակում է տարածքային պահանջներ Ադրբեջանի նկատմամբ։ Ինչով է հիմնավորվում այս դրույթը, նրանք ովքեր փորձում են դա հիմնավորել, նրանով, որ օրինակ սահմանադրության նախաբանում կա մասնակի հղում 1990 թվականի օգոստոսի 23-ին, այսինքն Խորհրդային Միության ժամանակ դեռևս ընդունված անկախության Հայաստանի Հանրապետության անկախության հռչակագրին։ Հռչակագրում խոսվում է, 1989 թվականի դեկտեմբերի 1-ի հայկական ԽՍՀ եւ Լեռնային Ղարաբաղի միավորման մասին հայկական ԽՍՀ Գերագույն խորհրդի եւ Լեռնային Ղարաբաղի ազգային խորհրդի համատեղ որոշման մասին։ Թվում է թե փաստարկը հիմնավոր է, բայց ես ուզում եմ ասել, որ հռչակագրի 5-րդ կետում օրինակ կներեք դման մանրամասների մեջ մտնելու համար, բայց շատ կարևոր է, որ թեման, որը քննարկվում է կամ փորձ է արվում լայն քննարկման դնել, հասկանալի լինի առանցքային մանրամասներով։ Օրինակ Հայաստանի անկախության հռչակագրում ասվում է, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը իր անվտանգությունը եւ սահմանների անձեռնմխելիությունը ապահովելու նպատակով ստեղծում է Գերագույն խորհրդին, այսինքն պարլամենտին, ենթակա սեփական զինված ուժեր, ներքին զորքեր, պետական եւ հասարակական անվտանգության մարմիններ։ Սա ընդունվել է 1990 թվականի օգոստոսի 23-ին, ասելով, որ ոստիկանությունը, զորքերը, անվտանգության մարմինները ենթարկվում են խորհրդարանին։ Բայց երբ 1995 թվականին ընդունվել է Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրությունը, այդ պահից եւ նույնիսկ դրանից առաջ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության բոլոր ուժային կառույցները ենթարկվել են Հանրապետության նախագահին, իսկ 2015 թվականի Սահմանադրական փոփոխություններից հետո ենթարկվում են, գտնվում են կառավարության ենթակայության ներքո։ Ինչ է սա նշանակում։ Սա նշանակում է, որ անկախության հռչակագրի դրույթները Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրության մեջ արտացոլված են այնքանով, որքանով արտացոլված են տառացի եւ բառացի, ինչը նաեւ մեր իրավական կարգավորումների շատ կարևոր դրույթ է, որ մենք օրենքները, տեքստերը պետք է հասկանանք տառացի եւ բառացի։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրության մեջ ոչինչ չկա այն ամենի մասին, ինչի մասին փորձ են անում վերագրել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրությանը։ Սա էլ նոյեմբերի 9-ի եռակոմ հայտարարության նմանությամբ այն դեպքերից է, երբ փորձ է արվում Հայաստանի Սահմանադրությանը վերագրել մի բան, որը Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրությունում գրված չէ եւ պարզապես չկա։ Եվ ընդհակառակը Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սահմանադրության 5-րդ հոդվածի 3-րդ կետը ասում է. Հայաստանի Հանրապետության վավերացրած միջազգային պայմանագրերի եւ օրենքների նորմերի միջև հակասության դեպքում գործում են միջազգային պայմանագրերի դրույթները։ Սա էլ շատ կարևոր առանձնահատկություն է։ Հայաստանի եւ Ադրբեջանի միջև խաղաղության պայմանագիրը Հայաստանի Հանրապետության խորհրդարանի կողմից վավերացնելու փաստն իսկ պիտի նշանակի, որ այդ պայմանագիրը չի հակասում Սահմանադրությանը։ Վավերացման պահից այն ստանում է գերակայություն մնացած բոլոր հնարավոր օրենքների նկատմամբ, եւ սա մի գործոն է, որը նույնպես անպայման պետք է հաշվի առնել։ Բայց ուզում եմ արձանագրել, որ իրականությունը մի փոքր հակառակն է, իրականությունն այն է, որ Ադրբեջանի սահմանադրության մեջ կան տարածքային պահանջներ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության նկատմամբ։ Սա ինչով է հիմնավորվում։ 1991 թվականին ընդունված Ադրբեջանի սահմանադրական ակտը ընկած է սահմանադրության հիմքում Ադրբեջանի եւ դա արձանագրված է Ադրբեջանի սահմանադրության մեջ։ Սահմանադրական ակտը իր հերթին հղում է անում եւ բխում է համաձայն սահմանադրական ակտի 1918 թվականին Ադրբեջանի առաջին հանրապետության ստեղծման հռչակագրի հիման վրա։ Այսինքն սահմանադրությունը հենվում է 1991 թվականին ընդունված պետական անկախության ակտի վրա, պետական անկախության ակտը 1991 թվականին ընդունած հենվում է 1918 թվականի անկախության հռչակագրի վրա։ Իսկ անկախության հռչակագրում 1918 թվականի ասվում է, որ Ադրբեջանի տարածքներ են համարվում արևելյան եւ հարավային Անդրկովկասը եւ ավելին։ 1919 թվականին Փարիզի խաղաղության կոնֆերանսին եւ նույն թվականին ազգերի լիգային Ադրբեջանի ժողովրդավարական հանրապետության գրանցման համար ներկայացրել են քարտեզներ, որոնք ներառում են Հայաստանի Հանրապետության Սյունիքի Վայոց ձորի մարզերը ամբողջությամբ, ինչպես նաև Արարատի, Արմավիրի, Գեղարքունիքի, Տավուշի, Լոռի եւ Շիրակի մարզից որոշակի հատվածներ։ Այսինքն այս ամեն ակնհայտ է դարձնում, որ Ադրբեջանի սահմանադրությունը պարունակում է տարածքային պահանջներ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության նկատմամբ։ Բայց կարևոր է արձանագրել նաև, որ մենք դա չենք դարձնում բանակցային թեմա, մենք չենք բարձրացնում այդ հարցը, ինչու, որովհետև խաղաղության պայմանագրի համաձայնեցված տեքստում մենք ունենք դրույթ, որը ասում է հետևյալը, որ կողմերից որևէ մեկը չի կարող հղում անել իր ներքին օրենսդրությանը, որպես արդարացում տվյալ միջազգային պայմանագրի դրույթները չիրականացնելու համար։ Այսինքն մենք մի կողմից տեսնում ենք, որ Ադրբեջանի սահմանադրության մեջ կան տարածքային պահանջներ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության նկատմամբ, բայց մենք այդ հարցը չենք բարձրացնում խաղաղության գործընթացը փակ ուղի չմտցնելու համար։ Այդ թվում այն պատճառով, որ մենք համարում ենք, որ խաղաղության պայմանագրի իմ խոսքի սկզբում հիշատակված տեքստը ամբողջությամբ արձանագրում եւ հասցեագրում այդ խնդիրը եւ միջազգային պայմանագրով մենք արձանագրում ենք, որ կողմերը իրենց ներքին օրենսդրությանը չեն կարող հղում անել միջազգային պայմանագրով, խաղաղության պայմանագրով արձանագրված պարտավորությունները կատարելու համար։ Եվ հարգելի գործընկերներ, ըստ էության ես ուզում եմ վերադառնալ այն կետին, որ կետից, որ սկսել էի, եւ եւս մեկ անգամ արձանագրել, որ սա իսկապես կարևոր պահ է մեր տարածաշրջանի համար, որպեսզի մենք վերցնենք այն, ինչ համաձայնեցված է, ընդ որում էլի եմ ասում, սա համաձայնեցվածը, ինչպես արդեն Ադրբեջանի նաև ներկայացուցիչներն են ընդունել, խաղաղության պայմանագրի բովանդակության, հնարավոր բովանդակության ըստ էության 80%-ն է։ Այսինքն մենք ունենք ավելի քան միասին եւ Հայաստանը եւ Ադրբեջանը ավելի քան հսկիչ փաթեթ, եթե պատկերավոր արտահայտվեմ խաղաղության պայմանագրի համար։ Եվ մենք առաջարկում ենք 13 գումարած 3 համաձայնեցված դրույթները դնել սեղանին, ստորագրել հիմա որպես խաղաղության պայմանագրի եւ անցնել հետագա հարցերի քննարկմանը։ Եվ ուզում եմ նաև հատկապես հույս ունեմ հեղինակավոր այս լսարանը կհամաձայնվի, երբեք որևէ տեղ չի եղել որևէ պայմանագիր, որ հասցեագրի եւ լուծի բոլոր հարցերը։ Չկա այդպիսի պայմանագիր պարզապես։ Ինչ պայմանագիր էլ կնքենք, եթե նույնիսկ մենք կնքենք պայմանագիր 20 հոդվածով, 30 հոդվածով, 40 հոդվածով, 50 նույնիսկ 100 հոդվածով, ելի մնալու են 200 հնարավոր հոդվածներ, 300 հնարավոր հոդվածներ, որոնք տվյալ պայմանագրում լինելու են չլուծված։ Չկա երկրներ, որոնց հարաբերությունները կարգավորվում են մի պայմանագրով, բայց շատ կարևոր է դնել այն հիմքը կամ ավելի ճիշտ չմերժել այն հիմքը, որը արդեն դրված է մեր մի քանի տարվա բանակցությունների արդյունքում, եւ ես հույս ունեմ, որ մենք առաջիկայում առիթ կունենանք ստորագրել խաղաղության պայմանագրի արդեն իսկ համաձայնեցված մասը, համաձայնեցված տեքստը եւ անցնել հետագա բանակցությունների մնացած հնարավոր հարցերը լուծելու համար։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո նախագահ, հարգելի գործընկերներ, շնորհակալություն եմ հայտնում ուշադրության համար եւ ուզում եմ հաջողություն մաղթել Երևան Dialogue Երևանյան երկխոսություն համաժողովին, ընդ որում ոչ միայն 2024, այլև 2025, 26 եւ հետագա տարիների համար։ Շնորհակալ եմ։
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Phashinian, for your insightful words that have set the tone for our discussions. Your points on establishing peace and meaningful interstate relations will undoubtedly guide us as we navigate the complex issues ahead. Now I have the privilege to introduce another key individual who has been instrumental in transforming Armenia as we know it, and along with the Prime Minister, is building a 21st century global engagement of this country with the world. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, Ararat Mirzoyan. Honorable Minister, may I request you to take the podium.
Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո պարոն նախագահ, Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո պարոն վարչապետ, ազգային ժողովի մեծարգո նախագահ, հարգելի նախարարներ, պատգամավորներ, ձերդ գերազանցություններ, սիրելի հյուրեր։ Ջերմորեն ողջունում եմ բոլորիդ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մայրաքաղաքում առաջին անգամ անցկացվող Երևանյան երկխոսություն միջազգային համաժողովին։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության վարչապետը արդեն իսկ հանգամանալից կերպով անդրադարձավ եւ ներկայացրեց մեր խաղաղության օրակարգը, ներկայացրեց տարածաշրջանում ընթացող գործընթացների մանրամասները, բերեց փաստարկներ, հակափաստարկներ։ Հետևաբար ես կփորձեմ կիսվել իմ մի փոքր այլ, առավել ընդհանրական բնույթի մտքերով, նաև նպատակ ունենալով դրական իմաստով սադրել, գեներացնել մեր այսօրվա եւ վաղվա երկխոսությունը։ Հարգելի գործընկերներ, ինչպես կասեր հայկական ծագմամբ աշխարհահռչակ ամերիկյան գրող Վիլյամ Սարոյանը, իր «Իմ սիրտը լեռներում է» դրամայում, ինչ որտեղ ինչ որ բան սխալ է։ Թվում է պարզ, բայց խոստովանենք շատ դիպուկ այս արտահայտությունը ամբողջությամբ նկարագրում է թե այստեղ մեր շուրջը, թե տարբեր այլ տարածաշրջաններում ձևավորված իրավիճակը։ Անշուշտ հարկ է խոստովանել, որ մեր աշխարհը երբեք էլ աչքի չի ընկել անսխալականությամբ, բոլորի իրավունքների հավասար պաշտպանվածությամբ, բոլորի համար պարտադիր համակեցության կանոնների անշեղորեն պահպանմամբ, բայց հատկապես վերջին տարիների իրադարձությունները էականորեն ամրապնդել են մեջբերածս մտքի ճշմարտացիությունը։ Ավելին, փոփոխությունների եւ անորոշությունների խելահեղ վազքը հենց այս պահին էլ շարունակվում է, ավելացնելով անկախատեսելիության աստիճանը։ Սա վաղուց արդեն միայն տեսական, գիտական պնդում չէ, այլ տեսանելի եւ շոշափելի իրականություն, որը ուղղակիորեն ազդում է թե գլոբալ մակարդակում միջազգային հարաբերությունների վրա, թե անհատական մակարդակում մեծ թվով մարդկային ճակատագրերի վրա։ Աշխարհի տարբեր անկյուններում մարդածին ու բնածին բնական աղետների հետևանքով գրանցվող մարդկային կորուստները եւ խեղված ճակատագրերը սոսկ ապշեցուցիչ վիճակագրական թվեր չեն, այլ շատ կոնկրետ մարդկային կյանքեր, անուններով, ազգանուններով, դեմքերով։ Միջազգային իրավունքի նորմերի բացահայտ եւ անպատիժ ոտնահարումները, խորացող ճգնաժամերը, ընթացող պատերազմները, երբեմն մարդկության դեմ ոճրագործությունները վկայում են երկար տարիներ գոյություն ունեցած աշխարհակարգի եւ քիչ թե շատ ընդունելի եւ կենսունակ խաղի կանոնների փաստացի քայքայման մասին։ Գլոբալ խաղացողների միջև հակասություններն ու մրցավազքը ել ավելի են խորացնում համաշխարհային քաղաքականության բևեռացումը եւ ֆրագմենտացիան, միաժամանակ տարբեր ռեգիոնալ դերակատարներ իրենց հերթին մարտահրավեր են նետում աշխարհակարգին, հավակնելով ավելի մեծ դեր խաղալ եւ իրենց ազդեցության գոտիները ձևավորել։ Փոքր պետությունները ձգտում են հնարավորինս անվտանգ նավարկել ալեկոծվող օվկիանոսում, իրենց առաջ ունենալով սեփական պետականությունը, ինքնիշխանությունը, տարածքային ամբողջականությունը պաշտպանելու եւ պահպանելու հրամայական։ Տեխնոլոգիական առաջընթացը բազում բարիքներ ստեղծելուն զուգահեռ պետությունների եւ մարդկանց համար նոր մարտահրավերների առաջ բերում, սկսած կիբերանվտանգության խնդիրներից մինչև արհեստական բանականության, դեռևս ոչ ամբողջությամբ հասկանալի կամ բացահայտված, ըստ այդմ անկանխատեսելի հետևանքներ։ Հիբրիդային սպառնալիքներն ու ապատեղեկատվության միտումնավոր տարածումը նոր շերտ են ավելացնում արդեն իսկ բարդ, բազմաշերտ միջազգային ճգնաժամին։ Որպես մի երկրի նախարար, որն անցել է եւ անցնում է ժողովրդավարական երկար ժամանակ անհնարին թվացող վերափոխումների միջով եւ գիտակցում է այդ ձեռքբերման արժևորման ու պահպանման, զարգացման ժողովրդավարական ուղով անշեղորեն ընթանալու կարևորությունը, արկա մարտահրավերների շարքում պետք է ընդգծեմ նաեւ ժողովրդավարությանը, դրա արժեքներին եւ սկզբունքներին սպառնացող վտանգները, ինչպես նաեւ խիստ անհրաժեշտությունը համատեղ ջանքերով ապացուցել, որ ժողովրդավարությունը կարող է շոշափելի արդյունքներ գրանցել, այդ թվում նաև որպես ճգնաժամերին դիմադրողականության, կայունության եւ զարգացման առհավատչա։ Ասածից գոնե մի փոքր լավատեսություն հաղորդելու համար կարող եմ բերել հենց մեր Հայաստանի սեփական օրինակը, երբ ժողովրդավարության ընձեռած մեխանիզմներով, մասնավորապես ազատ եւ մրցակցային ընտրություններով ընդամենը 3 տարի առաջ մենք կարողացանք հաղթահարել այն խորը հանրային ճգնաժամը, որում հայտնվել էր մեր հասարակությունը եւ որի հետ ցնցումները մինչ այժմ էլ պետք է խոստովանել, դեռ հատվածաբար զգացնել են տալիս իրենց։ Վերադառնալով աշխարհաքաղաքական համայնապատկերին, պիտի կրկին արձանագրենք, որ գոյություն ունեցող միջազգային մեխանիզմները ցավոք այսօր այլևս չեն կարողանում արդյունավետ կերպով հասցեագրել արկա մարտահրավերները։ Ավելին, ստեղծված իրավիճակի փոփոխության անհնարինության պարագայում չենք կարող խուսափել իրավիճակի ավելի վատ թարացումից, որը չափազանցրած չեմ լինի, եթե ասեմ ծանրագույններից մեկն է երկրորդ համաշխարհային պատերազմի տարիներից ի վեր։ Այս պատկերի նկարագրումը իհարկե նպատակ չունի հավելյալ հոռետեսական կամ անգամ ապոկալիպտիկ զգացողություններ գեներացնել այս լսարանում։ Ճիշտ հակառակը, իմ համոզմամբ պատկերի ամբողջական գիտակցումն է, որ ընդգծում է սխալ ընթացքը կասեցնելու, պատկերը փոխելու հրամայականը, ինչպես հիվանդության ճշգրիտ ախտորոշումն է, որ թույլ է տալիս իրականացնել պահանջվող բուժումը։ Այդ վերափոխումն էլ կրկին տեսական դատողություն չէ, այլ խիստ իրական գործնական անհրաժեշտություն։ Եվ ուրեմն, եթե բոլորս գիտակցում ենք ինչ-որ միտեղ ինչ-որ բան սխալ է, գիտակցում ենք, որ ինչ-որ միտեղ ինչ-որ բան սխալ է, եւ որ այս ընթացքը մեզ բոլորիս տանում է դեպի հերթական անդունդը, որտեղ չեն լինելու երկարաժամկետ շահողներ, որը պիտի լինի քաղաքակիրթ մարդկության արձագանքն այս իրավիճակում։ Միջազգային կանոնների վրա հիմնված աշխարհակարգի վերականգնումը եւ դրա լեգիտիմության ամրապնդումը, սա է միակ ուղին, որը կարող է ապահովել գլոբալ անվտանգության եւ զարգացման օրակարգերի առաջմղումը։ Սակայն երբ յուրաքանչյուր անհատները, պետությունները, ոչ կառավարական կազմակերպությունները, միջազգային կորպորացիաները ապրում եւ առաջնորդվում են սեփական ճշմարտությամբ, ինչպես հանգել ընդհանուր հայտարարի, ընդհանուր կանոնների եւ ընդհանուր անխախտելի ճշմարտությունների, երկխոսելով։ Երկխոսությունը, ինչու ոչ, կարծիքների բախումը, բանավեճը կարող են հնարավորություն ստեղծել հասնելու ընդհանուր ճշմարտությունների բացահայտմանը եւ ընդհանուր կանոնների ձևավորմանը։ Արդյոք երկխոսությունը կերաշխավորի հաջողությունը։ Փաստ չէ, բայց փաստ է, որ երկխոսության բացակայությունը ել ավելի կխորացնի առկա ճգնաժամը։ Սա է Հայաստանի մոտեցումն ու հավատամքը շարունակել երկխոսել անգամ ամենաբարդ իրավիճակներում, փորձելով հասնել համակեցության ընդհանուր կանոնների, դրանց հարգման, առնվազն միմյանց հանդուրժելուն, իսկ հնարավորության դեպքում նաև փոխշահավետ կերպով համագործակցելուն։ Հենց այս մոտեցումն ենք որդեգրել, ձգտելով տևական խաղաղության մեր տարածաշրջանում։ Կարծում եմ բոլոր ներկաները կհամաձայնեն Մարտին Լյութեր Քինգի պնդմանը, որ խաղաղությունը սոսկ հրաձգության բացակայություն չէ։ Իսկապես պետք են կայուն, արդար եւ արժանապատիվ լուծումներ, ինչն էլ պահանջում է ամուր քաղաքական կամք եւ հանձնառություն։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը, չնայած բոլոր մարտահրավերներին ու դժվարություններին, ցուցաբերել է եւ ցուցաբերում է այդ կամքը եւ հանձնառությունը։ Եվ այսօր, հարգելի գործընկերներ, առաջարկում ենք Երևանյան երկխոսությունն օգտագործել որպես հարթակ գլոբալ մարտահրավերների մասին խոսելու համար։ Հարթակ, որտեղ հուսով եմ հնարավոր կլինի եւս մեկ քայլ մոտենալ ընդհանուր կանոնների ձևակերպմանը եւ ապագան այսօր ձևակերպելուն, ձևավորելուն։ Թույլ տվեք ելույթս կրկին ավարտել Սարոյանի խոսքերով։ Ի վերջո, այսօրը հավերժ է, երեկը դեռ այսօր է եւ վաղն արդեն այսօր է։ Շնորհակալ եմ եւ սահուն ընթացք եմ մաղթում առաջին Երևանյան երկխոսությանը։
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mirzoyan, for highlighting the need to restore the international rules-based order and to find common ground and dignified solutions through dialogue. These themes will indeed be at the heart of our discussions over the next 2 days. We look forward to the valuable insights that will emerge from this dialogue, shaped by the brilliant minds gathered here. And as we conclude this opening session, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister for their leadership and vision. And to all of you, our distinguished guests, thank you for being here. Armenia needs you, your ideas, your collaboration, and your commitment. Let's make this Yerevan dialogue a turning point, not just for Armenia, but for the world. Let the dialogue begin. We will take a short break as our dignitaries for this morning depart, and we will reconvene in 20 minutes. We're going to go ahead and start. Our next panel will set the scene nicely for discussions to come, and will be kicked off by the two arguably most responsible people for turning this convening from dream to reality. Please welcome Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation, and David Karapetyan, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. David, can I hand it over to you?
Phew, Samir. Yep. I think we survived the official part, yeah?
We did.
Hello, my friend. I'm happy you are here in Yerevan. I know Armenians and Indians share a common trait of being always late, all the time. But over 30 years, really? What took us so long to get back together after 4 centuries of familiarity and friendship? By the way, we have a side event on academic issues discussing 400 years of friendship of Armenians and Indians. You have now harbored at the Armenian dry port, where the world's biggest democracy encounters its aspiring friend, which hand in hand connect to our friends in Asia, Europe, and transatlantic through multimodal supply chains of democratic values. Finally, we are united as Vasudhavya Kutumbakam. We can connect to our cousins in South. We can travel to our friends in the North. East and West are so close. It just takes a crossroads of peace to bring the whole family together. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all need to start investing today to shape the tomorrow we all want. Armenia is a frequent participant of the Ryzenia Dialogue, and this is how we came up with the idea to work with our friends at the Indian Observer Research Foundation to launch the Yerevan Dialogue. Allow me to introduce my good friend Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation.
Thank you so much, David. And I think before we take this session forward, I would like all of us to acknowledge the superhuman effort made by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. I can see the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs here. And of course, David is like the Superman who is both the Secretary General and the head of a think tank in Armenia. He's doing both the jobs, my job and the job of the government for Armenia. So please join me in applauding David for his wonderful efforts in putting this together. We are not only very similar, but we are also in some ways the essential items that bind the world together. In this global world, there are 3 things you will find everywhere: Armenians, Indians, and potatoes. It's true. We are the quintessential global beings. And of course, the Armenians were first off the block, and globalization was possibly a byproduct of traders from Armenia who unlocked the land routes and connected the world. Of course, it was accelerated through others as well, but this is where it all began in many ways. This is where the first iteration of globalization began. But now, there is something again that's very common about Indians and Armenians. You go to a technology company boardroom, you go to a cabinet meeting in any country of the world, and you'll have people from either the Indian origin or an Armenian origin holding important positions. I was in Hungary just a couple of weeks ago, and we had Armenia there as well. So it's incredible how the communities, as communities, we are people who go to the world in peace, in pursuit of knowledge, in pursuit of friendship, never for political expansionism, never for changing the borders, never for acquiring material wealth. It is the quintessential global ethic that now needs to be reinvented in the 21st century. So, David, I'm glad we are working together. I'm glad this dialogue has come together as a way of coming back after 4 centuries and building something new together. And let me ask you, first off, that since we have put this together, we have folks from so many countries here. What are your ambitions around the dialogue? I have mine, but let me ask you yours first.
Of course. Today's, increasingly complex world where interconnections and diversity must serve as opportunities to build bridges, where education and scientific advancement must be at the forefront of reaching the ambitious sustainable development agenda, where heritage must connect generations, cultures, and peoples. It is our utmost importance to have an international community that is truly committed to these values and goals. In order for us to withstand the challenges of globalization, in order to meet the demands of people without diminishing the ability of future generations to meet theirs, in order to change the technological advancement and digital solutions towards a common vision for the future of humanity, in order to turn our differences into our strengths, in order for the relations between various ethnic groups, nations, and countries, small and big, near and far, not to lower the level of monologues. We need dialogue, because we speak to each other, but very few listen to each other, like us. It is with this vision that the MFA decided to launch the Ryzenia dialogue with ORF, Samir. And let me ask another question to you. Since you host these conferences around the world, we see it on Instagram all the time, you're traveling here and there, what outcomes must emerge out of Yerevan dialogue? What do you think?
So David, I think everything that you have said clearly must be an objective for us. We must respond to the 4 or 5 important questions the world has posed to all of us. Technology, climate change, global governance, peace and security, human welfare, all those are fine. But I think what I would like to see coming out of the Yerevan dialogue is a Yerevan community of thinkers, a community of purpose, folks who can pick up the phone and talk to each other, folks who can knock their heads and try and find solutions that their own societies grapple with. So I think what really I would like here is for all of you to find 4 or 5 or 6 people in this group belonging to places that you don't know about, getting to know about those places, and beginning a new friendship. I think friendships out of Yerevan can really help us build a policy community that can actually achieve much of what you outlined. So I would like this conference to sow the seeds of the Yerevan community that will shape the world together, that will respond to the challenges together in friendship, in the spirit that we had last evening at the beautiful vineyard where you hosted us. I want that mood to prevail when we discuss the tougher questions as well. The world is a complex place, but we can have fun while responding to those complexities. But David, let me ask you a question. Since I have kind of listed the challenges that I think we must respond to, let me ask you your take on what could those challenges sitting in Armenia be for you, and Armenia's role in responding to these as both an international actor and a regional player.
As we found out during last years, the events that take place in one part of the year are immediately echoed in the other. The developments in other weakening the food security, increasing inequality, the pandemic, accompanied by the disruption of global supply chains, and the further exacerbated situation caused by armed conflicts in various parts of the world bring about new challenges and complexities in present-day international politics. South Caucasus, where Armenia is located, we are between Asia and Europe. We've always been at the crossroads connecting the north to south, east to west, with all political, economic, and cultural features pertinent to being a major trade and cultural highway. It has as well been a juncture where different political systems meet, where changes are born, including in the form of democratic upheaval and reform. Samir, through your interactions with diverse stakeholders, what kind of partnerships have emerged as important for the world we live in?
So David, I'm convinced that in the world we have three unique communities operating in silos, operating in isolation. We have the technology and innovation community that is producing outcomes for the sake of technology and innovation and wealth creation. There is a political and strategic community that is playing the chessboard again in the 21st century. You know, the 20th century chessboard has now got a 21st century avatar, and people are enjoying moving the pieces to change the maps and political equations and dynamics. So there's a second community, that's the political community. And then, of course, we have what I call the business community. And they are quite determined to preserve gains, to prevent newcomers from changing the status that they have benefited from, and in many ways a zero-sum approach to global trade and global connectedness. Now, I think our job as folks who are invested in the policy world is to connect these three communities. I think the track 2 dialogues, the track 2 is essentially the undergirding that connects these three different communities and gives it a moral, ethical, and a human framework around which those three must operate. We are both the checks and balances, we are also the ideas chambers. We have to actually sometimes lead the policy debate, sometimes apply brakes to it so that it doesn't run awry. And most importantly, we need to ensure that these three different communities today work together for the benefit of all of us. Let me, before I have a question to ask you, but before I turn to that, let me also confess, as someone from the research and policy community, let me take responsibility that I don't think the academic world and the track 2 world has necessarily been producing ideas like they had been in the past. I think we are justifying decisions taken by the track 1 more often than putting frameworks that track 1 is forced to take notice of. I think some of our political leaders are leading the ideas game, and the track 2, in fact, is following. So I think the track 2 needs to up its game, otherwise we are going to become irrelevant in the future. But you mentioned the birth of transitions in this geography. You know, you have two, in my time here and meeting all the wonderful people in Armenia, I think there are two intrinsic values that you treasure as people. One is democracy. And of course, so the leader of a democratic society in this part of the world. And the second, I have no hesitation in saying that you are a technology powerhouse in the making. So in that sense, how are you as track 1? Now I'm going to ask you as track 1, catalyzing, supporting and sustaining these two important attributes of Armenia, democratic leadership and technology leadership.
You know, we had a peaceful Velvet Revolution back in 2018. Since then, the government has been implementing a wide range of reforms to ensure full and unimpeded realization of civil and political rights, including rule of law, independent judiciary, campaign against corruption, strong campaign against corruption, and strengthening democratic institutions. The progress has been asserted by reports of various reputable international organizations like Freedom House, Gallup International, etc. As said, democracy is not a destination but a continuous struggle. One that not only demands the strong commitment on behalf of political leaders, but also the active participation of its citizens. Armenia's youth has been a driving force in this continuous struggle. Today, democracy is not only about ensuring the rule of law and the protection of human rights, providing for transparency and accountability, promoting good governance and sustainable development, but it has also become a very important tool for protecting national sovereignty and the strategic autonomy of states, providing for economic growth and the integration of states into the international system. As a landlocked country, with its borders from the east and the west in the blockade for the last 3 decades, with comparatively high trading costs in goods, Armenia has seen high-tech digital exports playing an important role in fostering Armenia's growth. Today, the high-tech sector is Armenia's economy has around 6% share of the GDP, and the sector is growing every year by 20–30%. This is a field where Armenia indeed has much to offer to the world, as innovation is driven by Armenian talented youth. And Samir, I have a last question for you. Armenia has been a frequent participant of the Voice of the Global South Summit hosted by India. How do dialogues like these contribute to evolution of the leadership of the South?
You know, I think that's a conference by itself on the Global South. But two short points. I think first, what is really required today is for the emerging and developing countries to take back their identity from the owners in the North and the West. I think what these dialogues first do is define what the South is in grammar and vocabulary coming out of the South. If you ask someone in the Western capitals about the Global South, the terms that were used to describe the third world was corrupt, bad infrastructure, disease, malnutrition, and every other challenge that confronts humankind. That was the description of the Global South coming from, it was a reductive term, it was used in a negative manner. What has happened in the last couple of years, and I think for that we must acknowledge the G20 leadership of India particularly, but also of their other southern partners, Indonesia and Brazil in this particular year, that we have reclaimed the definition of the South. South today is more about green transitions. South is about putting a digital society in place. South is about delivering a human-centered development agenda. It is about responding to climate change in a collective fashion. It is about building coalitions in a polarized world. It is about getting two G20 consensus documents when Europe cannot agree with anything with anyone. And yet the Global South was able to do it. So Global South is about being together. And I think that definition has been taken back by us. And now comes a question, who leads it? No one needs to lead it because we are a collective. No South countries are similar. We are dissimilar in our constituency, and we will have to work together as folks and agree that the future is common. The pathways to get there may be different. Diversity must be celebrated. Heterogeneity is a strength. We don't want one value, one cultural, one political system. Let us celebrate who we are as individual humans and as different societies. And that is the Global South. David, thank you for asking this question, but it is a conference by itself.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, as I already told some of you, I have one big request from all of you. Enjoy Armenia. Enjoy Yerevan. Have fun time here. We are here to discuss important things, but also we are here to chill. We are looking forward to your active engagement during the Yerevan dialogue. I want to thank Samir for helping organizing this event. I want to thank everyone who helped organizing everything here you can see, starting from the technical staff to the volunteers to our colleagues that had hard nights and hard days these recent weeks. I want to thank our sponsors for helping us to bring this event to you, and hope once again you enjoy Yerevan, enjoy your time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that was a very apt tone setter for the rest of the day. We're going to play a little bit of catch up, so we'll take only a 10-minute break now and reconvene at 12 noon sharp to hear the next panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Yerevan Dialogue. We are now starting with the first plenary panel discussion of today, titled South Caucasus at the Crossroads Between Fragmentation and Cooperation. And as you can see, we have a fantastic high-level panel here present on stage. We have our moderator, Mr. Narcis Kopalyan, who is an associate professor of political science at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas from the United States. We have His Excellency, Minister Ararat Mirzoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs Armenia, who spoke to you earlier today. We have His Excellency, Minister Xavier Bettel, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs, Luxembourg. We have Her Excellency Dalia Grybauskaitė, former President of Lithuania. We have His Excellency Minister Lasha Darsalia, First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Georgia. We have His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Hassan Sheikholis Slami, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Islamic Republic of Iran. And now, may I hand over to our able moderator, Mr. Narcis. Over to you, please.
Thank you for coming. It's a distinct pleasure to be hosting this panel. We will be talking about the complexities of this very, very important region, understanding both its fracture and the potential for cooperation. In that context, we understand that the South Caucasus has both geostrategic and to a very large extent, substantive importance to the entire Eurasian subcontinent. In that context, things that happen in this small region tend to have a multiplying effect, not only specifically to the region itself, but also to the broader related and interconnected parts of the Eurasian subcontinent. In that context, we're going to attempt to understand from our esteemed panelists their positions and their understanding of the nuances that shape the level of fracturing and discourse in the region. We're also going to understand from the experience of our guests on how Armenia and the region can enhance sustainable and sort of a robust ability to establish stability and thus enhance regional interconnectivity. With not much more ado, we will begin the conversation. Our first panelist speaking would be Ararat Mirzoyan. And my question is specific to understanding the restructuring of regional fragmentation. Armenia has been playing a very constructive role in attempting to establish the foundations for regional stability. And of course, a very important part of this is achieving regional peace. And that is being able to establish peace with Azerbaijan. We understand what Armenia wants, but what is attainable by virtue of, at times, Azerbaijan's non-constructive position has slowed down or created obstacles for regional stability. From your perspective, Foreign Minister, how do you envision what peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan can actually look like and what can actually be achieved? Not what we want, but what substantively in reality can be achieved.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Dear colleagues, and thank you for this question. Basically, earlier today, His Excellency Prime Minister of Armenia already has reflected upon these topics, but again, coming back to this very important topic, I would like to say that South Caucasus is very much like many other regions and areas on this planet. We have long history here with our neighbors, and I can assure you that there have been times when we have been cooperating and also we have been interesting for the rest of the world, and we have been an important player, if you want, in global politics. We all together in South Caucasus, we have been important crossroad for trade routes, etc., etc. But also there have been times when we have been killing each other, and you know, this region, like probably many other regions in the world, we have seen, now we think that we have seen enough blood here. We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, we have a real chance to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace. And we believe that this would be beneficial for all of us. Not only the three of us will benefit from this, but also our neighbors, the larger region, all the other players and nations in the world. So we are really at a crossroad, and we have to choose. We in Armenia, we have made up our mind, and we chose the peace agenda because we believe in the benefits of peace. But as anyone can assume, it's very much like tango, and I really love repeating this. You cannot dance it alone. You need the other partner wanting, willing to dance with you. So this is a choice that should be made not only by Armenia, but also by Georgia, by Azerbaijan. Well, luckily we have happy and lucky enough to enjoy very good and brotherly relations with Georgia, but also we're looking forward to establishing peace and stability with Azerbaijan as well. And is that realistic? I think yes. And we have examples before our eyes. My distinguished colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister of Luxembourg, probably can assure that they in Europe, they also have had tough neighborhood, tough conflicts. They also have seen enough blood. And they were strong enough to change the direction in which that specific region went occasionally, as we saw. And all of us sitting in this hall, we can see that that decision brought prosperity to Europe. Also, distinguished former president of Lithuania probably can say that they also have seen enough conflicts. So this is a decision that everyone should make, and our determination is peace. What realistically could be done? We already see some tangible steps. We see that the limitation of the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan has begun. We see that there is a discussion about unblocking and opening all regional transport and economic infrastructure. We see that, at least from our side, there is a very constructive dialogue regarding the peace treaty. And we all know that and this is another interesting layer and interesting nuance of this issue. We notice that we here in the South Caucasus, we are interesting to the rest of the world when we are cooperating. And of course, we can, three of us, we can survive being fragmented. We can survive somehow separately. We have been surviving for a couple of thousands of years here, and hopefully we will continue living here as a free nation for another couple of thousands of years. But when we are united, when we are cooperating, at least when we have some environment of or absence of enmity or environment of cooperation and collaboration, tolerance here in South Caucasus, then the interest of the rest of the world, interest in South Caucasus is much higher. We are interesting for the world, and this is my belief, altogether as a South Caucasus. So here I would like to stop and give a chance to the other panelists and looking forward to interesting dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will do a follow-up once the other panelists have spoken and inquire about how we consider to be other regions like this, such as Turkey and Russia, and their role in the peace process. But we'll come back to that as well. My next question is, is for Mr. Bettel. Luxembourg is a very interesting small state in that it punches above its weight. It's a small state with exceptional success in multilateralism. It has formed Benelux with Belgium and Luxembourg, and so for a state of its size, it performs exceptionally well in a supranational entity while demonstrating a great deal of capacity building and sort of success in being able to manage and engage with more powerful actors in its vicinity. What advice can Luxembourg give to Armenia and to the region on small state success? And I also would like your opinion on how Armenia can succeed as a small state in its strategic engagement with the European Union.
Thank you so much for the invitation. When you say that Armenia and Luxembourg are both small countries, you're not that small. First thing. The second thing is you don't choose your neighbors. When I looked at the past of my country, we had difficult times with nearly, except the Belgians, but with French, and we were occupied by everyone. And in the last century, I don't need to remind that the Germans thought they would know better what is good for the future of my country than ourselves. And in fact, we were able to realize that to have common projects was in fact the best peace project. We started with the Benelux, so with Belgium and the Netherlands. We even have a parliament of that, with the Benelux Parliament. And I just spoke with my colleague Dalia also when we had meetings with the Baltic Assembly, also with the Nordic Assembly, so these regional parliaments where we discussed also regional topics. I had yesterday a meeting with the Speaker of the House here in Yerevan. I told him why not having an initiative to have discussions with other parliamentarians from Georgia, from Azerbaijan, and also from the region here to discuss about trans-border problems, also with Turkey and with Iran. Some ideas, but just to have common goals. So this is how Luxembourg realize that you are much bigger when you do things in common. Very often we think that doing things alone is the best solution. That's wrong. Doing things together is the best way to move on. I said you don't choose your partners. You don't choose, your neighbors. Your partners you can choose. Your neighbors you cannot choose. And believe me, our history are all different. You have a different history here in Armenia than in Luxembourg. In Lithuania they have a different history and a different relation with the neighbors than we have. We had, and I take the opportunity, we have a representative from the Iranian government here at the round table. We hoped that with the last elections in Iran, we would have also a more stable partner in Iran. I don't want to ask you now, but for us now, we read in the papers that they gave 20,000 missiles to the Russians. So this is again a big question. Are we going to continue the old difficult relations with Iran, or are we going to move on a better way? To be very frank, because we have to say these things. So you can't choose your neighbors. I believe in dialogue. I love to be able to speak here at the Yerevan dialogue, because the worst in politics and in relations is a monologue. And if we have the Yerevan monologue, it doesn't bring anything. We need to have partners around the table. We need to have also neighbors around the table. And we need to be able to say the things in a way where we try to build something together. Peace is never granted. When I speak to our Ukrainian colleagues, they know what it means to have a situation nowadays where bigger countries think that the law of the strongest is what is right. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in international law, but on the other hand, when you say what is the role of our countries, the problem is that all our international fora are done for good situations. We see it with Palestine and Israel. We see it with Russia and Ukraine. We see that as an international body, we are not able to interact. When we see the Security Council working on the basis of the Second World War, there is still no African country in the Security Council. We see that if one country wants to block decisions, we are all blocked. We see in the European Union that the rules were done where we went 7 or 15, we are now 27 around the tables. We are hostages sometimes of our own own rules. So I just can recommend to our Armenian colleague to stay on the right side of the history and also of the future, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together. And they did huge efforts. I wouldn't be here if I would sit and I wouldn't be able to speak freely. I'm able to speak in a country where in some neighboring countries I wouldn't be able to speak. Here as a liberal, as a gay man, as a politician, being able to speak freely in front of an audience without having fears to have problems afterwards when I leave the stage is important to support. So I think Armenia deserves our support, they deserve our attention, and we shouldn't ask them to choose between, but to be able to help them to stay as they are with their history, with their traditions, with their culture, with their country, and with their peace plans, because we should never forget, we take the decisions, but it's the people on the ground who suffer from our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will revert back to you with a set of interesting questions with respect to conflicts of interest when we circle back. Madam President, there's quite a bit of, well, a lot of differences, but similarities between the Baltics as a post-Soviet region and the South Caucasus as a post-Soviet region. While the Baltics has seen less fracture and fragmentation, it did undergo through a process of development and strengthening that has allowed it to be an intricate part of the European Union and sort of the Euro-Atlantic project. The South Caucasus, of course, are still in the process, facing a lot of complexities. Within the Baltics, Lithuania stands out as an example, and a very healthy example, of small state capacity building and resilience. One could say Armenia has a lot to learn from Lithuania. Based on your experience and how you understand these developments, what advice would Lithuania give Armenia for ensuring regional security and also being able to operate and function in a region that has not attained the level of stability required for healthy development?
The worst thing is to make an advice to anybody, because even we're not able to advise ourselves sometimes, and we're behaving sometimes spontaneously, sometimes not very clever, but always having in mind our future, our statehoodness, and freedom and independence. This was our guiding direction, which helped us to make right choice where our friends are, with whom we could cooperate, and what path to choose. And on this path, of course, we were lucky that already from 2004, that means about 20 years, we are European members, and during these 20 years, we were able to reach almost 90% of European standard of living in 20 years, starting from very, very low. And we are very similar to your country, not much energy resources, almost nothing, 3 million people, no minerals practically, only people, again, our education, our resilience, our willingness to fight for ourselves and to invest into our country. So that was the 20 years path. We started from cooperating with Baltic states. We had Baltic State Council. Of course, we got very serious, immediate support from Nordic countries, and we cooperated with Nordic countries very close, and then later with all European Union. So from this point of view, the decision to enter the economic security, I will say, club as European Union was very useful for us. But of course, that meant a lot of reforms, a lot of responsibility by ourselves, and to build resilience by ourselves. And firstly, it's not just theory, it's about economic resilience. Economic resilience means energy resilience. Today, we are not, or we fully, 100%, do not depend on any country on energy resources. 10 years ago, we were 100% dependent on Russian gas. Today, 0. And that was huge efforts, not very cheap efforts, but all nations was united and understood that political independence could be based only on energy and economic independence. That not means that you're cutting all ties with a neighbor you don't like, no. But you can choose with whom and from whom you buy. And today we are able to do this. And that's our strength. Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country. And this I just wish as one of the examples where Armenia can learn, not exactly to do the same steps, but the goal of resilience, economic, energy resilience, is a basic and the main thing for your securing your independence, political and economic, and all statelessness in the region. And then, of course, history was difficult. Europe always was a bubbling territories through centuries as Caucasus, and all of us, we're choosing flexibly, very creatively, our path, all of us. The same today with you, the same with us. Some examples could be taken, not in full, but any good examples anyway need to be then adapted to the local conditions, local mentality, local traditions, including, for example, we have a so-called Kaliningrad corridor, where railway is, Russia can transit through our territory by full Lithuanian control, the commodities and people, but it's fully controlled by Lithuania. It's not under special treaty, it's purely technical intergovernmental arrangement. We didn't put it on the high level. We didn't want it to do this. It is technical arrangement, works very well. Nobody has any complaints anymore. But in the very beginning, it was political problem, it was pressure, it was hand struggling between ourselves. But under international law, we had good professional lawyers. We managed to have good arrangement. But as I said, it's elements which need to be used in a very creative form, adapting to your needs, adapting to today's situation and to your environment. So a lot of examples could be taken because smaller nations, they are more flexible and they could be more resilient because of that and more creative because of that. For larger countries, inertia of large country sometimes not allowed to make reforms very speedy. We were able to do this. Some countries were, including democratic reforms, were doing 100 years. We did in 5 or 10 years. Our preparation for European membership and reform process took only 10 years for us. And we made everything from scratch and changed from scratch. So I want to give a little bit optimism that no matter how difficult today looks like, no matter how militarily unsecure today in some regions we are feeling ourselves, but historically, smaller countries can be more creative, more flexible, having larger survival skills. And during this century, we survived to exist. We grown to the stage where we are heard and visible, and we can do it in future even more.
Thank you very much for the comments. Indeed, very constructive and provides a broader platform for small state behavior in underdeveloped and fractured regions. My next question is for Mr. Darsalia. When we look at Georgia, we see interesting level of success amidst external occupation. 20% roughly of Georgian territory is currently occupied, which is a situation currently, proportionally speaking, that Armenia is also undergoing, which is creating, of course, complexities that obstruct development and do not allow for interconnectivity and success. But Georgia has found a way to work through that while also trying to address that problem. how does Georgia envision cooperation and regional interconnectivity while itself dealing with this continuous security concern?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, let me use this opportunity and extend my appreciation to Armenia and Armenian colleagues for organizing this very important event and allowing us to gather here with these distinguished panelists and discuss the issues connected to the region generally. And thank you, Mr. Moderator, for important and very good question, which allows me to elaborate a few ideas about the regional cooperation. And our panel is called South Caucasus at the Crossroads. But maybe first component I want to talk is crossroads in South Caucasus. And this was also highlighted during the Prime Minister of Armenia's speech and of other colleagues. Historically, Georgia, as well as the whole region, is geographically located in a crossroads of the trade between East and West. And this becomes even more important today, especially in this changing context of the world politics and geopolitical context we have, especially after Russia's war of aggression when in Ukraine, when the so-called middle corridor, which in fact is a central corridor, became even more and more important for trade between East and West. And South Caucasus, Georgia, are located in the middle of this middle or central corridor. And this trade, Black Sea-Caspian Sea connectivity, the trade is important for Europe's energy security, for Europe's economical security, and this is one of the major factors which defines the geopolitical environment in South Caucasus. The other component is the regional cooperation. When we are talking, on the one hand, so when we are talking about this geographical location, historically and today, this was at the same time opportunity and challenge. On the one hand, this was blessing, inviting positive interest of different countries and regions for developing trade and connectivity, but it was also inviting the invaders as well. And this is the fact that Georgia is facing as well today. When we are talking about the regional cooperation, Georgia has the significant problem, of course, with the occupation of 20%, as you mentioned, as well, of its territory from the Russian Federation. On the other hand, we enjoy very good relations with our neighbors. Georgia for a long time now had the strategic partnership with Armenia and Azerbaijan. From this year, we upgraded our cooperation, as Minister also mentioned, to strategic partnership with Armenia as well, and this is important development for us. And it is important that when we are talking about regional cooperation, it is responsibility of all actors to manage to engage in this cooperation and manage the interests. We are with great interest watching the development in our region, and we have now with these policies of rapprochement between Armenia and Turkey, with the peace process which is going on, and we hope that it will be successful between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Georgia getting the European candidate status last year. We have new era in our region and new developments in our region, which opens doors for the regional cooperation. Georgia itself is committed to invest in the regional cooperation, and especially the key issue at the moment, of course, is Armenia's and Azerbaijan's relations. We are very much committed to have our role in this process, and I maybe want to highlight what Georgia is not offering. Georgia is not offering mediation. Georgia is not offering the parallel processes to the already existing processes. Georgia wants just to add to these efforts of other partners with offering the regional cooperation. We see that it's very difficult at the moment to have the positive agenda in bilateral setting. What Georgia is offering, trilateral setting, where maybe will be more opportunity more opportunities to develop the positive agenda which will help the bilateral cooperation. So when Georgia is offering Tbilisi as a venue of meeting, it is important to understand that Georgia is not offering replacing the or parallel tracks to the existing processes, but offering its the additional component which have to help the bilateral cooperation of our very good neighbors. And last but not least, I want to add to this that all these efforts we are, and this is economical, social, economical or geopolitical context of the regional cooperation, but when talking about values, it is also very important, and it always was a key policy of Georgia that, sorry using this term West, but in this part of the world we still use these terminologies of Cold War, but for Georgia it is important that West is duly present in all these processes in South Caucasus. Will Georgia's and as I said, this is choice of values. Will Georgia's choice to become the member of European and Euro-Atlantic area, this is first of all choice of values, and it is important for us that all these processes which is going and all this cooperation and coordination of our interests in the South Caucasus is also part of cooperation and cooperation of the region with the West. So maybe I'll stop here and leave the space to go into more deep into these issues, maybe through the questions after the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My next question is for Mr. Sheikh al-Islami. Iran has been playing a very important and constructive role in the South Caucasus with respect to attempting to maintain regional stability. For all the conflicts that we have seen in the region since the late 80s, early 90s, Iran has neither intervened into these conflicts nor has it sought to leverage itself accordingly. And this constructive role right now is becoming an important component in attempting to develop a level of stabilization with respect to Armenia and Azerbaijan. But in a broader sense, my question to you is, how does Iran envision concretely, how does it envision supporting regional stability? What is Iran's ultimate objective as far as making certain that conflict does not break out in the region again and that stability is maintained?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you all for listening to us, and I would like to avail the opportunity for extend my appreciation to the government of Armenia for inviting me, and also a delegation from Iran to participate in this very important conference. Let me take a more theoretical approach as an introduction to my discussion. As His Excellency the Prime Minister mentioned, the world is changing right now. And if you look to the megatrends in the world, security, political, economic, environmental, and also technological macro trends, you will come to the result that the world is changing. Nowadays, almost everybody, academics, politicians, the others, they agree that the world is changing. But there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes. In a very simple categorization, I would say there are three different approaches toward the change in international system. The first approach belongs to those who believe that the changes that are taking place are instrumental and functional in nature. By this, I mean, according to them, the world system is revising governance mechanisms to adapt to emerging threats, highly advanced new technologies, and cognitive transformations that at the societal level. The second approach considers changes at the level of quote-unquote global order, which means that with the emergence of new actors and failure of global projects of westernization and unilateralism, the world is moving towards a new order in which we will witness a multipolar or post-polar structure. The third group of analysts believe that the depth and intensity of the changes are even more and will include changes in international system itself. The change in international system, as you all know, is caused by fundamental changes in the philosophical foundation, values, the structure of system, the role of actors, and the distribution of capabilities among the main actors. Let me right now avail the opportunity and take your attention to what is going on in Gaza. It seems that it is a collapse of the values, Western values like human rights, the others, claims by many countries, killing of more than 40,000 people, most of them are children and women, in 9 months, and no action, nothing. It is quite surprising to me that here, when we are talking about peace and security and stability in the Caucasian, South Caucasian region, the esteemed guest from Luxembourg, your allies in the United States officially announced that they cannot verify these claims. Iran categorically rejects any claim with regard to selling any type of missiles or anything to Russia. And our position towards the Ukraine crisis is quite clear. Iran has never recognized the accession of Crimea to the Russia. Iran has officially announced its neutrality in the, Ukraine crisis. Of course, Iran and Russia are neighboring countries. They have had and do have different types of cooperations, including defense cooperation. All of you know about our official positions towards the Ukraine crisis, and I would not like to repeat it. In any case, seems that the philosophical foundation of international system right now are at risk. Okay, the three approaches depict the future of the world system differently, but they are the same on one very important point. Their idea regarding this point is the same, and that is the importance of regions in the future of the world. Regions, geographical regions are becoming more and more important and significant in shaping the future of the world system. Among them, of course, the South Caucasian region has held, holds, and will hold significant importance for several reasons. Some of them have been already told by my colleagues here in this panel. This region holds, let's say, a very special importance for my country due to several key factors. Iran shares deep civilizational, historical, and cultural connections with the region. This includes shared heritage and long-standing relationships with the countries of the region, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. From a geopolitical point of view, the region serves as a strategic connection point between other major powers. This region's stability directly impacts Iran's northern borders and its overall security. It is also very important for us to prevent any spillover of conflicts or instability into our territory. From a geo-economic angle, the South Caucasus is also important for my country in terms of energy and trade routes. It is a critical transit route for energy pipeline and trade corridors. Iran is interested in using the capacity of these routes to strengthen its connectivity with Europe and Eurasia, and in turn, it is ready to provide its transit infrastructure to expand connectivity inter alia with South Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, and the Persian Gulf. Just a very short account of my country's positions with regard to the situation in the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran, first of all, has, as already mentioned by the esteemed moderator, has always been a driving force for peace and security in the region. We fully support lasting peace and stability in South Caucasus, and in this regard, we welcome the peace negotiations between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan, and we underline the need to speed up the signing of the peace agreement. We are ready to help our neighbors to settle disputes between them at the earliest. We support the formation of a strong and united region within the framework of our neighborhood policy. We welcome the removal of blockages from the transportation routes in the region by emphasizing the need to respect the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and jurisdiction of the countries along the route, and the respect of the mutual interests of all countries in the region. Very importantly, we believe that the South Caucasus must not become a battleground for competition and swordplay of the external powers. In this context, it is important to firmly oppose any hidden agenda to destabilize the region and lay the groundwork for changing internationally recognized borders. The principal status in the Armenian Peace Crossroad Plan, that is territorial integrity, sovereignty, jurisdiction, and reciprocity, are emphasized and supported by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we think that all countries should adhere to these principles. The neighborhood policy is one of the main priorities of the foreign policy of President Pezeshkian's administration, the newly appointed president of my country. We attach a great value to friendly and brotherly relations with our neighbors. As a noble neighbor with historical and cultural ties, Armenia has a special place in the neighborhood policy of my country. There is a serious political will to develop relations with Armenia in all fields and dimensions. We are satisfied with the current level of relations, and at the same time, we are determined to use all the capacities available in order to deepen friendship, expand communications, and increase cooperation between the two countries. Let me emphasize that the borders of my country and the Republic of Armenia are the borders of peace, friendship, hope, and life, the borders of historical relations, people-to-people communications, and peaceful coexistence. By this, I conclude my remarks, and I would be at your service if any question, any comment raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite a little bit of controversy in my follow-up questions because as a professor I have to engage in lively discourse. So it's kind of warm things up here. Mr. Foreign Minister, I would like your honest opinion on the role of regional power actors with respect to the peace process that we talked about and whether they're playing a constructive or potentially concerning role. First, I'd like your assessment of Turkey's role, and second, the role of Russia in the Armenia-Azerbaijani peace process.
Well, thank you very much. This is quite an interesting question. Indeed, Russia, I know how many of us perceive Russia and its role, but I would like to state to us that Russia has already played a very constructive role. Russia is the country who succeeded to mediate and then signed a ceasefire after the war of 2020. And then Russia is the country who started the mediation process and who brought the two countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan, to the table of negotiations. This is a role that later was continued by the United States, the European Union, other countries and partners like France, Germany. I would like to remind that the most recent meeting between me and my Azerbaijani counterpart took place in Kazakhstan. So again, we are thankful to all those countries who have tried to bring positions of Armenia and Azerbaijan closer. But also we're not naive. We of course understand that all the countries, everybody in the world, they have their own interests, and these interests not necessarily always coincide with the interests of Republic of Armenia in our case, and I'm pretty much sure with the Republic of Azerbaijan the case is the same. Like this is a theoretical axiomatic truth, I think, but nevertheless, so not necessarily the interests and the vision of Russia and Republic of Armenia coincide. I would like to have my Russian counterpart here as well, sitting with us and participating in deliberation. By the way, I'm enjoying this momentum where we can hear the distinguished representatives of Luxembourg, Lithuania, and at the same time distinguished representative of Iran. This is all Yerevan dialogue about, so we should be listening to each other more, we should be taking into consideration each other's positions more, and as I said earlier today, this is the chance. If we have a chance, then the dialogue and the conversations are the only path. So coming back again to your question, in the same logic, I would like to have my distinguished colleague from Turkey participating in this deliberation as well. As well as I wish we have had signed this, we have this peace treaty signed, and I had the chance also to see my Azerbaijani colleague here. Turkey can, of course, understandably play a crucial role in this process of establishing peace and stability in South Caucasus. You most probably are aware that we have launched a dialogue with Turkey, and it's quite already a long time that we have this dialogue. There have been many small or larger steps that the two sides we implemented in terms of building more confidence among each other, but in between us. But also, as you are aware, we have agreed to establish diplomatic relations. We don't have any diplomatic relations with Turkey so far, and also open the borders between Armenia and Turkey. So I would say that we have very good understanding, and we have even shared vision of future of our relations, and also, as everywhere, we have some complications as well. You know that very often in Turkey they connect the Armenian-Turkish normalization with finalization of Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization. Well, I personally don't think this is the most efficient way of building relations. In contrary, if we have tangible progress and open borders with Turkey, then obviously this would have a very tangible and positive effect on Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization. Nevertheless, the process continues, and Russia and Turkey and Iran and all the other partners, Luxembourg and Lithuania, they all can have positive role in the process of normalization between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and bringing new era of peace to our region.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer. Less aggressive than anticipated, but nonetheless diplomatic. My question next is for Mr. Patel, and Madam President can join the conversation as well, because this is specific to the role of the European Union and their influence on the South Caucasus. The external actors aren't only Russia, Turkey, and Iran, or the more powerful actors in the region. The EU as a supranational entity is also an important source of influence in the region. Very recently, Ukraine and Georgia were given candidacy status, and Armenia has noted that it has European aspirations. And so clearly in the post-Soviet space, the European Union is becoming an important base of policy development and orientation. Now, in that context, how concerned, Mr. Patel, are you, or if you're not concerned, with developments in the region, specifically with countries that you have given, the EU has given candidacy status for? And if these processes do tend to slow down and not proceed as Europeans have anticipated, would that have a negative effect on Armenia's future trajectory?
First thing is, I have to tell you, I'm so happy to be in Yerevan and to hear from our Iranian colleagues. So there is not, and there will not be Iranian weapons used by the Russians against Ukraine. Just, I take note, and I really appreciate that statement, and I thank you. The second thing is, when we speak about dialogue, this is something I believe in dialogue, as I told you before. And I was one of the very few European leaders who had phone calls at the beginning of the war with President Putin and with President Zelensky on a weekly basis. I called one, I called the other, I called one, I called the other, I called the one, I called the other. As Arad said before, when I realized that there was no wish for dialogue from the Russian side, I gave up. Because you need a partner to have a dialogue. And then Bucha happened, and then for me it was not explainable to sit around the table with my European colleagues and on the other side still continue to discuss. But we will need a dialogue also with Russia. As I told you before, we won't change the neighbors. Russia will exist as a country, and there is no use to make peace conferences without Russia. If we want a peace conference, it will be a conference where Russia will be also around the table. When you ask me the European role, in fact, if you speak now about the Russia-Ukrainian war, I'm very honest with you. I believe that the only two ones who could bring peace in this country would be the Chinese and the American president. I'm sorry to be that frank. We see that all the others, we can have meetings and meetings and meetings, but if the Chinese president and the American president decides, because they are more linked to Ukraine and more to Russia, that there should be peace tomorrow, I think this could move on the things. But it's not on the agenda, it looks like today. When we speak also about the opportunities here, we have some momentums. We have in Baku soon the COP. If the Azeri government wants to prove that they believe in peace and they want to be pragmatic and they want to be constructive, it is the moment that before the COP29, this peace agreement should be signed. It's the interest of all. If not, I have to be very honest with you. If they refuse to sign before the COP, I don't know what could happen after the COP. And so I think it's the momentum where we as international community, and I speak as international community, because to be very honest about the war in Ukraine and Russia, and I don't want to be misunderstood as a European country, we had the Normandy format, Europe was absent. We had discussions with Russia, there was Turkey, there was the other countries, there is China, there is India today, but it's the fact that the European Union, because we have 27 countries with 27 rules who have been created during the honeymoon phase, and not during more difficult phase, we are not able to have common positions. So we are very strong economic weight, but politically, in foreign affairs, because we need the unanimity, we are not able to have very often strong common positions. And that's the reason why also we are not a heavyweight in regional aspects. So we take sanctions and sanctions and sanctions and sanctions, and we claim what is not going right. But I strongly believe in dialogue. I strongly believe that European Union, when we want to be stronger, it cannot be just with sanctions or money. It should be also with political weight and with supporting countries, and not just if you don't agree with us, you are bad and you'll be punished. The world is not black and white. And the Iranian colleague spoke also about the situation in Palestine and Israel. I really dislike the situation for the moment. And it's terrible. When you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic, and when you criticize Palestine, you support the genocide. So, and it's, believe me, the situation is, you cannot be in favor of Palestine or in favor of Israel. You have to be in favor of peace. And you have to be in favor of two-state solution. So we shouldn't see the world in a black or white position. There are situations where there is gray, and we should allow to have the dialogues possible, to have common positions, and especially peace. I repeat what I said before. The civil populations are the biggest victims of our not possibility to find agreements on the ground.
Thank you very much. If you were in American politics, the dynamics would be very different. Great rhetorical skills. Madam President, I would like your opinion with respect to Lithuania as a member of the European Union and how they qualify the whole process of the countries in the South Caucasus or in the post-Soviet space receiving candidacy and eventually potentially being on the European trajectory.
For us, it took about 10 years of self-understanding and then negotiations with European Union countries. But again, you cannot take everything in what happened in the past, because it is about also political window of opportunity. Europe was ready, we have been ready, and it happened. The same is here. You not only need to be prepared for peace, but also you need to have and see the window of opportunity and to seek to use this window opportunity. For me, for example, it was very, I would say, positive discovery about coming here and hearing that the border with Iran in this region is one of the most peaceful. Believe me, I didn't realize that it is the case. So, because we have, let's say, perception about some countries, some regions in a very different way. It depends in what arena the behavior is evaluated. So why I'm saying that, and also adding that really their life is more difficult, more colorful, but the window opportunity means also there is a lack of political leadership. Responsible political leadership, which is ready and capable to take personal risk. As politicians, especially in democratic societies, it's not easy, but it is always political risk of your political future if you have a strategic decision to make. But that's a sacrifice any political leader needs to take on. And even with the smaller countries in foreign policy in the European Union, but still we able to push larger ones to be more decisive. It's not easy. For us, smaller ones, it's a lot easier to criticize and be, let's say, courageous, because we are not risking for too much. But what we're capable to do, to push the button of consciousness of some other leaders who can and who should make a decision. And this is about European leadership. It is also about American leadership. So that's our goal of smaller countries, to be irritating, to be difficult, but because of that, to be heard and not to be ignored. That's more or less our function, which we try to use.
Thank you so much. And we will wrap up our panel because we are reaching the end of our time with final comments from Georgia. I want to give the Deputy Minister of Georgia an opportunity to respond with respect to what Georgia, Tbilisi views its future European aspirations. And then I would like some concrete comments on the future trajectory of Armenia-Georgia relations. Not sort of the general stuff that we could all anticipate, but concretely, what does Georgia consider to be in its strategic interest as it grows its relationship with Armenia?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part? I did not get. Last part of your question.
Last part is going forward in the deepening of Armenia-Georgia relations. What are the more important strategic interests of Georgia in growing this relationship?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, first part of your question, Georgia has two key red lines and two, I would say, key issues of its foreign policy as it exists as a modern country from 90s. And these two key issues are Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic integration and Georgia's territorial integrity. And while second is understandable for everyone why it is red line, I will concentrate on the first one. And first of all, this is not choice of Georgia just of welfare when talking about the European Union or about security when talking about NATO, but first of all, this is choice of values, and that's why it does not have alternative for Georgia. Of course, it's not secret that at the moment we don't have best time of our relation with our partners, but everyone in Georgia believes that it's just issue of time, and we will be able to come back to this normal stage of our relations. And as the question is not about this, I will not go more deep into that, but talking about Georgia and Armenia's strategic partnership, this was when the beginning of this year we signed the declaration of strategic partnership between our countries. This was a very important decision for Georgia, and key idea of this is that unfortunately during the last 3 decades, talking about South Caucasus as a political region was not true. South Caucasus was everything, geographical region, I don't know, some spot on a map, but not the politically united region. And this was allowing for manipulation inside of the region for different and unhealthy involvement of different powers, and first of all our northern neighbor. And key goal of Georgia is that through regional cooperation increase the resilience of South Caucasus to be in charge of its own fate and to limit this unhealthy influence from outside. And when we are talking, and part of this for Georgia is of course our strategic partnership with Armenia, and we believe that this will increase not twice but even more our capabilities to define our future ourselves, and as the spirit of this conference shows, in this future we all see, and especially these two countries see as part of Europe politically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This completes our panel. My deepest gratitude to all the panelists and for everybody attending. And while this was the first panel that kicked off the Yerevan Dialogue, we anticipate more lively conversations and discourse. And in essence, when we talk about alleviating fragmentation and enhancing cooperation, this dialogue, this event is a metaphor of what Armenia and the region can hold for the future. So thank you all for attending, and again, thank you for my panelists.
session in just a minute. Could I request all of you to settle down and take your seats, please? Plenary session is titled Geopolitics of Connectivity from Competition to Collaboration. Thank you so much for joining us post-lunch. We have an exciting discussion ahead of us. And may I now introduce the speakers and the moderator. We first have the moderator, Maria Titizian, who is the Editor-in-Chief, EVN Report, and lecturer at the American University of Armenia. Next, we have His Excellency Minister Rubin Rubinyan, Vice President, National Assembly, Armenia. We have His Excellency Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Hungary. We have His Excellency Lazar Gomanescu, Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Next, we have His Excellency Ali Bek Tirov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, His Excellency David Bertolotti, Deputy Secretary General, Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, France. And finally, we have His Excellency Mr. Sachin Pilot, who's member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and former Minister of State of Corporate Affairs and Communications and IT of India. And now over to you, Maria, to take us ahead with the proceedings.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be moderating the panel this afternoon, which is called Geopolitics of Connectivity from Competition to Collaboration. We've talked a lot this morning about global fragmentation and geopolitical divisions. And as they deepen globally, the need for robust, sustainable, and efficient connectivity routes has never been more critical. In response, countries across the world are realigning their economic strategies, seeking new ways to strengthen supply chains and foster collaboration amid rising tensions. And now, for those of us living in the South Caucasus, we understand that very well, very intimately. And the regions at the crossroads of Asia, Eurasia, and Europe are now at the forefront of this shift, and this includes the Gulf, the Mediterranean, and the South Caucasus. I'm going to be starting the conversation today with Ruben Rubinian. You are not only the Vice President of the National Assembly, but you are also Armenia's Special Envoy to normalization of Armenia-Turkey relations. So you understand the difficulty of negotiating with a partner with whom you have historical, political, geopolitical grievances. How do countries navigate these divisions, these geopolitical divisions, to create a way to connect economies, spur investment and growth? And what would this actually look like from your own experience?
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation to this panel, and I want to welcome our honorable guests. I think the simple answer to your question is basically written in the name of this panel, which is from competition to collaboration. It's as simple as that, as it may seem, but of course, if we dig deeper, it becomes more difficult. With regards to Turkey, of course, there are historical grievances on the societal level, and at least I can speak on the Armenian part. Of course, we have the history, and we remember the history, and we will always remember this history. But there is, I feel, a misconception in the outside world regarding Armenia-Turkey relations that this historic burden is the reason that Turkey and Armenia don't have normal relations or diplomatic relations or an open border. In reality, at least on the part of the Armenian government, the current Armenian government, all the governments before, since Armenia got its independence in 1991, history hasn't been part of our strategy when it comes to normalizing relations with Turkey. We have always been ready to have normalized relations with Turkey, an open border, diplomatic relations, and we still are ready for that. And if there is a political will from our Turkish neighbors, we can have a fully normalized relation tomorrow. When it comes to communications, it's not a secret that the South Caucasus is notorious for having closed borders, and it's true for Armenia, but not only. It's true for Azerbaijan as well, it's true for Georgia, it's true for Turkey, and so on. I think right now we have a historic chance to turn the South Caucasus from a geopolitical dead end into a crossroad of peace. And our position is that communications should not become hostages of geopolitical competition, but rather a means to change the negative dynamics and to build peace and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back with a follow-up question. I'd like now to move on to Foreign Minister Sijarto, if I pronounced that correctly. For some time, Armenia's and Hungary's relationship was somewhat difficult for reasons that we all know. These tensions subsided approximately a year ago with the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Moving forward, from Hungary's perspective, how can, for example, since Mr. Rubinian talked about Crossroads of Peace, how can an initiative like the Crossroads of Peace contribute to peace and economic development in the South Caucasus?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. For my friend Ararat, whom I'm going to meet a little bit later, I'm very happy to be here on this panel and happy to be back to Yerevan. You know, I'm representing a country which is located in Central Europe. And we in Central Europe had been losers for a 40-year-long period of the Cold War, when the world was divided into blocks. And we are also neighbors of Ukraine, a country which has been in war for the third consecutive year now, and we are faced with all the challenges which is posed by a war in the neighborhood. So if there is a country on earth which understands the importance of the initiatives type of view which you have mentioned, which aims at connectivity and economic cooperation instead of being at war, then Hungary is among those countries for sure. Because what we see now in the world is really alarming and concerning. What we see is that all the political movements are pointing towards the world being divided into blocks again. And unfortunately, the European Union, the presidency of which is being fulfilled by Hungary, is somewhat contributing to that. I've been in this position for 10 years now, so I have participated in almost all foreign ministers' meetings of the last 10 years in the European Union. Whenever we have discussed a situation, for example, in the Caucasus region, whenever we discussed any war or any armed conflict in the world, the position of the Europeans was that that given war, that given armed conflict, including the one in the Caucasian region, must be resolved through dialogue, through discussion, through diplomacy around the negotiating table, and not by weapons. And I regret a lot that this approach is now kind of being left in the past. So Hungary, based on our own national interest, obviously, we are against the world being divided into blocks again, and we are in favor of connectivity, and we are in favor of creating circumstances for a civilized East-to-West cooperation. And in this regard, the initiative you have mentioned is something that must be put into consideration very thoroughly. What I understand is the following. Although there are politicians who are bringing forward this, let's say, Cold War agenda and aiming at the world being divided into blocks again, on the territory of real, on the level of real life, on the level of common sense, this East-to-West cooperation is tighter than ever before. And let me give you two examples finally coming from Hungary. First, Hungary became the, and I bring these examples from economy. That's why I say that in the normal life, East-to-West cooperation is still going on, and that gives us a hope, I think, that such initiatives you have mentioned, aiming at connectivity, aiming at economic cooperation instead of war and armed conflicts, could be successful. First, Hungary became a meeting point of the Eastern and Western investors of Europe. Because what happened? We are one of the third countries in the world where the three German premium car makers are present. And we are the only country in the world where 5 of the top 10 Eastern battery manufacturers are present, among them the biggest Chinese. And guess what? Why the Chinese came to Hungary to invest, to build factories? Because the Germans are present, and because they are supplying the Germans. And this is not only that they build factories in the same country, it's not only that they build factories in the same city, they are building their factories next to each other, the Chinese and the German. And if there's such a tight cooperation on the field of economy in such a strategically important industry like electric automobile industry, between Chinese and Germans, between Koreans and Germans, then I think that there is still a path towards a civilized East to West cooperation. Last example. We are now building a nuclear power plant in Hungary. The main constructor is a Russian company called Rosatom. I think everybody knows it. We are criticized for that on a political level in Europe. But what happens? Rosatom is working together with major German, French, American, Austrian, and Swiss subcontractors in Hungary. So when I go to the site where the Russians are the main constructors building a nuclear power plant, I see German, French, Swiss, Austrian companies working on the ground, on the site. That shows to me that such political initiatives aiming at enforcing trans-regional East-to-West cooperation instead of wars can be successful because on the ground of real life, this is the reality, this is what is going on. So I think that the initiative is something that really deserves to be put into consideration thoroughly and discussed.
I will ask a follow-up question immediately because it's related. Mr. Foreign Minister, you talked about your own experience in Hungary. And here in the South Caucasus, we oftentimes talk about the importance of economic cooperation and opening up transport routes. And Armenia has been speaking in the language of peace since the war that we experienced. Now, the country that Hungary considers its closest friend in the South Caucasus is engaging in counterproductive behavior. In your view, how can Budapest mitigate this unproductive behavior?
Once again, I want to underline that we do believe that politics is a job based on experience. And the experience is that wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table. Therefore, I think here in the Caucasian region, we could be instrumental, and I hope it's not an exaggeration. Why? Because we are in a position that we can talk to both parties of this conflict on both occasions based on mutual respect. We have just renewed the diplomatic connections with Armenia like 2 years back. What happened since then? We have broken the record of trade last year ever. We have launched the direct air connection between the two countries in July. We have been hosting altogether 1,000 children of displaced families in Hungary on summer vacation. We have just allocated an additional 800,000 euros to give support to the Armenian Christian Church, to give this support to the families who are in need. We are about to start a cooperation on the field of energy and setting up the Joint Economic Commission to move forward with the economic cooperation. We are opening our embassy here. Armenia is opening its embassy in Budapest. In the meantime, we are having a strategic cooperation with Azerbaijan, having a strategic cooperation on the field of energy, oil and gas as well, up to mutual ownership in important infrastructure. That puts us in a position that we can help the procedure to finalize the peace agreement between the two countries. In my last talks with both parties, it was an option that Budapest could also serve as a venue to sign the agreement of peace. Signing an agreement about peace in a peace-loving capital of a peace-loving country, of peace-loving people. I think this is the instrumental help we can give there. It was at the end of 2021, just after Christmas, when we have contributed for 5 prisoners of war of Armenia to be released by Azerbaijan and brought back to Yerevan. That's what we have organized already. We have very tight cooperation with the Christian church here, and I do believe that here we could be instrumental in helping the peace agreement to come to a reality, giving back the right to millions of people here in the Caucasian region, including Armenia, to get back their right to have a safe and peaceful life in their own homes.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister. Mr. Komaneshku, you are the Secretary General of BSEC. It's a large organization, representing almost 350 million people, covering territory of 20 million square kilometers, and also a region that has had its share of conflict. Again, I want to come back to this initial question. In your experience, how can countries overcome these geopolitical divisions to create connectivity routes, to connect economies for the prosperity of the people themselves? So like concrete examples, if you can, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question. But before trying to answer to that, allow me first to express my thanks to my friend and Foreign Minister of Armenia, Ararat Mirzoyan, for having invited me to participate in this forum, and particularly grateful for the fact that I was allocated as member of a panel with such distinguished participants. And point number one. Point number two, I would also like to underline the relevance of this forum and the fact that both the timing and the topic are quite well chosen. And perhaps I may be subjective a little bit, but what I have in mind is that this forum takes place during the period when Armenia is holding the chairmanship in office of the organization which I had the honor to represent. And associating this with the topics chosen for the forum, including connectivity, makes me thank the Armenian side for organizing this forum in this period, which means raising the relevance and the assertiveness of the organization. And all the more so I am happy to be here in this panel, as topics related to connectivity have a lot to do with the activity of my organization. Be it connectivity in transport, be it connectivity in energy, be it connectivity, very important I would say, connectivity of minds, because it has a lot to do with understanding and making progress towards cooperation. So I feel that I could elaborate a little bit about what my organization is doing. But before that, getting inspired by the title of this panel, which is from geopolitics of connectivity, from cooperation to collaboration. That brings me to make, and I hope you'll allow me, 2 or 3 very brief remarks. I think that everybody agrees with the fact that competition has, through history, been an engine for growth, when that was a fair competition. When competition is used as an instrument for domination of control, it doesn't work. And you have to say that if we look into the history of the Black Sea region, we've been witnessing situations when this region has been, let's say, area of competition. And I'm afraid from time to time, even nowadays, we may see this type of things. On the contrary, this region is also an example, a good example, that when the competition was fair, mutual understanding prevailed, much has been done. And the fact itself that this organization has been there for 32 years speaks by itself in this respect. This is my first remark. Second remark, still related to globalization, competition, and cooperation. Okay, we have seen especially since pandemics, also in the context of the war in Ukraine. We've seen a drive towards diminishing dependencies, getting independency, getting resilience, and so on and so on. I would say that that is a little bit contrary to the globalization. Globalization, we want it or not, of course, it changed a lot as framework. But globalization will continue to be there for good. We have to look to adapt to the new developments, including digitalization of society and so on. And if that's the case, we have to admit that interdependencies will continue and even will grow, of course, influenced by the new developments. This is why, in my opinion, when talking about resilience, instead of, how to say, seeking autonomous resilience, we may perhaps look more to the necessity of building resilient interdependencies. And my third comment deriving therefrom is that, and now coming closer to the area of connectivity. We've seen in the recent past 10 years or so, series of initiatives aimed at providing for transport, connectivity, and so on. But some of them, at least, I see them having been developed not necessarily starting from the idea of mutual complementarity and mutual reinforcing, more or less a kind of a competition as well. But happily, we see now that there is a kind of a change in this respect. And I see that when it comes to, for example, initiatives or projects like the BRI, Middle Corridor, now people initially, if I will remember, I may be mistaken, but I hope not. But I do remember when talk was about the Middle Corridor, at a certain moment, there was a kind of reluctance from some countries, including from the European Union. Now I see that, and this is a very good development. I see an increased awareness about the fact how important it is to seek connectivity through complementarity, through mutual reinforcing. So these were the few comments which I wanted to make in this respect. And now, very briefly on BISEC. We've been trying to work to develop connectivity, to help developing connectivity in the region. Because if we talk about BRI, if we talk about Global Gateway, or India, Middle East, Europe corridor, or something like this, we will see that you cannot avoid the Black Sea region. And here comes the importance of the Black Sea region as a real bridge between Asia and Europe. And from this perspective, a series of significant projects have been launched here. I'm referring to, for example, to the Black Sea Highway Ring, or the motorways of the sea. Of course, advancement has not been that much on the physically speaking, but we have developed within this organization already, kind of, let's say, pre-feasibility development of these projects. And hopefully, when the atmosphere of peace and cooperation will come back in this region, this project may advance. Another aspect which we are looking at with particular attention is about how to develop connectivity and alternative routes of supply and transport, to keep in mind the importance of being environmentally friendly. And from this perspective, I would like to really welcome the fact that a very interesting project, and I hope will become a kind of a source of inspiration, has been developed by Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary. I am referring to the green energy cable, which is being now projected and I hope will become a reality as soon as possible. One other aspect which I wanted to highlight is that the fact that it is extremely important when seeking alternatives for connectivity to pay particular attention to initiatives coming from the region itself, from the countries in this region. And here we've been listening in the morning to the Prime Minister of Armenia. I think that projects like the Crossroad of Peace and others coming from this region can contribute, and the Black Sea Economic Organization is there to help in promoting this type of projects. And finally, coming back to what I mentioned at the beginning, talking about connectivity, of course, physical connectivity, infrastructure, transport, energy, and so on is quintessential. But equally important is connectivity of minds. And here this organization has been trying to bring, albeit a modest contribution. This is why we avail, although we are an organization for economic cooperation, we avail of a working group on culture, which is aimed exactly at developing human contacts and through their better understanding and through their increasing mutual confidence and prospects for cooperation and peace. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaking about alternative routes of supply and connectivity, landlocked countries face unique challenges. In Armenia, we are not only a landlocked country, but 2 of our 4 borders are closed, and this presents extremely unique challenges. Mr. Kwandirov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, how do you think landlocked, or do you think landlocked countries have a new role as pivotal hubs in the emerging era of land-based connectivity, and how has Kazakhstan addressed this?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, distinguished guests, distinguished participants. It's a pleasure to participate at such a relevant panel, and thank you for your question. You mentioned very correctly that we are in this region, we are all landlocked country, and especially Central Asia, so we should not just act just on ourselves, but to be a group, an integral group of trading partners, of investment partners, and not only partnering with the bordering countries, but also with countries who are a bit further away, like Armenia. And while developing the Caspian corridor, which is also the part, it also lies along the Belt and Road Initiative. Also, we are working on the Global Gateway Platform Program. We're also working on North-South Corridor. So not only Central Asian countries, but also Iran. This is the main route from China to Europe. We should develop it, and so it is a matter of focus at the moment for Kazakhstan and for other countries, and we would like also to see Armenia as with its own initiative, Crossroads of Peace. So of course, on the condition when there is a mutually agreed settlement of all the unblocking of all the communication and routes. So I think it will be beneficial for all participants along the route, including Kazakhstan and Armenia. And we are very much interested in peace and in resolving all the issues, either it be infrastructure, investment, trades, also cultural exchanges. Just recently, a representative business delegation from Armenia visited Kazakhstan, visited actually the east of Kazakhstan, where the Khorgos Eastern Gate, so to say, special economic zone is situated. When the door opens from Chinese goods to Europe, and they expressed their interest in developing the infrastructure in the country, because it's also in the interests of Armenia, and Armenia is working, Armenian businessmen are working very actively currently, connecting Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran with its supplies to move goods. And so what I also wanted to mention is that, as Mr. Siarto mentioned, so Hungary is also putting its efforts to peace negotiations. Kazakhstan, on the initiation of our president, provided good offices platform in Almaty for meeting of MFA leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan. So we are looking very positively at peace negotiations, and since it will directly affect economy, social ties, infrastructure, trade, and just to mention that we in Kazakhstan have a big diaspora of Armenians who are also helping us develop these projects, and I hope that, take into account, into consideration these diasporal ties, the connections will be even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move now to Mr. Bertolotti. France and Armenia have very, very warm relations with one another, and I want to ask sort of the European perspective from you. What role do you think the EU can play in concrete terms to make the Crossroads of Peace initiative a regional reality?
Thank you very much for the question, and first of all allow me to express also my appreciation to our Armenian and Indian co-hosts for putting together this event. And as you said, as a representative of a country that is a close friend to Armenia, I'm particularly pleased to be here and to be discussing an item that is so important for building peace in the South Caucasus. There's sometimes the question whether connectivity is a condition, or let's say an enabler, or a result of peace. And in a way, it's probably a bit of both. Definitely, connectivity must serve peace, but it's also a matter of sovereignty for a country. And I think when President Macron outlined a year ago in Astana that stronger connectivity between Europe and Central Asia is a strategic objective for France and for Europe, he also underscored that this requires lasting peace and stability in the region. And in this respect, of course, we give our full support to the conclusion of a peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan as soon as possible, and we welcome the recent progress on border delimitation. I think one of our messages in this respect is that connectivity should not be weaponized. What do I mean by that? I mean that it can't be a way to pressure a country into, say, opening extraterritorial corridors or imposing the presence of foreign forces on another territory. And so that's why in particular we like very much the approach of corridors for peace, which His Excellency the Prime Minister again described earlier this morning. Regional connectivity, to be truly beneficial, has to be based on the full respect of a country's sovereignty and jurisdiction, also on principles of equality and reciprocity. And of course, this implies the reopening of all borders as well. Now, you asked what specifically we are doing about this. We're active both at the bilateral and the European level. At the bilateral level, we are actually quite actively engaged in supporting various projects here in Armenia, but also I'd stress that regionally. I mean, to give you an example, here we will soon second a technical expert. We have many, but we'll have one dedicated to connectivity issues with the Armenian government. And at the regional level, we also have people helping with French expertise in the railway sector in Georgia, or in digital connectivity in Kazakhstan. At the EU level, of course, the Global Gateway Initiative is the flagship project, and there's actually quite a sizable amount of money that is available in terms of investment over the 2021-2027 period for Armenia, about 2.6 billion euros potentially. There has already been engagement in the Global Gateway Initiative, in particular with an investors forum in Brussels earlier this year. And one final element that I could mention to exemplify what I'm saying is, also in terms of people-to-people connectivity, because that's very important, and allow me to welcome and praise the official opening just yesterday, actually, of the dialogue on visa liberalization between the EU and Armenia. Because again, it's an important part of the relationship, and it will be underpinned by some structural reforms that are particularly important for connectivity and hence for peace and stability.
Thank you very much. And finally, our final speaker, Mr. Pilot. I was doing some research and microphone off. You were the youngest member of parliament at 26, so you have a lot of years of experience already. India is becoming a very productive player in the region, and perhaps the most important is the India-Middle East-Europe corridor. We speak about corridors a lot in our region. How do you envision this corridor contributing to the strengthening of connectivity in the greater region?
Well, thank you, Marian. Thank you for reminding me how old I am. And I want to thank, first of all, the hosts for having us all here. I was last in Armenia about 14 years ago. And I have to say, much has changed since I was here last. And the fact that this dialogue, being the first in its inception, has got so many of us here today, tells you two things. One, that the agenda of the dialogue is where everyone is bought into, and the place is hospitable, and people regard Yerevan and Armenia and the people of Armenia in very good light. And that's why all of us are here. I heard my fellow panelists give their views on the same issue. I just want to take a minute to sort of redefine what I think is important. We talk about connectivity, talked about competition in the session. Now, connectivity traditionally has meant trading routes, sea routes, air routes, rail, road networks. But now connectivity has a different meaning to it. Now it has to do with pipelines, gas, oil, and the new currency in the world, data. So underground sea cables, underwater cable, fiber optics, those are all part of the global connectivity. And I think it's important in every region to view this in a holistic fashion. The initiative that we're talking about is something that I personally welcome. I think it's a good initiative, but it must be done transparently. It must be done, like my friend from France has said, with respecting the sovereignty, the integrity of the host country. I think it's very important to have buy-in from the host country when you talk about connecting regions or countries through continents. Coming from India, I think Marie was talking about the new G20 proposal of connecting Europe through Middle East to India. One has to think about how a country can de-risk its logistics. We've seen great turbulence in the recent past, what's happening with the war in Russia, Ukraine, with Israel, Palestine, with COVID that gutted almost everything that we know. It has changed the entire paradigm of how we think of connectivity and supply chain and what we must do to de-risk. India, for example, we import 83% of all our energy needs. Now, when you import from parts of the world that are not so stable, you have to got to think of alternative routes. And I think it's important for us to understand it's not just efficiencies and cost cutting when you talk about connectivity. It's also about giving countries like Armenia, which are landlocked, an equal opportunity to be able to unlock the potential they have because of their geographic location. We talk about clean energy, for example, how the world is now pushing for clean energy. For us, India, for example, for us to move from fossil-based energy to a clean energy, the transition requires many things, including batteries, for example. 70% of the cobalt in the world comes from Congo. Now, unless we have efficient routes and linkages to countries like Congo, I think the transition materials such as copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, the entire market today is about $340 billion. By 2040, the market for these minerals will become $750 billion. Now, for all this to happen, we've got to have efficient linkages. The Crossroad for Peace, for example, I was watching the details of it when the Prime Minister was making his comments. It's something that will come to fruition at some point. My only advice, standing as an outsider observing this, is that it's better to seize the opportunity when it presents itself, as opposed to waiting for the ultimate outcome, which will come but much later on, and time will have passed. Nothing will bring back what has already happened. But for the future generations, it's better to forget the past, learn from those mistakes, and then act in a practical fashion, which is mutually beneficial for everybody. We were just mentioning before we started talking about how the trade routes can be much more realigned. For us in India, it's obviously better to have alternate routes. The Suez Canal cannot serve for all times to come. So we must have connectivity through this part of the world onwards to Europe. The neighborhood, of course, is something someone once said in the earlier panel, is that you don't choose our neighbors. But some of the countries in this part of the world were not neighbors. They were one country. So choices have to be made. It's best to learn to live with the choices we already they have been made for us. But I'm of the opinion that competition itself in this discussion has a very negative connotation, and that should not be. A healthy competition, a rules-based competition, a transparent competition is healthy for the economy and for global trade. I won't take names, but there are entities in the countries in the world that are forcing some nations to fall into what I call a debt trap. In the name of infrastructure, you give out money that may never be fruitful, and the asset creation doesn't take place, and nations fall into this debt trap. That's avoidable. So if the competition is healthy, it's progressive, it's forward-looking, it's rules-based, everybody will appreciate that. In the end, I just feel that this initiative, if it comes to fruition, will show that Armenia and Azerbaijan have put their differences of the past behind them. It'll give Iran and Turkey an opportunity to show their diplomatic skills and how they can bring people together. It will certainly give Russia a good opportunity to show that its allies and friends can work together. And it will be beneficial for Europe to have a new trade route towards Asia and into India.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rubinian, I'm going to come with a follow-up question for you because you spoke briefly, and then because our time is running out, I will ask just for final comments from the rest of the panelists. This morning, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan gave a pretty in-depth presentation of the Crossroads of Peace, and he showed the transportation routes, the railroads, the roadways. And, you know, I tried to ask the question to the Foreign Minister of Hungary as well about the partnership that we have to develop with Azerbaijan if we want this to be a reality. Otherwise, it looks lovely on paper, but it can be a very naive approach, because if you don't have a partner who agrees with you or who sees the same vision for peace with you, how do you mitigate that? How do you move beyond that? I understand, and it's very commendable that Armenia's government is speaking in the language of peace, but what are the concrete actions that need to take place in order for that dialogue, because it's called Yerevan Dialogue, with Azerbaijan to take place, and also taking into consideration the other regional players.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say a couple of words about the Crossroads of Peace project. It's a very simple concept, and it's based on basic principles of international law and on basic logic. We are ready to have unblocked communications, roads, railroads, cables, and everything else, you name it, based on the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of parties, in this case Armenia and Azerbaijan and all countries surrounding them, based on exercising jurisdiction of respective parties. I think it's very logical that a country would have the right to and would like to exercise its jurisdiction on its territory and have its territorial integrity respected, and based on the principles of equality and reciprocity. Again, it would be very logical that if a country uses the territory of the neighboring country to transport goods and people, the other party would expect the same rules and the same preferences for itself. And this is, I can't imagine anyone arguing against this, and there can be only one explanation for anyone to argue against these very basic, just and logical principles. The only case is when this person or his state is not interested in building architecture of peace, but is interested in building an architecture of conflict. And unfortunately, if we look at the positions of Azerbaijan, you can clearly see that they are directed at creating a new architecture of conflict, because you can even see that in the namings or the headlines of the projects. From our side, it's Crossroads of Peace. We want the Caucasus to be this big crossroad of peace. By the way, not only Armenia, we want the whole Caucasus to be a crossroads of peace, because without our neighbors it's impossible, and it's understandable. But unfortunately, from the Azerbaijani side, they have decided that they can name a road on a territory of Armenia, which is disrespectful and illogical. They have decided that they should put forward conditions on how transport routes should operate on the territory of Armenia, and their position is that if this doesn't happen, they will keep blockading Armenia. So you can see that all their positions are aimed at creating a new architecture of conflict at times where there is a truly historic opportunity to create an architecture of peace. And by the way, regarding security, Azerbaijan, as it is known, and those who support Azerbaijan voice about the necessity of third parties guaranteeing security of overconnectivity, but I think that's again illogical, because if we want peace, well, and at least Armenia does want peace, that means that the people should interact. That means that an Armenian passing through the territory of Azerbaijan should feel safe, and it's Azerbaijan's responsibility to guarantee the safety of the Armenian passing through the territory of Azerbaijan, and vice versa. The whole notion that an Azerbaijani passing through Armenia's territory shouldn't meet Armenians on its way is again in the logic of conflict, not in the logic of peace. Coming back to your question, what action is needed for peace to happen? Again, the answer is very, very simple. If the Azerbaijani leadership decides that they want peace, peace is possible literally tomorrow. Literally tomorrow. If they have or create political will to have peace, we will have open communications tomorrow based on the principles I just talked about. If they want peace, we can sign the peace treaty tomorrow because as it has been talked about, Armenia has sent the last edition of the draft peace treaty to the Azerbaijani side, which includes all the paragraphs which have already been agreed, and those parts which have not been agreed on have been eliminated, but we think that these paragraphs which are agreed are already a sound basis for a peace treaty, and all the questions that have been left out can be discussed in the future. So political will needs to rise among the leadership of Azerbaijan, and peace is more than possible tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Just if I could ask 2 minutes each, please. I know it's very short, but unfortunately it's a large panel and we are already running out of time. And reflecting on the reality that in the 21st century to have closed borders doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the governments, for the civilians, for the region, or for the world. What steps can we take as a global community, having a global conversation, if you will, to make sure that those closed borders no longer exist? And aside from political will, yes, it's political will, but what is the role of world powers? What is the role of other countries in ensuring that we dismantle those closed borders? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was born in a city which was then divided by global history, and the two sides of the city with the river Danube in between found themselves in two different countries, Hungary and Czechoslovakia, then Hungary and Slovakia. And since part of the family remained on the other side, I remember those long hours from my childhood, which we were lining up on a bridge under very severe weather circumstances, waiting for hours just to be allowed by the border guards of another country to enter the other country to visit relatives and family members. And those who have not done so cannot even imagine the significance and importance of friendly, peaceful cooperation, mutual respect in international politics, instead of constant stigmatization, lecturing, and educating each other. I think if we really want to come to a global system where the cooperation is being placed on the first point of the agenda, instead of wars and instead of conflicts, then we have to bring back international politics to the basis of mutual respect. Currently, mutual respect is missing from international politics. Whoever is speaking out of the mainstream is being immediately stigmatized, being either the spies of the Russians, either Putin or Trump or whatever. If there is not a willingness of the stakeholders of international politics to enter into negotiations with each other, if we are not ready to open our minds to understand the others, to listen to each other, then we will come to a stage where the concept of war will outnumber the concept of peaceful cooperation, and then we will find closed borders again. So maybe if we have to use two words, an expression, which is the way forward, then I would say mutual respect.
Still on this idea about how to facilitate or to hopefully come to facilitating or eliminating these difficulties at border crossing. And here, if you allow me, I may come up with something which is closer to the economy and where the organization, the basic organization, has been trying to help. Well, it's a limited initiative and project which we've been developing, but nevertheless it speaks by itself. It's the so-called BISEC permit system, which allows for the transport of goods on trucks based upon uniformization of the documentation to facilitate the crossing the borders, eliminating long lines, long time spent there by the poor drivers, not to speak about their living conditions there. This is one example. And I think that that kind of projects could become, don't take me as like modesty or my organization, could become a kind of, let's say, source of inspiration. Similarly, we've developed the so-called trade facility strategy, which is closely linked to this, facilitating cross borders. And this project is practically finalized, and I do take the advantage of being here, and as I mentioned, being under the chairmanship in office of the the Republic of Armenia. We hope that during this chairmanship in office, this state facility strategy would be formally adopted by the member states of the BISEC. Thank you.
You know, we still have so many conflicts, territorial conflicts or trade wars, economic clashes, though we are living in the 21st century, and I think we should seriously think of how to get rid of these issues, either it be political or economic. When I was doing my Master of Applied Economics in the United States, I was doing a research on how protectionism, trade protectionism, what kind of advantages or disadvantages it brings to countries who are conducting these protectionism measures or non-tariff barriers. So we saw that it's a prisoner's dilemma. Nobody wins. There might be some, some instant advantages for one or two countries, but in general, in the long run, there is no way there will be, an internal protectionism, or there will be, only a win situation for that particular country. No win. So a win-win is when everybody's involved. And today, the topic of our meeting is Yerevan dialogue. I think everything should be done through the dialogue. This is the only way how to make a progress, because we are living in a different generation now with the new technology, digital technologies, and so I think every conflict should be settled in this way, only peacefully. Thank you.
Well, Maria, you asked about the closed borders and what we can do about it. Actually, borders are not closed by accident, and of course, it's not a geographical, constraint. Not in the 21st century. Not anymore. So it's a political symptom, and it's a symptom of what I called earlier the weaponization of connectivity. It's a way to try and exercise pressure, and in response to that, I think that we must be very firm on principles, on the principles of sovereignty, equality, full jurisdiction. And I was actually quite pleased that I heard a lot of my colleagues and co-panelists in the past hour use the very same terms and the very same principles. And so we have to be very, very firm on those values and be strong partners with countries like Armenia that stand for those values and principles, even when it's very, very difficult, and maybe others would like you to do more reckless things. You must stand firm on principles, knowing that you can count on strong partners to support you and to sustain those principles with you. This is certainly something that is very dear to France's heart and to all the French authorities, and this is the kind of support that we want to continue to provide to Armenia over the long run.
Now, Maria, since I have the last word, sort of a lighter note. You see, you were talking about closed borders, etc., and we must learn from the past. We've had 2 world wars, and both, don't mind me saying this, but were caused because of Europe. And today, Europe has a common currency, it has open borders, common visa, and they've moved on. So we in Asia, South Asia, or Caucasus must learn from what has happened. But whatever has to happen in this particular region, I think can only happen if every country feels it's in their self-interest to do it. Nobody will do it on advice or on other person's interest. Every country must feel it's in their best interest to loosen or open border controls and for trade and migration and people's flow to happen. And that can only happen with sound advice, with discussions, dialogues, negotiations, and a little bit of nudging from any of us who can do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, our time is up. Thank you to the esteemed panelists for your very interesting and constructive comments, and thank you for listening.
Back here at 3:30 p.m. for the next panel, A Global Order in Churn, Seeking Solutions.
Global order in churn, seeking solutions. As you can see, we have our fantastic panelist and moderator already on stage. May I introduce the moderator, Ms. Natalie Tocci, who's director at the Istituto Affari Internazionali, Italy. Thank you. And we have our panelist. We have His Excellency Zorab Manasakanian, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. We have Her Excellency Suzy Carla Barbosa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs from Guinea-Bissau. We have His Excellency Mr. Manish Tiwari, who is Member of Parliament and former Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting from India. We have His Excellency Zoran Dimitrovsky, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade from North Macedonia. We have Mr. Zbigniew Pisarski, founder and president of the Casimir Foundation. We have Mr. Ali Aslan, international TV presenter and journalist from Germany. And over to you, Natalie.
Hello?
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Here it's working.
1, 2, 3.
It has to do with me. Now it works. So, ladies and gentlemen, our global order is in churn. Global order, global disorder, we will now find out. But let me perhaps start off, as an Italian, by giving you Antonio Gramscian definition of what this churn is about. The old is dying, the new is yet to be born, and in what is in between the old and the new is the time of monsters. Now, that may be a Gramscian definition. It may also be perhaps a slightly European view, and I'm sure that we're going to be hearing different takes on what this churn is about, not all of which are necessarily that pessimistic, but I think there are at least 3 sets of issues which really point to this churn, which I think may be interesting to take and perhaps elaborate a little bit in the course of this discussion. The first is the idea that this global churn has to do, and I think this has already come up in discussions, with a global shift in power which is giving rise to global rivalries. And it is very clear that there are a number of conflicts, tensions, or wars that are very much the product of these global rivalries. One only needs to think of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or one can think about the growing tensions in East Asia, over the South China Sea, over Taiwan, to really highlight the fact that many of these monsters that we're talking about have to do with global rivalries. I think a second set of issues is really the conflicts, tensions, or problems, or perhaps not, that are the result, and this is of course related to the first point that I'm making, but the end of what we could define as Pax Americana, right? Now, on the one hand, there is a relative retreat of the United States, which in and of itself does not necessarily have to be a bad thing. The problem becomes when no one really steps in the void instead. And I think if one thinks about the situation, for example, in the Middle East, in different corners of Africa, it is clear that essentially what we're seeing is a world in which no one is really in charge, right? I mean, there is a global power that is no longer playing the role that it once did, but no one else is really taking much of a responsibility. And then I think a third set of issues really has to do with, on the one hand, this fraying multilateral order, which makes it increasingly difficult to reach common solutions to what are, by definition, transnational problems, whether this is climate change, whether this is the challenges that emerge from technology, of course, pandemics, food security, etc. So there are, I think, at least these three sets of monsters, which I think would be important to discuss over the course of the next hour, and to do so looking at it from perhaps the different vantage point of the people represented on this panel. Essentially, we have representatives that are from big countries, medium countries, and small countries, representatives from different geographies, but also both official and unofficial speakers. So I think there's a sort of fantastic mix. We don't have a lot of time, and what I really wanted to do is make sure that we have a bit of a discussion, but perhaps for the first time actually have a discussion with all of you. So without further ado, let me perhaps start off with Zorab, with you, asking you, on the one hand, how you would describe this churn, and perhaps describing this churn by looking at the nexus between, on the one hand, the churn within your country and region, and how the regional churn, in a sense, in Armenia and the Caucasus, interlocks with this broader global churn that we're talking about. Zorab.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Well, first of all, I just want to commend and congratulate the Foreign Minister of Armenia and the partnership they've built with our Indian friends to launch this first Yerevan dialogue, and I very much hope and wish that it has a good continuation in the future. Now, going back to what we're trying to figure out now about the world, I think one indispensable and unavoidable unfortunate condition in policy planning and in policy formulation is conjecture and fluidity. Not everything is known or available to policy planners, and the uncertainties are always present. There seems to be a consensus about the kind of world we live in. You have already, framed it. Even the United Nations Secretary General, usually an optimist, was not so much an optimist in his latest report last year. We all seem to agree that we all go through a time of transition, and we live in a fractured and fragmented world. We are in perhaps a prolonged period of transition from one thing to another. One thing we more or less agree, the other thing I don't really feel there is a overwhelming agreement on where we're moving. The overwhelming view is that the multipolar world is awaiting us. There are still others who would argue that given the significant concentration of power in the hands of the United States, we are in a partial unipolar world. The others would rather say that in light of the rising power in China, we are in a bipolar world. Whichever world we're moving, the key word here is polar And the pole, someone today mentioned the aspiration towards a post-polar world. I think that's an idea that requires some more thinking. But whichever world is a polar world, which implies poles, which implies centers of gravity, which implies big states, those who have a significantly large share of power in the distribution of power, and also, in fact, capacity to deliver global goods or global threats. In that configuration, the multiple, this is not something I think that is happening, that we, the humanity, are facing for the first time. The presence of big states perhaps is part of the human history, unavoidable part. And those big states with their centers of gravity, they create their circles to maximize sustained power. And circles may come in collisions, as, again, history has given too much context to us. And those collision points are the fault lines. And the fault lines are the most terrifying thing for those who are in the periphery, the small states, the small vulnerable states, even more vulnerable. The medium-sized states are not also immune from these collisions. So that's, I think, is what concerns us most as a small state, because again, the historical context gives us significant number, a list of examples when we're all we're all victims of the definition of global security. What is global security? The one defined by the big states is the state, a condition in the world where the big powers are not colliding, are not in a major military confrontation, right? Is it a condition good enough for the smaller states? Because to sustain such global stability, small states often run the risks of becoming bargaining chips, becoming small change in big transactions of the bigger powers to sustain global security. This is where, I think the concerns are. From the specific angle of Armenia, I think we have two levels of transition. The first level is the global one, and we're not immune from that. The second one is also the reality of the region. This is a region which has three actual participants: Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, members of the region, and three regional powers: Russia, Turkey, and Iran, who are in historical competition for influence, for power projection in this region. And I think that is also in transition in this region. So we are facing here, I think we are facing this dual risk, dual challenge of transition, which amplifies the risks and amplifies the needs for stronger capacities for resilience and survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Zorab. And perhaps, Susie, turning to you, if you could reflect on some of these points that Zorab was making, but as they apply to your country and region. In particular, I think he was making very powerful points on the one hand of the very contradictory state of the churn, right? I mean, there's uni, bi, multi, non-polar, all at once, basically. This tension between the big and the small in this, which obviously exists by definition, but in this particular context, but also this notion of the double transition, right? Because even in an African context, there is an intra-African transition which is playing out within this broader global trend. Susie.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the organization for inviting me and also by congratulating them for this high-level dialogue. Concerning Africa, concerning Guinea-Bissau, my country, which is part of the ECOWAS, I would say that we are also being part of this revolution, of this new formation of the global area. Let me tell you that the world has changed, I think everybody has realized, but it has changed more after COVID-19, after the crisis, Russia, Ukraine. And for us, even though we are far, you would say, it doesn't affect you much, but it does. We have realized how dependent we were of the relations we had with Europe or with the Western countries. And this made us, as small countries, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, start trying to find new solutions by taking part in different international organizations, betting in multilateralism as a way of defense. In some of our countries, I may say Sierra Leone, even Nigeria, which is the biggest country in our sub-region, we started feeling the impacts of this war. A war that's so far from us in another continent, but we are living daily the effects because the prices have increased so much. The population came to the street claiming and making manifestations against the huge prices that we were paying because of these changes in Europe. So the decision was, we are small countries, yes. I'm not speaking, of course, of Nigeria, which is a giant in Africa, but small countries, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, and other countries from our sub-region started to say, we have to bet in multilateralism in order to defend our ideas. And this is what we're doing now. We are members of different regional organizations, of multilateral organizations, in order to defend our interests and our ideas. One of the main targets we have is to take part of the Security Council, because it's not fair in the world we live with countries like Nigeria or Kenya that are really having a really high technology transformation, very important impact, even in the world's economy. We are not part of the Security Council till today. Why? So this is part of the fight we're doing to make this new global order happen, because we do have to have a voice. Even though we are small, we are 54 countries, and we do make a difference, and we think it's the time for us to be strong by unifying each other and by supporting each other to be also part of this new global era. In a way, what I would say to the small countries, and what I would say to the African countries in general, not only from the ECOWAS, it's very important to be part of this multilateral organization, because alone we don't have the strength of a huge country. I would say also it's important to see what's happening now with the formation of the BRICS. The BRICS are countries that a few years ago were not taken in consideration. Now we have Brazil, India, China, South Africa being one of the leaders of the world. This is thanks to this multilateralism. And I think this would be the best answer for us, small countries, for the new global area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susie. And this reminds me of something that I often say, also looking at it from a European perspective. You know, we are small chicken in a jungle, right? So we either stick together or a small chicken in a jungle does not last for a long time. But here we have someone who is not a chicken. Because, of course, Manish comes from, you know, here we've firstly heard from two small countries, but then moving on to India, more like an elephant, let me say. Not only an elephant, but also an elephant which, you know, whereas I started off from, in a sense, a rather, you know, dreary European view of the churn, in many respects, India has been, is, and probably will be, one of the winners from this churn. So perhaps, Manish, if you could give us your perspective of what the churn looks like and essentially where you think we're headed.
Well, first of all, Sally, thanks for the elephant, not the rooster. But may I take this opportunity of thanking both the government of Armenia and the Observer Research Foundation for hosting the Yerevan Dialogue and inviting all of us here. With your permission, if we could step back a little, because there are two words in this topic which have a very significant import, especially in today's context and in the context of this discussion. The first is global, and the second is order. When we were growing up, in our geography class, there used to be a globe. The globe used to have countries around it. And the raison d'etre of each country, acting in its best self-interest, created a certain order of things. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is whether the globe is really the world today. And the answer is no. For the simple reason that the internet was the most audacious experiment in anarchy. And it has succeeded. It represents the largest ungoverned space on planet Earth. Never before in the history of humankind has so much power concurrently resided in so many fingertips. There's more data which is churned out today, every day, than from the dawn of civilization till the turn of the third millennium. So what you have is a brick and mortar civilization which had evolved over thousands of years and a virtual civilization which is evolving. And the future of humankind actually lies at the intersection of these two civilizations. And that's represented in the way we spend our day. We might live in the physical space, but we spend a substantive part of our working day in the virtual space. So therefore, when you talk about a globe or a global order, you're really talking about a Westphalian construct, which is completely and absolutely antiquated, fossilized, and outdated. And so therefore, I think you really need to reimagine the global context and its implications in the perspective of the many civilizations we seem to inhabit at the same time. Then, coming to order. Well, whose order? For whom? And created by whom? And it is to order whom? Because the global order that we talk about is fundamentally a European construct. Going back to the peace of Westphalia in 1648, or the Concert of Europe, or the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the unipolarity, and the state of flux from 2001 onwards, it really has been a European construct. And so therefore, when you talk about a rules-based order, who makes those rules? And those rules, and who is the rule taker, and who's the rule giver? I think there are certain fundamental concepts which need to be redefined. You know, before we start looking at the building blocks or what a new global order would really look like, you have to take within its sweep the huge technological changes which have taken place, artificial intelligence, robotics, genomics, and biotechnology and all the other sunrise areas which are creating an alternative civilization. And so therefore, under those circumstances, we still are fixed on the very narrow notion of a global order. So what really inhabits our mind space as we speak is that for the first time after the end of the Second World War, you have three parallel conflicts in three continents playing themselves out. So you have the Russia-Ukraine war going back to 2022. You have the Israel-Hamas situation going back to the October of 2023. And you have the rise of China over the past 2 decades, which by no means has been peaceful. If you look at North Asia, or if you look at the ASEAN region, or if you even look at South Asia. So under those circumstances, I think there is a fundamental need to rethink both these constructs. One, what is the world today? And number two, before we start creating a new order, as we are in the age of monsters, which are the monsters that we really have to tie down. And I'll stop at that.
Absolutely. Zoran, let me turn to you from the elephant back to the chicken. But also, I mean, you know, reflecting on, I think, some of the points that Manish was making, because I think he was making these sort of fairly powerful points with which I totally agree, that in a sense, the order, which is now in churn, was a European order. Of course, a European order that a country like yours, North Macedonia, has been both subject and object in. So perhaps reflect a little bit, looking at it from your vantage point.
Okay, let me first thank you for inviting me on this great forum, actually, the Yerevan Dialogue. I would like to say that, first of all, there were two seminal books in the turn of the 90s, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, which were written on the global level. One was the Francis Fukuyama's The End of History, which talked about the liberal democracy being one of the ultimate regime, which will be established in all over the world, and it will be a sort of peace and paradise. And the other book was the Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations, which advocated that war is a second nature of a manhood, and there are many hotspots in the world where the ethnic tensions thrive, and there will be wars between civilizations. And somehow, looking upon these books 30 years after, we see that Huntington was closer what was going on the geopolitical scene on the level of the world, actually. That the things like identity, territory, blood, and ethnic identity, ethnic tensions are, and also lust for territory, the imperialism of some big powers is actually more powerful than the lust of the people for democracy or establishing economic viable states and prosperity and prospective states. So looking for that point of view, it seems like the countries that are smaller, for instance, North Macedonia, we changed the name in order to become candidates for the European Union and to become members of NATO. And it was an identity issue. And so we called ourselves Macedonia because it is the whole region it is. But it was we were the only state that called itself Macedonia. There was no other state. There is a territory in Greece, of course. And we should have made alliances. So my point is that our actually approach was to make alliances. We became candidates for European Union and became members of NATO. So countries in Europe are maybe either happier than these countries in other places of the world that can still be members of European Union one day. They plan to become members. We will see how it develops. But generally speaking, if you see these three, there are things that are repeating. For instance, Balkan, Caucasus, and Middle East. These are three hotspots for last, let's say, hundreds of years that have been war-torn. Ethnic tensions all over the time. Big powers. We see in Balkans, for instance, big alliances are there, but also NATO and European Union, but also the powers from, let's say, Russia, China, meddling in the region. Everybody has a say in it. It's the same with Caucasus. It's the same with the Middle East. In the Middle East we have Arab countries, Iran, etc., Israel. So I think what will shape the new world order, actually, we see on the other hand the global south the BRICS countries. What will shape the new world order is again a power. And now we are in the time of the big powers stepping up and measuring their power. And in the end, actually in the close future, we will see that this power will be somehow balanced, and hopefully the new world order will get closer to peaceful solution and dialogue more than turning into war all of these regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoran. And let me turn to you for a Polish perspective, but perhaps, given that actually, surprisingly, we haven't talked a lot about this up until now, if you could perhaps give us your reflections on one particular aspect of the churn, which obviously is Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and relate it to, some of these bigger global shifts. And in particular, if you could also reflect on one point that was made, not in the previous panel, but I think in the panel before that. I can't now exactly remember who said this, but someone said, there are only two players that could actually end this war, and that is the United States and China, which I think kind of reflects, some of the issues that we're talking about. So perhaps we can reflect on that particular question as well.
Thank you, Natalie. Good afternoon, everyone. I come from Poland, a country of dialogue, so I think the right place, Yerevan dialogue, a country of solidarity movement where via dialogue we achieved a chance for a transition of power from communism to democratic country. And last 30 years proven that it's a successful story. We outnumbered all our neighbors from Europe, and even in 2008 Poland was GDP growth positive during the financial crisis globally. Right now, I can be very proud of my country, and I'm very happy of it, but there are concerns. We are building the second largest army in Europe. We are building the third largest army in NATO, US, Turkey, Poland. There is a reason for that. And unfortunately, the reason for that is that we are living at very important and, in my opinion, pivotal moment for global stability, or at least at Euro-Asian stability, because our neighbor, Russian Federation, decided to challenge not only its neighbor, Ukraine, by aggressive attack and declaring war, because it's a war from the 2014, but to challenge the whole community of democratic countries. In Ukraine, we are facing conventional front of this war. In all our democratic countries, we are facing a hybrid challenge dedicated towards influencing our societies. And this is a lesson. This is a lesson not only for democracies which are strong and still suffer. Look at the elections in the United States. Look at the Brexit in the United Kingdom. All of the secret services declared that there was a foreign influence on their electorate processes. This is very concerning, but as effective as a military aggression. And this is something what is a lesson for us. And being here in Yerevan, in Armenia, it's also a pivotal moment. It's a very important moment, in my opinion, but also a very fragile moment. I'm a sailor. When you make a turn, there is this momentum where you can return or you can cross the wind. And I think this is right now, but you can make a turnover. And I think that we need to support Armenia in their choice to join a community of democratic countries, because they already declared it, that they want to join. But price might come. And right now we need to support Armenia, and I encourage Armenian authorities, I was speaking about it with the minister yesterday, to be very brave in announcing those cooperation with other partners, that they want to belong to Euro-Atlantic community. But you asked me about China. I had a number of visits to DC to advocate for American support to Ukraine. And I was honestly surprised how many American politicians are not aware that the consequences of Ukraine as a failed state will have tremendous consequences globally. Because it will be a proof that Ukraine will be abandoned in some sense, that the United States cannot protect the countries that they promise that they will protect. And the consequence will be that the Pax Americana that Natalie mentioned in the beginning will collapse. But I'm not sure if it will be a good. I believe that people want to live in peace, and people don't want to be ruled by authoritarian regimes. Therefore, they struggle to have democratic future. And if we will allow right now a bully, in this case it's the Russian Federation, to go away without a prize, every other bully in every corner of the globe will challenge its neighbor if they are only stronger than this argument. So I prefer myself rule of law than rule of power. And China is learning from the crisis, from the war in Ukraine, and if Ukraine will fail, we'll have a next crisis very soon around Taiwan, and it will have tremendous consequences. I'm sorry to be a bit pessimistic, but about the consequences. But I still believe we as the international community will be enough brave to defend our values, like sovereignty, but also believe that people have a freedom of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigyn. We'll come back to this point. Ali, let me turn to you. So, in many respects, you normally stand in this position, right? And you travel the world, panels like this, moderating people like these, and so you're kind of, you live the churn, right? So I'm wondering, in a sense, the question to you is somewhat same and different compared to others, because rather than reflecting from one particular region or thematic area, I'm really wondering if you could kind of reflect on this question by looking at it as how you've observed it, and as I said, in discussions like these around the world, developing, what is this churn that we're talking about, and in different ways, it's like, again, going back to elephants, right, touching parts of the animal in darkness and not quite figuring the entire shape. How do you see the shape of this churn evolving?
Thank you so much. And indeed, first and foremost, I want to congratulate the Armenian Foreign Ministry and the ORF for this inaugural edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. Wonderful job that they've been doing. And thank you so much to our gracious Armenian hosts. This is my very first time in this country, and I couldn't be more delighted. And thank you for their hospitality. Natalie, you're absolutely correct. Usually those who know me here in the audience know I'm usually sitting at the other end of the spectrum and asking the question. I would even argue that the audio system in the beginning was so confused that I'm not the moderator, that your microphone...
That's why my mic is not working.
Your microphone did not work, because they're like, this cannot be right. But you're right, of course, Natalie. Usually, as somebody who has been moderating and interviewing heads of state, prime minister, president, CEOs, global newsmakers for over 2 decades, really, you do get a glimpse of what is moving and shaking, if you will, on the thoughts of the people. What I, as I believe the only journalist here on this panel, of course, bemoan a little bit, and I think some of you might be able to sympathize, is that we are living in extremely enraged times. We are enraged 24/7, and of course media and social media here play a very, very pivotal role. You know the famous saying, of course, enragement equals engagement, and there's a clear business model for that. Politicians such as yourself here on the stage, you are often find yourself, of course, at the other side of the spectrum, where people voice their displeasure, to put it diplomatically, in your tweets or below your tweets. And I think I don't have the answer, obviously, how to scale it back, because I think the Pandora's box has been opened, the social media aspect, and its tremendous impact has already been rightly touched upon by Manish here on this stage. But we are living in extremely politicized times. And I see this whenever I speak with friends off stage. Usually, you know, those were pretty harmless conversations about where one stands on a certain political subject matter. Now I do see whether, you know, how you stand on certain political subject matters, that it affects friendships as well. And the point I think I'm trying to make is I don't know how to scale down the temperature, to be quite honest, because whenever I do go on stage and whenever I do speak to the distinguished heads of state and so on and so forth, you can have a 60-minute civilized debate here as this one, but whatever ends up on TikTok or Instagram or whatever is that one tiny clip that will go viral. And I think that's a very, very dangerous development. I mean, look at it, Natalie. Tomorrow night or tonight, depending on which time zone you're in, we're going to have a US presidential debate, a very, very consequential one. And already I can tell you that when you wake up tomorrow, because it's probably too late for us to watch it online, some of you political animals out here in the audience, they will stay up. I won't. I will get up in the morning and I will look at my social media and I will get 20 10-second clips about how Donald Trump said something and Kamala Harris said something, and completely the content of what we ought to be discussing in times like these will get lost. There are 40 million, nearly 40 million Americans that live in poverty, who I'm sure would like to hear from the two presidential candidates about how to solve the lack of income equality, about how to battle these issues, about how to have an impact that trickles down to their own personal lives. Instead, what you and I will end up with is, you know, most likely than not, Donald Trump making a snark remark towards Kamala Harris, and that will go viral. So it is, because this all, and Natalie, you know it all too well as somebody who's also at the forefront of leading global think tanks, this all has a trickle-down effect to how people believe in democracy, in the political discourse. This is all quite detrimental. And once again, I wish, globally speaking, we could find a way to dial it down a notch, but more often than not, I think the dilemma that we all find ourselves in is this attention-seeking culture and mentality that we're all captured in. And to have civil discussions like these, I think, are indispensable. By the way, I also believe very much in quiet leadership. If you are looking at the countries, the most affluent countries all around the world, at least by GDP per capita, you know, some of those that come to mind are, you know, Switzerland, Norway, you know, Singapore, you know, Ireland, Luxembourg. You know, this is a pretty knowledgeable audience here, but if I went around the room and asked him, who's the president of Switzerland? Who's the prime minister of Norway right now? Even this very distinguished audience would not be able to answer that. And I think that's a healthy thing. I think the focus on leaders and the noise around leaders these days are distracting from the facts, because all of us, and this is my last point, all of us, the ones sitting here in the audience and watching us online, I think we're all searching for a society, and no disrespect, obviously, to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen here on the stage who have served their nations well, but I think most of us, if not all of us, want to live a life not having to bother and, you know, and affected by politics, if you know what I mean. You know, all of us, you know, we wake up in the morning, we want to get by, we want to raise our kids, you know, we want to have a decent income, try to live in more than peaceful times, and not be bombarded 24/7 by, you know, increasingly authoritarian and loud leaders. And I think the examples that I just noted, you know, Singapore, name me the Prime Minister of Singapore. Few here in this audience could, but certainly one of the most distinguished countries out there as far as political and economic performance are concerned. So loud is not always good, Natalie. Loud is not always good, and I think this is my appeal, generally speaking, as a journalist, obviously, who usually stands where you stand. If we can get back to more civilized debates and focus more on the content that has a trickle-down effect and an impact on my life as a citizen, rather than the next soundbite, I think that would be a first step.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, this also connects to the points that Manish was making about, you know, the physical and the virtual. I mean, you know, we can be and learn to be, you know, and have rules for the physical, but the problem is the rules for the virtual. So rather than having a second round of questions, I do have other questions to all of you, but I'll kind of, you know, blend them into questions from the floor. I really wanted to open this up now, perhaps collect a few questions. Please introduce yourself. I'll take about 3 or 4 questions if we have any from the floor. I assume that there is a microphone. There's a first question over there to my right, and then another one over here, but we'd need a microphone. Microphone. Do we have a microphone? No, or maybe you can come up here in the meantime. Yeah. As things get ready. Yeah, please. Yeah, I mean, we don't have not here.
So I'm General Shukla from India. I was just wondering, you know, one of the reasons for this volatility in the world order is the opera of failing deterrence that we see. You just look at the Middle East. The Houthis have brought down the 9th MQ-9 Reaper, the mighty Americans. There are CSI studies to say that mighty America doesn't have 7 days of missiles and munitions for a fight in Taiwan. The country that Ali Hassan comes from, Germany, I was reading an article today that at their current rearmament rates, they'll take 100 years to deter Russia. So the question is that why has the West-led order so neglected its deterrence? When President Roosevelt spoke of an arsenal of democracy, that if you have to protect democracies, you must be prepared to invest in deterrence. And I think that is the fundamental reason why these so-called bullies or the aggressors are being encouraged to act. So anyone on the panel would like to react to this? Why has the West-led order failed so miserably in investing in deterrence?
Great. I think that question later, I'll give it to Zig. Other questions? Yeah, please, until we have a mic, which doesn't seem... Yeah, please. Apologies for this. I don't know why we don't have microphones.
Good afternoon. I'm Achal Malhotra, former ambassador of India to Armenia and Georgia. I have a small observation and a very brief question to ask. Well, we are talking about global order or disorder. I think all the fundamental principles which the international community had devised after the World War II, there is nothing wrong with them. Whether it's the principle of sovereignty, territorial integrity, mutual respect, non-interference. The problem is with interpretation, selected approach, and the gap between the rule and the reality. My specific question is, we all talk about that rule of force cannot prevail over the rule of law. But tell me one thing, what is your opinion, any of the panelists? How do you look at the principle of indivisibility of security? Let me elaborate. When one country says, my security is prime, and I don't bother about your security, what do we see? What do we do about it? Specifically, I am referring to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. A group of countries says the Ukraine's security is more important than Russia's concern about NATO coming to the backyard of Russia. And the result we all know what is happening. Then we need to understand from the distinguished panelists what prevails over the other. Is it the territorial integrity or the right to self-determination? This conflict between the two concepts, which prevails over the other? So I think in order to give chance to others, I'll stop at these two. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, final question?
Thank you. My name is Rahim Ushakbayev. I am from Astana, Kazakhstan, and my question is to especially our European colleagues from US. How do you perceive Shanghai Organization of Cooperation and especially BRICS? Do you see as a kind of rivalry? Because what we see from Central Asia, it looks like the big Eurasia is trying to reunite and fill the gaps. What we see, what we feel in providing the security in Central Asia, in the Eurasian continent. But sometimes it looks like our European colleagues and our US colleagues see it as a kind of reunion around the axis of evil. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me perhaps, Zig, turn to you first, if you can address that first sort of Russia-Ukraine question, and then perhaps the follow-up question, Ali, to you, which was, in a sense, it was more about the kind of, the rules, but the practice the selective application, in a sense, of the rules. But then I have several other questions which I wanted to turn to others. Zig.
Yes, thank you. I must agree with question and why the West neglected investment in its own defense. And I 100% agree with Mr. Trump about it. Although I disagree with most of other things with him, but in this case, yes, either you will pay for your own security or someone else will do, but you might not like it. And in this case, the question for the leaders of developed countries was, do you invest mainly in prosperity and well-being of your society, or you invest in defense and potential war, and program your society, your policy to have a war? So the choice was, we have serious partners that respected for decades laws that we agreed, UN system, OEC, Council of Europe, and so on, and we can trust. I must say that I'm speaking broadly that everyone, but honestly, in Poland was for more than a decade very vocal about the threat from Russian Federation towards its neighbors. I like to say that we are immunized from Russian propaganda by our historical experience, so it's more difficult to deceive us. But you're right. So right now we are improving our defense spending, and because there is no more trust anymore, so we have to build large armies. Poland is spending 4.2% GDP on defense, instead of building universities, instead of helping developing countries in struggle to have a sustained democracy. We have to solve the problem that our neighbor decided to create. And I will make a small bridge to the second question. What is the motivation to attack a neighbor? And is it a territorial intervention or something? I think that Russia is the last country in the world that needs more territory. And this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, can you take the double standards question?
The gentleman from Kazakhstan, about how Europe is perceiving the rise of BRICS Global South. To be quite honest, I mean, if you're Western European or if you're North American, you are ignoring and underestimating this area and union at your own peril. I mean, we're talking about a region, if I'm not mistaken, that is made up of 3.5 billion people. That's almost half of the world's population, I think 45% of global population. And if I'm not mistaken, the last numbers I looked up for one of my moderations, that region makes up 35% of the global economy, increasingly so. So I think I'm from Germany, I'm from Europe, a country and continent that is rapidly aging with severe demographic challenges. You know, I think no one, at least not in Europe, maybe my Polish friend would disagree, we have no illusion that the 21st century will be a European one. It is very clear that whether you're talking about India, you're talking about Brazil, you're talking about Saudi Arabia, all these countries that are on the rise and rightfully want their seat at the table, politically at conferences like these, want their voice to be heard and taken into account. That is something that I certainly, as somebody who's you know, moderating at these conferences, the Munich Security Conference, naturally, you know, for years was a very transatlantic affair, for instance. You know, it was very Western Europe slash North American, and you do see the changes reflected in the discussion. So I'm not sure, to the gentleman who asked the question, I'm not sure they see it as you pointed out, or at least phrased it, axis of evil. I don't think that is not the case. I think BRICS Global South is certainly the dominant, even though very much understanding that it's a very, it's not a homogeneous group in any shape or form, and there are political differences, India and China, even amongst themselves, but it is a force to be reckoned with, and we Europeans better do our homework.
Manish, I actually wanted to come back to you for another question that to mind. I think you rightly said, you know, when you were making the point, whose rules and who made them and who for, and I think that point in and of itself is very well taken. The risk, though, that I would like you to address is, you know, in a sense, the opposite to rules is a world of transactionalism. Right? A world where, you know, I mean, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to compete or conflict. No? You can make deals, but it's essentially, it's a ruleless world, yeah? Which perhaps can bring, as I said, certain advantages to certain countries, but I think it has certain inherent risks. And indeed, I think, you know, whereas it's a legitimate criticism to make, especially by those that made the rules, of saying, well, you know, you're trying to preserve something which is kind of, you know, going, you know, wake up to reality. But those that want and that are rising, and I think India really is, you know, probably the prime example, could you reflect a little bit about, you know, how do we avoid the risk of, you know, sort of rethinking the rules in simply morphing into kind of very cynical, in a sense, transactionalism?
Well, I think, Natalia, you ask a very profound question. See, the difficulty is not so much with the rules. The difficulty is with the selective application of rules.
Which is one of what one of the questions was indeed referring to.
So therefore, if you were to rewind back, those who've made the rules, and obviously because they had the heft and they had the military and the strategic prowess to be able to enforce them, when it comes to their interests, all the rules seem to just go out the window. And I'll give you a very concrete example, addressing the question of deterrence which Gerald Shukla raised. If you were to rewind back to 1994, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. It's another matter whether it had the ability to operationalize that nuclear arsenal, because There is a lot of literature which says that the controls were in Russia. But had Ukraine not been completely defanged by the Budapest Memorandum, and those who gave security guarantees that the sovereignty of Ukraine will be protected, and Ukraine would have possessed those weapons as weapons of deterrence, do you think Russia would have invaded Ukraine? The answer is no. So where are those people who actually defanged Ukraine, gave those security guarantees that your sovereignty is indivisible, it's inviolable? Where are they today? It's another thing that you're willing to fight the Russians to the last Ukrainian. But is it what those security guarantees were all about? So therefore, when you talk about a rules-based order, it is the manifest hypocrisy in which these rules have been sought to be enforced. Nobody asks the question, where are those weapons of mass destruction that were supposed to be found in Iraq? What about the whole concept of right to protect? Where does R2P actually give you the right to invade another sovereign country? So I think conceptually, when you are wanting to possibly in this churn try and bring out a better future, this is the time to really reflect on those mistakes and then try and ensure that the rules which are put in place are enforced in an equitable manner. For example, if you look at the United Nations, if the United Nations is still the relevant global body in order to provide a platform for conversations, is the UN really relevant without the other non-governmental stakeholders? Why is it that we missed a golden opportunity time and time again, going back to 2003, to actually have agreed rules of engagement in the virtual space? And today, in our lifetimes, like we saw the rise of the internet, you might see the demise of the internet. You're already seeing the balkanization of the net. China has firewalled the net. It has created a massive intranet. At other places in the world, you have the internet getting defined in terms of cultural values, in terms of spheres of influence. So the point which I am trying to make is that when you talk of a global order in churn, I think it's important to step back, get all the relevant stakeholders, and not only governments, because governments are not the only stakeholders in the new global order, and try and craft something which is equitable, just, and will be enforced impartially.
Thank you. Zoran, on this question of, the selective application of rules, the double standards, in many respects, your country has also been a victim of this, very clearly, in a European context. So perhaps if you could say a few words about how do we go about it? How do you go about it?
Yeah, when I was speaking at the beginning for actually the need for a balance of power, actually the world, the multilateralism is not working. We all know that the United Nations is also built after the Second World War, but 5 powers get the right to veto. So the veto power is also within the European Union. The European Union countries have a veto power on vetoing the next candidate on any issue, because as a country candidate for a European Union, we want to actually start the negotiations and be assessed upon standards, European standards, so the Copenhagen criteria, which is rule of law, democracy, human rights, free market. These are the standards for becoming a member of alliance, which is the European Union. But on the other hand, we are blocked by some of our neighbors on bilateral issues, which are issues of identity, denying our right of name, denying our language. for instance. So we made these history commissions with a couple of our neighbors, actually, Bulgaria and Greece, in order to discuss issues of our identity. And these should become, actually, in the end, a right of these countries to veto our accession to the European Union. And this is not good. And again, multilateralism is not working in our case. For instance, we had previously, during our negotiations, actually, with our southern neighbor, so because they vetoed us to become members of NATO. It was in the late 2008, and we sued them on an international court of justice in Hague, and we got the verdict in our. Actually, we got the verdict that our neighbors should allow us, with the provisional name then in the United Nations, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, to become members of NATO. But they didn't allow us. So not only the big powers, but also the regional powers, but also the countries who are small but members in these alliances are using this veto, not following the principles. Later on, we agreed to change our name and we became members of NATO. The same was going on, for instance, with the other neighbor. There are plenty. There are 14 verdicts of European Court of Human Rights that our neighbors should actually register the community organizations of Macedonians in Bulgaria, but they are not doing it. So there are these double standards of European Union. This union which actually cherishes democracy, cherishes human rights, but it's not applying these principles to other candidate members, but assessing them in a way which is using these veto powers for bilateral reasons.
Indeed, getting rid of that veto would be a pretty good idea. Susie, I'm not going to close without going back to Susie and Zorab. Susie, in a sense, you've been the most constructive voice on this panel, I would say, because you really put the emphasis on, what is it that, including small countries like your own, can do in order to reinforce multilateralism. And I think you also made a very interesting point about, in the sense, a more regionalized responsibilities in solving problems. So could you perhaps just give us a couple, sort of one minute substantiation of the kind of initiatives that countries like your own, especially in Africa, are taking in order to address the many conflicts in your continent?
Thank you once again. Let me start by making and emphasizing a very important issue that we did not speak about it, but Africa is suffering still the consequences. I believe everybody remembers when Libya was invaded. Libya was invaded exactly because the Western countries believed it hosted terrorist weapons, but nowadays this invasion is still causing consequences in Africa. My region, which is ECOWAS, that I spoke about, has at the moment 4 countries that are in transition, and we'd say why. I think it's important to explain this. And people start to think these countries, they don't have partnership with countries like France, which are traditional partners. But the main reason is that our countries are suffering of the consequences of the invasion of Libya. The terrorists that were then in Libya, that ran away, they ran away with weapons, and they came down to these African countries, Mali, Niger, and nowadays even Burkina Faso. These countries are really suffering all the consequences of this Western invasion of Libya. And nowadays people are, why African countries are changing their partners? Maybe because many of these African countries realize that unfortunately the trust they had in Western countries was not the best trust. So they are changing for new partners like China, like Turkey, and even like Vietnam, which are not the traditional partners, but because in a way they lost the trust in these traditional partners. And I'm sorry for speaking about it. At the same time, this made us realize that we have to find inside our own regional organizations the solutions for our regions. Because we realized that the solutions we were having with some partners from the Western country were not the best. And I'm sorry to say, even though they are development partners, they are not making the best bringing the best solutions for Africa. Nowadays, some countries like Nigeria, like Kenya, they can be seen like very developed country with very big economies because finally they decided to develop internally the digital transformation, their own apps, and they're creating really interesting changes and economic transformation in their areas. And we are following up these examples. What's happening is instead of looking at Western countries now as an example, we start to looking between us, African countries, the example how to develop. And we start looking at the BRICS as an example how to develop. This is just to give you an idea of sometimes the idea of what is best for Africa from the Western country is not really what is best for us African for our development. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie, for I think those very important words. Zorab, let me end with you and ask you to address Zig's kind of remarks, actually to you, well, not to you, but to Armenia. Given that a lot of this conversation is about the agency that countries, including small countries, have, is this not the time for Armenia to apply for EU membership?
Applying to the EU membership is, in my view, it's a mechanical process. The critical question is the fundamental. The fundamental question is about building the national consensus about the organizing principles in the country, which takes values such as collective freedom, the value of sovereignty, and the organizing principles of the way in which this public, political, economic, social life in the country is built. On that basis, the foreign policy is an instrument of consolidating the national priorities, which are homegrown, which are about the home. With that in mind, I would say, I have always been an advocate, or I was always saying that, believe deeply that democracy in the case of Armenia is not a mere choice of a political system. It's a security issue amongst other things. Yes, personally, I believe that I prefer to be free personally, and I want to be governed by the rule of law in my relations with other free participants in our public life. So, in basic terms, the question of membership in the European Union, of application to the European Union, it's not very much about that actual act. Sure. But it's about building such, circles, foreign policy kind of extended engagements which support your national priorities. Because applying to the European Union is a very good thing to do maybe, but there is also one thing, geography. We cannot change geography, and geography has its own realities. So we have to combine one with the other and work out that kind of a strategic, approach in foreign policy, which combines the realities. We have, in the beginning, we have also spoken about the challenges we already have about these global churns, right? So that has also needs to be kind of, factored into our thinking. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks to, I've got to close this. Thanks to all of my wonderful panelists. I hope you've enjoyed this discussion. And I'm not quite sure how much break we have, but thanks again.
Natalie, I just wanted to say that
he took it.
I still break the system. I'm sorry, but we have to be disruptive sometimes. I'm really happy that we have a dialogue and we allow to have a voice for powers that are sometimes aggressive, like Russia. But it would be good, I think, for all of us and a country like Armenia to have also a voice of victims. So I hope that at the second edition we'll have a voice, for instance, of Ukrainians as well. I think it would be a lesson for all of us. Just reflection.
Thank you
very
so much to our wonderful panelists and our amazing moderator for this very, very interesting session. And we will move directly to the next session. We have a very quick technical check, and then we will move to our next session. We have all our speakers here already. Please remain seated.
Mr. Greg. Hi, hello, mic check, 1, 2. Hi, mic check, 1, 2, okay? Hello, 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 mic check, 1, 2. Which one?
May I request the moderator and the speakers on the stage, please? Charlie? Thank you all. We move to the next session, Climate Security in the Era of Uncertainty. And we have with us our moderator, Shaili Kedia, Senior Fellow and Associate Director with the Energy and Resource Institute of India. Could I request my colleagues to play the slide with Shaili's designation? Thank you. Next, we have our Minister from India, His Excellency Kirti Vardhan Singh, Minister of State for Environment, Forest, Climate Change, and Minister of State for External Affairs, India. Sir, would you join us on the stage, please? We have Mr. Dimitri Mariasin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Dimitri, could we have you on stage? Perfect. Next, we have Joshua Wycliffe, who's the Chief of Operations with the International Solar Alliance. Joshua? We have Fabrice Bolange, Associate Professor and Research Director with the University of Lyon from France, joining us. And last, we have Victoria Panova, who's the head of BRICS Expert Council, the Vice Rector at HSC University, and the Sherpa for the W20 from Russia, joining us. Thank you all for joining us, and Shaili, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for bringing us all together. Very good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's session on climate security in the era of uncertainty. My name is Shaili Kedia, and I'm honored to be the moderator for this session today. We indeed have a very distinguished panel of leaders and experts from across the world who will bring together different perspectives on the topic. Climate change undoubtedly is the most pressing issue for humanity and the planet. Climate crisis could potentially become the ultimate weapon of mass destruction if left unaddressed. From severe floods to heat waves and wildfires, the countries across the world have seen the worst in the past 1 year. Rooted in historical emissions, climate response calls for equitable solutions based on principles of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability. 3 threat narratives form the basis of climate security. These include the impacts on military infrastructure, the role of security forces in disaster relief, and climate-induced conflicts that demand traditional security, attention, and solutions. Multilateral action under the UNFCCC and the Conference of Parties COPs have seen slow progress, which highlights global governance challenges. There's also political deadlock in the UN Security Council arising from fears of weaponizing climate change at the expense of development, and that too by a non-representative global body. So perhaps the solution lie even in regional level and country levels and bodies like G20, BRICS, and the International Solar Alliance. So before moving on to the panel discussion, I would like to introduce the flow of the session. We will have 2 rounds of questions. I kindly request the panelists to stick 2 minutes. Of course, the Honorable Minister will start with a formal statement, and after which, we will go to the other panelists. And I request the panelists to please stick to the allotted time, and this will allow us for a Q&A segment and closing remarks towards the end. I'm sure we are all looking forward to the thought-provoking and engaging conversations with our esteemed panelists. Without further ado, let us begin the discussions. So Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh, Honorable Minister of Environment and the Minister of State for External Affairs in India, welcome. India is a vulnerable country, and at the same time, it is projected to be a global leader on climate change. I would request you to please share your insights as to the approach taken by India with respect to the topic. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, and namaskar to everyone. At the outset, you have given me 2 minutes, but I'm afraid I might exceed that time limit, so please bear with me. I have prepared a brief statement on what our country is doing and regarding climate change. So I'll start with that, and I hope that answers most of the questions that one would be having in mind. So at the outset, let me welcome Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, Chief of Operations of International Solar Alliance, Ms. Francois Jacob, United Nations Resident Coordinator in the Republic of Armenia, and Dr. Victoria Panova, Head of the BRICS Expert Council and Vice Rector at the HSE University. So I'm delighted to be here today to address such a distinguished gathering, and I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the government of Armenia and the ORF Foundation for organizing this dialogue. I bring warm greetings from India, a country deeply committed to environment stability and sustainability under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. We all realize that the climate crisis is no longer a distant warning anymore, and it is time to realize that it's a grim existential threat which is already affecting populations worldwide, from floods stretching from the Middle East to China to destructive heat waves across Southern Asia and wildfires ravaging the Western world. The planet is clearly in distress, and we need to do something about it. As a country facing the wrath of natural disasters, we are painfully witnessing that climate change is no longer just an environmental issue, but it has rapidly evolved into a major threat to global security, economic stability, and to the peace and survival of our civilization. Countries of the global south, such as Darfur of Sudan, where water resources have become scarce, and the low-lying islands of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, which are particularly vulnerable to the looming climate crisis, and countries like Kiribati, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, and the Maldives, which face an existential threat as the rising sea levels threaten to submerge their lands. For them, climate change is a matter of life and death. It threatens their very existence as countries and as civilizations. These nations, which are the front line of climate crisis, require urgent international support to ensure their survival. While climate change is really the primary cause of conflict, it can act as a risk multiplier, exacerbating underlying vulnerabilities and compounding existing grievances. The effects of climate change, together with increased competition for natural resources, may, under certain circumstances, have the potential to cause social, economic, or political instability. We stand firm in dealing with these pressing concerns of urgent importance. Under the able leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we are determined to not only take resolute steps on the climate mitigation front, but also work towards climate justice. As much as we are committed to the idea that fighting climate change is a collective global responsibility, we also feel that it must be in tune with the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. In other words, the developed world should not and must not shy away from its duty of doing more in this endeavor and help the developing nations to keep the commitments towards poverty eradication while at the same time to achieving their nationally determined contributions. In this regard, I'd like to reiterate our government's position on climate matters and issues concerning that. Firstly, we agree that climate change is a pivotal challenge of our times. We concur that the international community that global warming is anthropogenic and centuries of incessant and insatiable quest for industrialization and modernization has landed us in this situation, where unexpected weather patterns, unforeseen changes in glacial ice, rising sea levels, and frequent natural disasters have become the new normal in the world today. As members of the Global South, we share concerns about erosion of developed world's commitments on climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We stand firm that transformative mitigation policies and technology for adaptation are a necessity, and that the developed world has a responsibility to share technological know-how and resources in dealing with these challenges. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, India has embarked on a transformative journey towards sustainable development through comprehensive and visionary climate initiatives. India recognizes the urgency of climate crisis and the immense responsibility it bears as a developing country with a large population and complex environmental challenges. Our Prime Minister's Panchamath initiative announced at the COP26 summit at Glasgow embodies India's climate action blueprint. This strategy includes our five-fold commitment towards, number one, reaching net zero emissions by 2070, reducing the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030, generating 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and increasing the share of non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 50%, and lastly, reducing our carbon intensity by 45% by 2030. Our ambitious goals are complemented by other transformative initiatives, such as the International Solar Alliance, which was co-founded by India and dedicated to expanding the use of solar energy globally. We stand committed to moving away from non-renewable to sustainable, renewable, and clean sources of energy by 2030. Another example of our steadfast commitment to fighting climate change is our Mission Life, which basically means lifestyle for environment and promotes a sustainable way of life rooted in mindful consumption and with environmental responsibility. As our Prime Minister has aptly said, while we may be used to having Plan A and Plan B, there is no Planet B. We only have planet Earth, and so we must remember that we hold this planet merely as trustees for our future generations. This profound statement underscores the reality that climate action is not a choice, but it's an urgent necessity. More importantly, it is a moral responsibility towards our future generations. This is a principle India as a Vish Bandhu follows, and we have to work as one family, one community of nations in dealing with these transnational challenges which transcend national boundaries and affect populations across the globe. I hope that during our deliberations today, we will have open, candid, and frank discussions on whether multilateral institutions such as the UNFCCC and the COP meetings can strengthen their mechanisms to address the cross-cutting impact of climate change. And in our discussions today, we must examine whether our existing multilateral governance architectures are agile enough to effectively grapple with the evolving climate-induced security challenges. Our collective goal should be to ensure that global climate governance mechanisms evolve to not only mitigate climate impacts, but also adapt to them in real life. Green financing, technology transfers, and knowledge sharing must be at the core of our cooperative efforts. We should seize this opportunity to forge strong partnerships that will not only enhance our capacity to mitigate climate change, but also build a more resilient and a sustainable world. With that, I wish you all a very successful, enriching, and productive dialogue ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Singh, and also for highlighting the importance of means of implementation, where we do see a lot of erosion from the global north. Also, thank you for highlighting the importance of adaptation, which is indeed very important when it comes to climate security. I would now like to turn to our next speaker, Mr. Dimitri Mariasin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. So, sir, your first question is, how is UNECE addressing climate-linked security risks in fragile and conflicted areas in Europe and the neighborhood?
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure for me to be here as part of this distinguished panel. I think before addressing your direct question, we need to agree on what we mean by climate security, because one can talk about politics of climate, one can talk about climate and security as an agenda for discussion, or one can talk about actually climate security, rather climate insecurity, which is prevailing globally and making lives of millions of people around the world miserable. Let me start maybe with the last bit. 40% of the world's population are considered highly vulnerable to climate change. This is the latest IPCC data, and we're not talking about a marginal problem here. We're talking about a global risk of the magnitude that we have not faced. 8% of GDP is one of the estimates, is the cost associated with addressing the climate agenda in developing countries alone. And then we know that these figures translate into human lives and tragedies. Let me bring it to the region that you asked me about, though the difficulty for me, of course, is that UNECE covers 56 countries from Canada to Tajikistan. So when I pick examples, I can be quite creative. But let me start with giving you the example of Central Asia, the neighborhood for this region. Over the past 50 years, Central Asia lost 1/3 of its glaciers. And it's not just about glaciers, it's about ecosystems, livelihoods, and a way of living for millions of people. According to some estimates, there are some 2 to 3 million climate migrants already in Central Asia. So we are talking about a set of insecurities that then translate into what many call a propensity for extremism in the region, what many call the crisis of illegal migration in some parts of the world. But we do need to remember that underlying conditions are poverty, inequality, and deprivation, and very often they are driven by climate change. So now, if we talk about climate security, we can talk about what climate change actually does to the economies and the societies. And here we need to bring such examples as the drought in 2023 and I bring another example from our region, in France, that has led to a country actually temporarily halting its nuclear reactors. We bring the examples of transport corridors, a lot of talk about the Trans-Caspian corridors, various routes, alternative supply routes to Europe in the context of the war in Ukraine, and yet nobody is actually considering, well, we do at UNECE through our International Transport Observatory, what is going to be the impact of climate change on the routes of corridors being developed now. So we need to now be looking at the future of energy mix. Nuclear or not is a choice you cannot just make on economic or ideological grounds. Transport corridors going via one country or another is not just your choice you can make geopolitically or purely on economic grounds. You would need to consider, and we do this through a GIS-based application where you put a layer of climate risks, be it drought or flooding, you need to consider climate risks. But this is not all. And I leave you with the thought that, and I'm happy to continue in the second part of the panel, that you need to actually evaluate also the choices we need to make in our economies and our societies to address the impact of climate change. And here, and I will speak about this, water is the key question. Water scarcity is going to be potentially a make it or break it for humanity, and it is directly linked to both the effects of climate change and also what choices we make to respond to it, especially for climate change mitigation. And another one is critical minerals. The world faces a literal dilemma. If we have if we need to quadruple green energy production, including e-mobility, does it mean we need to potentially triple the mining of critical minerals in some of the most vulnerable and poorest countries of the world? So I'll leave you with this thought, and in the second part I'll be happy to give you some examples of our work that addresses these issues, including through regional cooperation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mariason. And thank you for sharing UNEC's effort of integrating climate risks in infrastructure and transport corridor planning. We will now go to Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, who is the Chief of Operations Officer at the International Solar Alliance in India. ISA, as you all know, is an international intergovernmental body. So Joshua, your question is, India has been advocating, and ISA also has been supporting the idea of one world, one sun, and one grid. So and in the morning discussions also we saw how connectivity is one of the key pillars of regional cooperation. So what is ISA doing in terms of the regional infrastructure around solar energy?
Thank you, moderator, and I also want to thank the government of Armenia and ORF for having us here for this event, 2 days event. We're grateful for giving us an opportunity to come here and share our experiences. The One World, One Sun, One Grid, shortened by the name OSHAWOG, was the vision that was set by one of the co-founders, that's the government of India and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Basically, the sun never sets, as we all know. Some part of the earth has a sunrise and a sunset as well. So that was a basic principle of how we could utilize and maximize the sunshine. And that, of course, with the addendum of having the opportunity to be able to store electricity from solar means, was the way forward. So countries are coming in, but with a world filled with geopolitical issues and other factors that govern, it of course has been taking its own time. But the successful thing that's come out of it is the modeling that goes from OSHAWOG is to be able to cross-border trade. And I'm going to go a bit further into it. If you have to trade power or solar energy across the border, you must have security, energy security yourself. You must have sufficient for yourself and your populations to that extent that you're able to sell or trade what is surplus within your borders. So to be able to do that, if we can realistically ask ourselves how many countries today can have its own and fulfill its own requirements before exporting, we are still learning. The curve is growing as we learn every day, day in and day out. So I was also going to go into further, the political stability of a country to be able to achieve energy security within its borders has several factors. I'm just going to talk about one, which is basically the lesser the socio-economic grievances, the lesser the inequality, the lesser the poverty and marginalization, the quicker you become energy secure within your borders. I was going to give an example. I was posted as Secretary of State for Environment for one of the small island states from my government. And one of those things I noticed was these are small island development states where, with the sea level rise, as the Honorable Minister was mentioning, some of those islands lose inches by the year. The coastal erosion happens so bad that on a night when there is a huge king tide, waters rush into your bedrooms, washing off cattle, properties, and lives as well. And this is a phenomenon during every cyclone season. So this leads to not just protests among the community, but an unease among the community and poses a great challenge for the government of the day. And all these formed the part of the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India when ISA was born, to be able to bring forth a model that could make sure countries, small island states, least developed countries, could become self-sufficient and energy secure, and of course then we speak about Oshawag and being able to order. So there have been very good, efficient modeling within which you could provide nature-based solutions on the coastal zones, which today cost only 1/10 the cost of building a sea wall and securing your coastlines across several communities. So ISA is able to provide solar support, solar energy through mini-grid, energizing communities at 1/4 the cost of what your hydro could cost today across some of these communities. I will be able to give examples or exemplars in my second round, but some of those countries have had political unrest inside, and these solutions today are providing transformative steps towards stability among communities within some of these island states. I was also going to talk about African nations. 8 out of the 10 countries that have had conflicts in Africa have belong to the LDCs, the least developed countries. And all the reasons that is if you're not secure within your borders, then obviously you're opening the pathway towards conflicts, not just within yourself, but without as well. So about a year ago, I was accompanying my team. One of the missions in the team was to be able to build capacity within the country to be able to take care of their own renewable energy means in terms of maintenance of equipments and being able to provide energy and not be dependent across borders for their maintenance of their solar equipment. So as we drove past those roads for our meetings with the minister, we saw every 200 meters we had checkposts. Every other block was bullet-ridden, marking a testament of how much unrest had affected energy security within the borders. So that nation started from ground zero that day in being able to build capacity. Today, it can boast of 60% capacity to fulfill its own solar means, and it's in the forefront of states that have faced conflict but today are on the pathway of recovery. So it's in these areas of conflict, in these areas of difficulty and challenging times that the International Solar Alliance is able to provide that kind of intervention so that the nation becomes energy secure within its borders.
Thank you, Joshua, for talking about how important energy security is and the work ISA is doing to ensure energy security, including in conflict areas. So I'd like to move on to the next speaker, Dr. Fabrice Poulenc, who's an associate professor and research director at the University of Lyon 2 in France. So you work a lot on Middle East region. So how do you foresee climate change and climate-induced migration intensifying political instability in an already volatile Middle East region?
Yeah, thank you for your invitation and this question. Yeah, climate change become a very new important parameter in geopolitics. And this morning we spoke about the crossroad for peace. And we haven't speak about the climate change and the conflict who could damage this project. It's something that Armenia should take in consideration with the example of Middle East, for instance, because Middle East is a major crossroad in the world with the Red Sea, but also with the Silk Road and the new corridor, India, Saudi Arabia, Mediterranean Sea, and one corridor from the Gulf to Turkey through Iraq, who is under building. But how to be a crossroad in stable environment, and stable environment provided by climate change, because Middle East is facing major security challenge from its vulnerability to climate change and violent conflict. It's the world's most water-stressed countries. Water is rationing in many countries like Iraq, Syria, Jordan. And this is creating, of course, migration, not international migration too much for the moment, internal migration, but this internal migration are damaging the stability of the countries. Many countries are vulnerable because of their weak adaptive capacity to climate change. It's the case, of course, of Syria, Yemen, because they are still in civil war, and you have no more governance, no more state able to help the population to rebuild their home, their economy, or if people rebuild, it's without any consideration for climate change. I was last year in Raqqa, in Syria, a very famous city because it was under the control of Daesh. People rebuild the houses, and you need icy in summer, you need cooling in winter. They sacrifice the environment just because they need to survive. And so today, Syria, it's an end way for any crossroad in the area because of this local instability, because about the huge number of IDPs who are in the country, more than 6 million, and this is not sustainable at all for everybody who would like to invest in the country for make a road. There is a lot of speculation about the Chinese road for Syria, but it's not possible at all in such situation. Another case, very interesting, it's the case of Iraq. Iraq is a wealthy country, but unfortunately the governance is weak, and there is no vision, for the future, there is no adaptation to climate change. I visited the city of Basra this year, south Iraq, where Iraq and Turkey and Gulf countries want to create this huge corridor from the Gulf to Turkey and Europe. It's not anymore Mesopotamia, it's not anymore agricultural land, it's just salty and dry land. If you visit this area of Iraq, it's a disaster. You will be very surprised by the disaster. So most of the rural population is moving to the city of Basra. Now Basra is probably 5 million of people. And a few years ago you have huge demonstration because you have salty water, you have no electricity. What does it mean in summer where it's up to 50 degrees during months? It's impossible to live in Basra without IC and without electricity. So the governor of the city finds a solution. He's providing now electricity 24 hours to the population for free. For free. What does it mean? People have IC, even in sustainable settlement. They don't invest in good housing able to prevent the houses to be hot. It's just unsustainable, very costly and unsustainable. And what will happen if you have an electric shutdown during summer because people use too much electricity? You will have just 5-6 million of people who will take the car and try to move north to Kurdistan area, to Kurdish mountain, because you have fresh air. I don't think that the local population in the Kurdish mountain will welcome this population from the south, and we will have this internal migration, forced migration, will provoke a conflict. It's clear, and you can forget the dream of Iraqi corridor. So the conclusion, it's how countries who could adapt to climate change, like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, because they have means, they have money, they have good governance, could build a future in an unstable environment with neighbors who are just inferior. It's just impossible. And if we think a little bit about the conflict today in Red Sea between Yemen and Saudi Arabia, you have a part of climate change in the Yemeni situation, in the Yemeni civil war. And it's not just by an agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia through China, but you will solve the problem. And the poor Yemeni people will still strike Saudi Arabia or the vessel in Red Sea just because they want Saudi pay for help them to fight the climate change, to adapt to the climate change, to have a better life. It's kind of a blackmail from the poor to the rich country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaghi. And thank you so much for highlighting the fact that based on your work, you've seen that internal unrest can actually weaken adaptive capacity and include fragility of states. And thank you so much for your remarks about the Middle Eastern region. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Victoria Panova. She is the head of BRICS Expert Council, as well as the Vice Rector of HSC University and the Women 20 Russian Sherpa. So, Victoria, BRICS countries face diverse climate challenges. What are the key security risks that BRICS members need to prioritize for addressing climate-driven instability?
Thank you, Chair. And allow me to start with thanking the organizers for inviting and holding such a wonderful event. ORF, India, always makes great endeavors and great forums, as well as Armenian friends. It's good to be on this hospitable land and have very different, very diverse discussions and learn something new. So, as we had already heard from all the other speakers, some of them concentrating more on the global agenda, but with some regional aspects as well. Yes, of course, we are in a still difficult situation despite numerous efforts that are taken, probably not always with too much sincerity, by governments, by international organizations, and let's say not enough and too late. And that is why, according to the United Nations, I will get some bread from Dmitry, last year was the hottest year on record, with global average temperatures soaring of approximately 1.45 centigrade above average, the pre-industrial levels. And this year, WMO confirmed that for the next 4 years, we will have like 80% of probability temperature exceeding this 1.5 degrees centigrade in the world. And also last year, their emissions hit the new high. Of course, we understand, and the statistics show that the growth rate of those emissions, it has slowed down, but at the same time, it continues to have an upward trajectory. BRICS, definitely BRICS are very diverse, so it would not be really possible to say, okay, this is like a single grouping with a single set of problems, including in climate change. And thus BRICS encompass the world in this regard, and the problems also and risks associated with climate change as well. Yes, BRICS countries account for quite a lot of emissions at the moment, and unfortunately, we are not different from the rest in terms of the trajectories. It also continues to grow, and but there is some progress. And we as expert council, together with the BTTC, with their help, we are doing their monitoring, which we agreed back in 2020, of our own performance. And what we found out, that probably the country that could be commended most out of all of us currently is the South Africa, that has been significantly reducing its carbon footprint lately. All of us are vulnerable to climate security risks. And as I said, we are in all our diversity, also seeing the different problems ahead of us. If you look at the index as a whole, without picking the problems, then out of us, Ethiopia, India, and Egypt would be most vulnerable to their incoming climate risks. And we heard His Excellency, Honorable Minister, talking about what's being done, which is also quite impressive. But, for example, if we look at the Gulf countries or North Africa and the countries of BRICS from there, they are mostly exposed to severe water stress, and Dmitry has pointed this out as well. If we look at China and India, of course, there are other problems that arise, but they are vulnerable to air pollution, and this is one of the key issues. If we look at Russia, one of the main problems would be melting of the permafrost, which is significantly, as a result, influencing the whole ecosystem. So, but at the same time, with those issues being different and those risks being different, we still need, and we are trying to have the approach that would ensure the climate security for each of our countries, but also for the rest of the world. And one of the ideas that was coming, and of course, with BRICS countries being emitters, but also being contributors to the global good. Look at Brazil or Russia or and other BRICS countries with big amounts of forests and sweet water sources. This is contributing to their general good, and I think more needs to be done in terms of policy in each of the country to sustain it as a way forward. If you look at other issues, by now emissions are counted by production. And we've been discussing it within the G20, and I know you will be, there will be a question later on, but also within the BRICS, that we need to be approaching the problem of dealing with climate change, also from the point of view of who are the consumers. This is important. So consumption-based, not only production-based. So this needs to have a different approach to the problem, and we have here a very knowledgeable person from Russia heading the laboratory of climate economics, who's been working on this for several years, and I hope finally will come up with their solution and come to with this idea that would be accepted around the world. Another set of issues is that when we talk about climate change, it's often, and it is one of the associated with their energy transition and energy resources. And what is happening in BRICS countries is that a lot of those are relying on carbon fossil fuels. We look at South Africa, we look at India, even China, a lot of coal is still used. And while lots of efforts are taken in order to transit
Victoria, requesting you to just
to cleaner energy sources, we understand that this transition should be taken, and this is important, this is one of the key approaches. This transition should be taken in response and taken into account their development models and their needs, because there cannot be in climate change one-fits-all approach. And this is probably one of the common principles that BRICS is also sharing, but I will talk more about it on the second round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, and thank you so much for highlighting even issues like permafrost, which, in fact, are quite important in this discourse. I just want to, I think, considering that, we are severely running out of time, and that most of the speakers really overshot the time by almost double, I think we can take a round of questions, and I'll add my own questions to the audience question and pose to each one of you. And, you can add that with your closing remarks. So, maybe we can take 3 questions from the audience. Yes, sir. Can someone, yes, they're the volunteers coming with the mic. And also requesting you to please introduce yourself and keep the questions brief.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Achal Malhotra. I'm former Indian ambassador to Armenia and Georgia. First of all, thank you very much to all the distinguished panelists for their insights and educating us on a very important issue. My Honorable Minister has dwelt at length many aspects of this issue. Fortunately, there is an international consensus that climate change is no more a myth, it's a reality. We also have a consensus that it's a collective responsibility. And also, there is a sort of acceptance of India's position that the developing world, it's a common but differentiated responsibility, and the developing world must come forward. So my question is, are we happy with the climate finance pledges that have been made by the developed world so far? Are they living up to the expectations? Because this is a global problem. Unless the largest number of countries in this world, which belong to the global south, are not able to undertake the required measures, all other efforts will be useless. So, from any of the panelists, are you happy with the level of assistance that so far has been provided? If not, what can be done to force or motivate the developed world? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your question. The second question there.
Hello, I'm Ornelia Tucci from Albania, and I used to represent almost 44 countries in the GCF Green Climate Fund board. So my question is, what about adaptation? Mr. Mariasin talked about mitigation and the importance of the mitigation, but what about adaptation? And in the meantime, what about the funds? So the environmental issues has a slogan, the polluter pays. And what about the countries that they are the biggest polluters? And I'm talking about the non-Annex 1 countries. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Yes, requesting the first row, please. Thank you.
My name is José Ignacio Pradas. I'm EU high-level advisor to the government of Armenia. I'm based here. What about technology transfer? I mean, we are speaking about mitigation, but the funds, we need a new, in my opinion, is a new financial international architecture, how to make possible technology transfers and particularly to use the talent of less developed countries.
Okay, maybe we'll take one last question there. Yeah.
Sure. Madalitso Piri is my name. I'm a research fellow in South Africa. My question is just around considering that we're not talking about the transnational impacts or transnational injustices that have actually formed climate crisis. What are the potential realities of thinking about climate change as an issue of climate reparations as opposed to these elusive realizations? And I think that has to pay attention to the particular effect, specifically I'm thinking of the issues that Dimitriot had raised around China and the shift that has actually taken place, that the Western countries continue to rely on China as a factory of the world, right? and then to recuse the region, the West, from the responsibilities of thinking about the transnational issues or transnational injustices that have shaped the global system in the current. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we will take these questions now. So, Honorable Minister, you can take this question. Now we're happy about the pledges from the Global North. And Dimitri, to you, what about adaptation? Joshua, to you, what about technology transfer? Is ISA facilitating technology transfer? And also, like, considering that many of the countries of ISA are also very, very, they don't have the technology, they do need technology transfer. Victoria, you could elaborate a little bit on the idea of climate justice. And Fabrice, maybe you could talk about, we're talking about climate security. You think it's more of an issue that is interstate or intrastate? So we'll just go in this order, but I'll just request the panelists to be brief. So, Minister Singh, over to you.
So the question is regarding, are we happy with if you really want me to put it in black and white, the voice of the Global South, we are not. We started with the initial figures of 100 billion, but the latest IPCC report has clearly stated that it'll require around $4 to $5 trillion for the developing nations to keep up with their mitigation and adaptation strategy. Well, we all know the figures that are already there and what we have expected and what we have got as nations. And I really need not contemplate on it further. We need to continue to negotiate at the forthcoming COP meetings, especially in regarding the principles of CBDR, where we talk about the common but differentiated responsibilities in accordance with our respected capabilities. So the developing nations, in my view, definitely need that finance and technological support so that they can meet up with their targets. And I think that is a hard reality. I would also like to address a few other issues that have been raised by the panelists regarding security, climate security. I would like to point out that our country is majorly an agricultural country where more than 50% of our population are engaged in agriculture. And agriculture, as you know, is very heavily dependent on water and the climate conditions. We are already undergoing a very harmful climate change, which is affecting our agricultural produce. But as far as the water is concerned, and before me it was raised in the panel, that the water is going to be a critical component for climate security. Most of our rivers have their sources in the Himalayas and are outside the national boundary. It is just a scenario that can happen that if those sources are interfered with, it is going to affect lakhs of our population downstream who depend on the water for the produce. Similarly, our monsoons, which come from over the oceans, they supply us rain and water which recharges our groundwater. The ocean is an international territory, and if a country, at the pretext of, let's say, carrying out experiments or studies, seeds those clouds before they reach our shores, and those clouds drop the water in international waters, is there an international mechanism or rules to address these kinds of questions that can come up in the future? I don't think there are, and they need to be addressed. A panelist talked about the Siberian and how the permafrost is melting there. That melting of that permafrost is going to release billions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. That is caused by global warming, that is caused by burning of forests in other parts of the world, and increasing of these greenhouse gases. Now, who exactly is responsible for what, and how can those responsibilities be first of all, allocated and addressed in terms of adaptation and mitigation strategies. And while this question continues, we also need to look inwards and look at our own consumption patterns, which is mission life as propagated by our Prime Minister, and try to live as sustainable a life as possible so that we can, at an individual basis, contribute towards fighting climate change.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister Singh, for also highlighting the aspect of individual lifestyles. So over to Dimitri. So what about adaptation and how is this being addressed by UNECA?
Thank you. Before I go to adaptation, though, I want to pick up on the comment about transnational reparations. I think before we talk about reparations, we need to talk about more transnational cooperation. There are mechanisms, there are solutions, there are legal frameworks that actually allow, for example, countries sharing basins, lakes or rivers to cooperate, including on the most acute climate-related issues. And UNECE, of course, hosts the Water Convention, which is now global, covering countries in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, and of course many in Europe. And we have seen how countries cooperating on these issues within the Water Convention can achieve results. I'll give you an example from outside of our region, where in 2020, Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina used the principles of the convention to establish a regime of operations for the Itaipu hydroelectric dam. That has already led to more cooperation, to practical results through so-called water windows. Agreeing on water use helps address intermittent shortages and water stress. This is one of the very specific ways in which, through the Water Convention and related basin organization instruments, we can address climate change adaptation. So can we do more, including in this region? Of course, we know that Armenia is not yet a party to the Water Convention, but we are very reassured by the recent steps taken between Armenia and Georgia, for example, to start working on the monitoring of some of the shared rivers. This is a very welcome step, and we can do more. On adaptation further, on energy, I mentioned before the resilience of infrastructure. So we have launched a coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure, as part of which a community of practice on resilient infrastructure for energy transition. We need to be seriously considering the effects on climate change on production. And if the Honorable Minister permits me, the example I have in my talking points is actually from India. The devastating glacial lake outburst flood in Teesta Valley resulted in the loss of 1,200 megawatts of generation capacity within 1 hour. What country on earth is ready for this? What kind of investments and what kind of investment strategies do we need to foresee such eventualities, prepare, build scenarios, and then build in agility in the way the water, energy, and food security nexus is managed? Because ultimately what we're talking about here is how do we manage the water, food, energy nexus to prevent the worst of the climate disasters affecting millions more people than they are already affecting today.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Over to you, Joshua. What would you like to add on technology transfer?
Sure, thank you. One of those things that is very crucial for cross-border capacity building is being able to establish technologies elsewhere. Technology that has been successful in one country, being able to transfer it to elsewhere. If you looked at India, when India started its renewable journey, and today if you look at the cost of energy per kilowatt, it's gone down by 4 times, making it so attractive. It's all because of 2 things. One is the policy, the role that policy played on India, and then how this could be transferred to other countries. A lot of countries still today struggle with the lack of policy to be able to attract international investment. The lady in white asked about financing and funding. So crucial is when you have the technology and when you're able to show a tangible model on the ground with a successful technology and a successful policy that wraps itself around the technology, the sky's the limit. You're able to showcase that, sell that to multilateral banks and even organizations like the GCFs and the JEF and all these organizations, because they all want to see something that has a touch and feel before they open their wallets. So it's very important that you are able to, and I give you a lot of these exemplars that we have at the International Solar Alliances, The most recent one is, I was aware of a small island state where there was racial disharmony within one community. One community set up a public rental housing, social housing. And ISA stepped in. I was able to, and one of the key issues there was the lack of electricity, consistent electricity. So we were able to come in with a mini grid solution to be able to provide non-stop power supply to that family and reducing the cost of power by half or less than half. So one of those things was the technology that worked in universal access within the Indian small community villages was directly uplifted, and with modifications, slight modifications that were done, we were able to put it in place for the small community of 72 households in one block. Today, the moment we hadn't even completed, we were in talks with the government to be able to look at their policy tweak with the Energy Act. And one of those things was, interestingly, their supplier, which was a state-owned entity, was also the regulator. So you couldn't have your supplier and the regulator doing the same thing. So there was a monopoly there, blocking international investments. Some of these issues through policy changes, review of Energy Act, simply changed, and we had a lot more investment. One investor came in with $378 million into one project within 6 weeks of changes being announced, number one. Number two, the UNDP suggested they offered 9 communities which they could energize. So finances started pouring in just at the transfer of technology and the policy that could wrap around, so that it gave a strength in terms of perceived risks that investors and multilateral banks had towards projects. One last thing that ISA does is, we also have a blended finance mechanism that thwarts the perceived risks that are associated with investments and financing. Like, for instance, if you look at Africa, I mean, last year, $300 billion were invested into the solar energy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you believe me, less than 4% of that went into the African bloc. Yet, Africa has the least energized in the entire world, and Africa has the most population in the world where they suffer from the lack of electricity. So where it's required the most was the least, because of the perceived risk that investors have today. So this blended mechanism, which we've now started off with DRC, the Republic of Congo, has been a good exemplar. I'm finishing. So exemplars like these provide not just technology transfer, the financing and the policy.
So thank you. So you basically are saying that we need a package, also to enable technology transfer. So over to Fabrice, what do you think? Climate-induced instability, national issue, transnational issue? Please, your comments.
Yes, of course. Of course, the first thing is to reinforce the international cooperation, because it's at this scale that we have to take measure. But be realistic. The solution also comes from at the national level, and it's something very important, because population cannot adapt alone. They need public support, support from the state. And so I think that fragile country, for instance, I explained it with Iraq. If you don't have public services, if you don't have electricity 24 hours, if you don't have water in the network, what's happened? People, wealthy people, move to gated communities, private city, where you have the full services, and you have an adaptation to the climate change. But the rest of the city stay in poor condition, and the situation will be worse. Because if you have the wealthy people who move in a private city, they will have less interest for the normal city, and we will see a cleavage inside the society. And of course, this cleavage will create violence, insecurity, and civil war. So, what we need, I think, is to reinforce the governance at the national level, because it's at this level that we can have a good adaptation, and not just private adaptation or short-time adaptation.
Thank you, Fabrice. Also, thank you for being brief, and thank you for highlighting the fragmentation that can happen within a society. So, Victoria, over to you. Actually, your question which I posed was addressed. So maybe, can you just talk about multilateral reforms, which is needed? Of course, you've also been very active with the G20. G20 is seen to be as a more nimble organizational structure, wherein, of course, in the UNFCCC COPs, things move really slowly, and process is actually trying the purpose. So, your final thoughts on multilateral reforms?
Okay, thanks so much. First of all, neither BRICS nor G20 organizations, they're not trying or pretending to take this governance role. So this is rather a supporting role to their other international multilateral organizations that should be doing their job. Adding the question of is financing enough? Of course not enough. From what I remember, they promised finance, it wasn't there. So not even what is needed, but what was promised was not allocated. And definitely, if you look at BRICS countries, for example, we are doing quite a lot in terms of technology development, technology transfer. But obviously, if we look at advanced economies, they have a number of solutions. And in case of, for example, climate, or be it health, or other issues of the global relevance, this is common good. So this should be shared, which is not happening. But what is BRICS doing? So far, look at their economy strategy for BRICS economic partnership. It's ending next year, and next year we'll have a third edition already with their expanded BRICS. So it already deals with the issues of climate change by means of development of technologies, and we have a number of mechanisms within BRICS, like Partner, or like this working group on climate that was launched back in 2015. Together with the ministerial, that are dealing in part with those issues. Another one is mobilization of funding for green transition. And as I said, this is not enough just to have funding from the BRICS. We need advanced economies to join in. But so far, what BRICS, as you remember, we've launched the NDB, New Development Bank, that is filling maybe not a huge, but still a gap. And some of it is going towards infrastructure funding, which is also needed for climate adaptation. Another one in the partnership strategy is introduction of the principles of the closed loop economy, which is also quite important in order to attend those risks, and of course risk management of climate change related hazards. And this is done within BRICS. With the G20, some of it is done, but as you know, with the geopolitics sometimes overwhelming, we have G20 sometimes forgetting that they have to attend issues of the global advance. So that's why we need to remember G20 is about economics, is about managing global risks without politicization. So in order to attend to the needs of the poorest and of those most affected. So, but those two mechanisms, be it G20 and BRICS, I still believe more in BRICS, but I hope, but we cannot do much without the other countries. We cannot do much without advanced economies. So this is a joint endeavor. And I believe they should be, with all the enlisted mechanisms and projects suggested by the colleagues, have to push further international organizations and states in order to achieve our aims. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Victoria. And of course, thanks for highlighting the G20, and BRICS can only play a supportive role as we head towards COP29. There'll be a lot of expectations on the new collective goal on quantified finance and CQG. Of course, hopefully, we will see that countries learn from the experience of the previously set goals. But yes, as we come to an end to this discussion, we do see that climate security lies deeply in the intersection of traditional and non-traditional security, particularly energy security. infrastructure. So these are like the key issues that came forward from these discussions. Of course, there remains the issue of river countries that share river boundaries, the upper riparian states and the lower riparian states. And let's see whether these are best solved bilaterally or through a multilateral body. So yes, important questions, but I think this is a topic which needs further discussions, and we will continue to deliberate on this further beyond this forum. So thanks to all the panelists, and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you all. Could we request you to remain seated? We are moving into our next session directly, which is a very exciting session on the future of work, paycheck, protections and purposes, and purpose. My apologies. Could I request our audience, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, to please remain seated, and may I invite our speakers on stage. May I first invite our moderator, Maggie Sprenger, co-founder and general partner with Audier Capital from the United States. May I invite Minister Narek Makarchian, Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of Armenia. May I invite Minister Olta Manjani, who is the Deputy Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation from Albania. Francois Jacob, United Nations Resident Coordinator in the Republic of Armenia. Professor Hong Chong Kim, Distinguished Professor, Graduate School of International Studies, Korea University, South Korea. And finally, Professor Sara Motsawetsa, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Human Sciences Research Council in South Africa. Thank you all for joining us. May I request, maybe Minister, if you would like to shift one seat so that you're all together? Okay. Maggie, do you want to come in? To this side? All right. Here we are. Over to you, Maggie.
I was about to say, you left me so lonely down there. Hi, I'm Maggie Sprenger. I'm a general partner at Audier Capital based in New York. Delighted to get to connect with you all. It's my first time in Armenia, and I can tell already that I'll be back, hopefully many times. I want to give particular thanks to the exceptional team at the Observer Research Foundation and Dr. Samir Saram for organizing such an important dialogue. And thank you to all of you who are joining us today as we explore one of the most critical challenges of our time, the future of work, paycheck, protections, and purpose. As the global workforce undergoes profound transformations driven by rapid technological innovations and the rise of non-traditional employment, these changes bring both unprecedented opportunities and challenges. Few numbers to frame up today's conversation before I turn it over to the panelists. 47% of the workforce in OECD nations are engaged in jobs with a high risk of automation over the next 2 decades. This will reshape what work looks like. Over 55 million gig workers exist worldwide today, representing a seismic shift from long-term employment to more flexible yet insecure arrangements. Global youth unemployment remains persistently high, staying at 13% in 2023, making it one of the greatest barriers to future workforce stability. Meanwhile, nearly 2 billion people, approximately 60% of the world's adult labor force, work in the informal economy, often lacking social protections. And to round out, this survey suggests that up to 70% of employees are disengaged or unfulfilled in their work, emphasizing the challenge of aligning work with a sense of purpose. As we dive into this conversation today, we'll explore the delicate balance between income security, ensuring social protections, and fostering a sense of purpose in this evolving landscape. I will be leaving 15 minutes for questions or engagements from the audience at the end, so start thinking of questions. I look forward to hearing from our panel. Minister, let's start with you. Armenia has undergone significant economic and labor reforms. How is Armenia working to extend social protections to workers, especially in the gig economy and informal sectors? And what lessons can other nations take from Armenia?
Thank you very much for the question. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Samir Saran for cooperation and for having this wonderful Yerevan dialogue in Armenia. The Republic of Armenia during the recent years, in fact, is witnessing different kind of challenges, starting from the war, post-war situation, like the ethnic cleansing, social protection system. We prepared for addressing all of these challenges. And since we live in the 21st century and we are part of the interconnected world, so we have to address also other global challenges, the global challenges which are related to artificial intelligence, development of new technologies, and indeed all of these technologies would affect Armenia as well, the labor market, the economic condition, and the emergence of gig economy, like remote work, and many other aspects related to artificial intelligence and the labor market. In fact, it was signal for us that we have to act in accordance with the global transformations. Otherwise, we will create a lot of problems, not only in the social protection system, but also in other aspects of our social life. So to address all of these challenges, first of all, we decided to act holistically, to not focus only on one aspect, for example, gig economy, to not focus on providing like the social security safety nets for gig economy, like beneficiaries or just actors, players, or remote workers, but to start from the strategy. Strategy for the employment, strategy which will provide the ground for not only like 2 years, 3 years, but also for a decade, and to help the government have long-term policies. So now the Republic of Armenia, in cooperation with different research centers, with different partners, is in the process of forming a new strategy for employment, and all of these issues related to new technologies, gig economy, artificial intelligence, everything are incorporated into this new strategy. But so the strategy is the vision. We have to also change our legislations in order to have everything in accordance with the global demands. That's why last year we amended the labor code of Armenia, and we changed 40% of the labor code, trying to make our policies and legislation in accordance with the global changes. For example, during the COVID, we understood that we need to have regulation for the remote work, but we didn't have legislation for that. So we changed the labor code in order to have everything, so the frameworks for that, and for example to have also digital tools for having like employment agreements, etc. So, but still there are a lot of challenges that we have to address. For example, so the workers, for example, digital nomads, how they should make sure that living in Armenia, working in Armenia, they should have socially protected. What kind of social protection projects we offer? Everything so will be addressed in the strategy of employment that now we are working on, and we have target groups, and in that target group, so we should focus on different different processes. For example, one of the target groups is the young adults, who are not in education nor in employment, so-called net. What should we do? We have to provide successful, certified, like immediate upskilling and reskilling projects for them. And now, according to different reports, the skills is becoming more and more important than, for example, get education and then go into the labor market, etc. Now we have to, because it will take much time to spend on education for this targeted group. The second targeted group is, even if we can, for example, support them to get engaged into gig economy. Like after having some short-term but very well-organized upskilling or reskilling trainings for them. Or the middle-aged women, 30 to 40 years old, that, again, we have to help them to make them an important part of our labor market. Despite we have some successful statistics, still we have to work hard in order to make them really important players of who should add like value and should play an important role for increasing the GDP. So we're trying to address all of these issues holistically through the strategy, and from the strategy we will have new policies, new legislation, but we can't do it alone. We have to do in cooperation with the Ministry of Economy, with the Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure, and with the help of civil society and our international partners.
Wonderful. I'm so glad you brought up strategy. Dr. Oltamajani, I'd love to hear from you about the current state of work in Albania and the Balkans more broadly, and then if you can focus particularly on the strategy that's coming out of your office and solutions that you can share with the room.
Well, thank you for the question. Also, thank you for the invitation to this great conference. I would also like to thank Dr. Samir Saran for inviting me, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having me here. I think it's the best and the worst of times to talk about the labor markets today. The best of times because we have a lot of technological developments which have increasingly affected the labor market in a meaningful and helpful way, but also the worst of time because we need to catch up with the fast pace of the technological development and make the necessary adaptations of the labor market and of the labor force to be able to make use of these huge technological challenges and opportunities at the same time. And I would like to actually cite Ursula von der Leyen, in her speech where she addressed the State of the Union, where she perfectly described the state of the labor markets today. That was back in September 2023, but we are still facing these challenges. And she said, and I quote, "Instead of millions of people looking for jobs, there are millions of jobs looking for people." So it couldn't have been said better. This is the reality nowadays, that we are facing with a lot of labor shortages, but also skills mismatches. So we probably have a huge pool of labor force that is actually not doing the jobs that they are supposed to do, or the new type of jobs that they are emerging because of several factors. And I would like to mention three of them. First, the demographic challenges. The demographic challenges are closely related to the aging of the population, which is something that is actually being faced also by countries that were supposed to be young countries, young populations like Albania, and the average age actually is increasing, with the low birth of rates, which is also another problem that many countries and the whole world particularly is facing, and also how to make use of the actual workforce and how to activate the whole workforce in the labor market. And the third one has to do with immigration. Immigration is something that is very typical for the region of the Western Balkans. It has to do with the historical developments, being former communist countries, we faced a huge immigration wave in the 90s, and we are facing another second wave of immigration, and this is very closely related to the fact that the whole Europe and the whole world is actually facing labor shortages. And the problem with the second wave of immigration is because the middle class is living in order to fill in these job vacancies in more developed countries. So this is also closely related to the fact that countries like ours, smaller and with lower wages, need to catch up in terms of the wages so that we can keep the skilled labor force in the country. Given these three elements, it is important that we address them with the right policies in order to have the right strategic approach. The minister mentioned here a little bit the fact that and it's also typical for Albania that we have, and you also mentioned it, that we have a high rate of unemployment among the young people. In Albania that's also a problem, and particularly young people who are neither in education nor employment and training, the NEET category. And what we're trying to do in this regard is to implement a successful project that comes actually from developed European countries, more developed European countries. Portugal is a good example of how they have tackled the unemployment among the young people through offering them two main pillars in this program, which is called the Youth Guarantee. So the first pillar actually focuses on the employment opportunities and matching them with the right job, either through the first pillar or the second one, which focuses on reskilling and upskilling the young population by actually training them, giving them vocational education so that they can actually join the labor market with the new skills that are required, and of course with the digital skills, which is a very important element, as I said. Sometimes even me, I feel that I'm digitally incompetent in some cases, which means that we are lifelong learners, and throughout our life we need to invest in our education and in our training process so that we can keep up with all these technological developments. The second one, and which is closely related, and I talked a little bit about it, is the technological advancement and the digitalization, but how do we tackle this one specifically? COVID-19 gave us a great example on how flexible we are. So it is in human nature that we actually adapt to different situations, and we adapt to new ways of learning. But, and again the minister mentioned it, it's important that we have the legal framework in place in order to make sure that we also have the social protection that goes with the new different ways of working, such as remote working, or how to take advantage of the digital nomads. In Albania we have a new law for digital nomads where we actually have taken into consideration this new nature of work that has emerged and how we can make best use of activating in the labor market even those inactive groups that are not part of the labor market. And we have plenty of such groups. One of them is the long-term unemployed, so we have in place specific programs, training programs particularly, in order to attract them back to the labor market. We have women, for example, in rural areas, and we also have specific projects for them, particularly focusing in agriculture or in social care, so that they can also become part of the labor market. Other disadvantaged groups like people with disabilities, or so the best we can do now is to get everyone on the labor market, because as I said, we have a lot of labor shortages. And the second problem to tackle, and I mentioned it a little bit in the beginning, is the skills mismatches. The skills mismatches are closely related to the fact that there are a few jobs, positions that are actually depleting, either because of the fast development of the technology or for several other reasons. So it is important to reskill and upskill the labor force and to give them chances in order to be more productive in the society. In terms of the immigration rates, as I mentioned, we are also having an innovative approach on how to make the best use of the trend. Of course, we live in democratic societies and it's very difficult to stop people from moving to new places, particularly where the wage gaps are significant, which is a big motivation for people to emigrate. We are experimenting with the idea of circular migration. So, for example, Albania is an economy that most recently has a very fast developing hospitality sector. We're a country of 2.4 million, and only last year we hosted around 10.4 million tourists. So this, in terms of the labor force, means that we have a high summer season. So basically these workers that are needed in the labor market are needed during the summertime, and this brings us to the new problem that what do they do the rest of the time, because the sector that is giving more and more the highest contribution in the economic growth is a sector that is characterized by seasonality. So you have to make sure that they have work all the year around. And one of the approaches in this regards, as I mentioned, is the circular migration, where we are having talks with other countries who have the peak of their season, of their touristic season during the winter time, so that we can create possibilities for the same workers who are trained to work in the hospitality sector to work for, let's say, 6 months in Albania, which is a country with a high summer season, and for the rest of the time to work in countries like Austria or Switzerland, who are famous for their ski resorts and the high peak season during the winter. So the best that we can do in this situation is really come up with innovative approaches, because as I said, the world is growing old, and we need long-term policies in order to tackle these problems. And it's very interesting, the World Economic Forum, they have this new initiative, and it's called the Longevity Economic Initiative, which basically, and they have some really good statistics, in fact. For example, by 2025, there will be 1.4 billion people who will be in the age of retirement, and by 2050, this is going to be around 2.4 billion, so it's going to be a huge number. And they estimate that the deficit in the pension scheme is going to go by 2050 to around 400 trillion US dollars. So this means that we won't only face the problem of the labor shortage anymore, but we will also face the problem of collapsing pension schemes because of the shrinking of the population and the aging of the population. So the sooner we think of ways on how to address these problems now, so I really like the logo of this conference that is shaping tomorrow today, because tomorrow is going to be really late. And especially when it comes to the labor force and an aging population and all these factors combined, it is very important that we actually take the right measures and the right initiatives now.
Deputy Minister Menjani, that was fantastic and terrifying. Francois Jacob, would you like to talk about some of the work that you're doing with the United Nations around the decent work and social protection agenda? Perhaps something on the action-oriented side, and particularly focus on the workforce that's currently excluded from any sort of protection, and highlight the areas into which we should be investing so that we have a chance of tackling some of the issues raised by the ministers.
Thank you so much, Maggie, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us at this time. So, at the UN, we look at the future of work agenda through the combined lens of decent work, social justice, and sustainable development. These are three very important sort of principles. We are trying to shape what we call the just transition, which is really finding solutions in the process of the economic transformation, the green transformation, finding solutions for the most vulnerable labor population. And as you may know, we have a core principle in Agenda 2030, in our Sustainable Development Goal. That principle is leaving no one behind. This means that in the context of the future of work, we are looking for
solutions for people with disabilities, for refugees and migrants, for youth, as you mentioned, generally for people in the informal sectors, or for people inside a mega crisis, or people who have lost their livelihood in some emergencies. So I will share 5 points, 5 areas that we have a particular focus on. The first one is the type of job. So when we talk future of work, we think very much automation, digitalization, AI, etc. But there are many categories of work that will remain, for which we will need people. And these include, I will mention only 2 or 3, but these include the care economy. You mentioned the demographic changes. The demographic change is a threat for the economy, but it's also a huge opportunity. There is a huge need now, not in the future, now, for a quick expansion of a formal care economy and the recognition of the care economy as a full labor employment sector. The second sector, which will remain key, is the food production, so the agricultural sector. Part of it will be automated, but for many years to come, we will still need people, and these people are in rural areas, and we need to make sure that they have access to decent livelihood and to decent social protection mechanism. And why I mention these 2 sectors is because we need to make sure that the young generations are also looking at these 2 sectors. We need to make sure that the kids of farmers in the rural areas look at how they can combine their interest for modernized work, sexy, smart, or digitalized work, and still stay in their rural area. And so how do we connect them to smart agriculture, for example? So the green jobs are, we know the green jobs have a very wide category of jobs, and this is also very, it has a huge potential. I think in the UN we calculated that over the next 10 years we can create 60 million jobs just in the green area, which is, various waste management, food production, addressing the environmental challenges, etc. Why I say this is there is a risk that government focuses very much on the upper end scale of labor, of the labor sector where there is a potential for high productivity gains. But we need to make sure that we also plan for these other jobs, which in some of the markets in my country, for example, we have a lot of tension on the care economy because no one wants to work in it. The second point is on social protection system. And here, you gave some global numbers, Maggie. Here is 2 more global numbers. Only 45% of people around the world have access to at least one form of social protection. And only 1/3 has access to a comprehensive package of social protection. So it means that 2/3 of the world still is in need of basic social protection system. So again, when we talk about future of the work, we still have to work on the basics. And that includes that there are now many experiments in different countries, both in developing countries and in developed countries, on new ways of protecting the non-standard employment and of really moving out of informal work. This requires also a new way of looking at revenue collections, balancing social protection mechanisms that are of public nature or of private natures, looking at universal basic income whenever relevant or possible, etc. So still a lot of work to do on social protection systems. The third area I will touch very briefly because the 2 previous speakers have spoken about it. This is about skills. As Minister said, I think we are probably looking more into skill requirements versus degree requirements. And very important, we have to work a lot more on behavioral skills because what we know is the typical traditional career path is not likely to exist anymore the way it is. So we're going to have atypical career path. And to manage that atypicality, it means we have to manage uncertainties, change. We have to manage possibly conflict better, conflict in the workplace. And so these are typically behavioral skills that in a traditional MBA you might not learn. And so this is really important. The second thing is the lifelong skills. And I think, Minister, you have mentioned that. This is key because we need to make sure that institutions to provide lifelong skills exist and are available. And that includes formal education institutions, but also non-formal education. So big area of focus in the UN, in our jargon, we call it Transforming Education Initiative. The fourth point is strengthening the social dialogue. So this is how we engage with social partners, typically employers, organizations, and trade unions. I get, and I'm sure my colleagues get the same thing, I get a lot of requests from both this type of organization about, well, what do? We want to become more green. We want to adopt better sustainable practice. What do we do? So what I have noticed in the past, let's say 6-7 years, is that there's a huge demand for knowledge from the social partners. And this is, again, an area where we can do a lot together between the UN, the government institutions, the academics. So really working with the social partners so that they are also ready to approach the future of work in a positive way. The fifth area, and that will be my last point, is on promoting new forms of businesses. They exist, you know, this is like cooperatives. This is social entrepreneur, social enterprise. They exist, but they're still not mainstream. But these enterprises, the social enterprise, they are so important to keep the social fabric, the local fabric. They are so important to keep people in regions, not to, and to sort of encourage people to, you know, to be in different areas than just in the main 2-3 urban centers. So I really think that the higher level of the education sector also need to embrace these new forms of business and provide more knowledge, again, more information on how we can focus on the people and not just on let's say, on the return on investments. So I'll stop by, or I'll finish by saying that we have a global initiative at the United Nations, which I'm sure some of you have heard about. It's called the Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection. It's a very complex initiative. It involves all stakeholders. It looks at institutional capacity. It looks at people capabilities. It looks at resources. How do we raise the financing that is necessary for all what I have highlighted before? And it looks at knowledge production and knowledge management. It looks at coordination between the different economic sectors. And so this is being implemented now in some of the countries. And yes, this is what we hope to, how we try to address these different points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Françoise. Peng Chung Kim, professor, I'm thinking about some of the things the minister said and that Françoise just raised, particularly around social fabric and the ways in which we have to collaborate, the ways in which we have to rethink worker protections. And something that we've touched on lightly but not dug into is the social isolationism that comes with a lot of remote work. I would love to hear your thoughts on those.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you very much for having me, Armenian Foreign Ministry and ORF, for supporting my presence here in the first Yerevan Dialogue 2024. And today I'm talking about the future of work, and my premise, I think that the future of work is closely related to the rise of the non-traditional employment forms like the freelancing and contract workers mini job, temporary jobs, something like that. So I'd like to highlight what kind of aspect we need to think about when we are talking about the non-traditional, this kind of non-traditional employment forms. So let me point out the three aspects. Maggie already mentioned that there's something like isolation, but I will talk at the last point. The first one is the non-traditional employment forms can lead to the constraint creation, collaboration, and leading to the limitation of the creativity or something like the lack of the improving the productivities. So non-traditional employment forms often offer individuals greater flexibility, as we all know, but this can limit the chances for collaboration. In traditional workplace, we come together, and we come together face-to-face meeting with colleagues frequently facilitate the exchange of ideas, exchange of the new thoughts. And then this kind of, during these interactions, new ideas or new concepts emerge naturally. But in-person communications plays a critical role in sharing emotions and providing immediate feedback, while remote conferencing tools like the Zoom and many other facilities can be utilized. These setup fall short in replicating the natural and instantaneous interactions found in in-person discussions. So consequently, those in non-traditional roles may not fully benefit from the creative synergies that arise from the collaborative context, negatively influencing the emergence of innovative ideas. So let me point out this point. And second is, we are talking about the social protection in many ways. That's rightly pointed out, but I want to highlight, emphasize the lack of legal protection as well. Yeah. So non-traditional workers frequently face dearths of legal protections, while full-time employees are safeguarded by numerous labor laws now, such as those governing working hours, minimum wages, and also paid leave. And the non-traditional workers often find themselves excluded from these protections. I had a chance to talk about these issues with the people from ILO, and I was very happy to see that ILO is also emphasize this kind of aspects as well. This can lead to a scenario where they are vulnerable to unfair treatment or discrimination, and they may lack the means to seek legal recourse in such cases. As more individuals enter the labor market in non-traditional roles, this situation could exacerbate existing social inequalities, highlighting the urgent need to reassess current labor laws and create new protective measures. And last point, social isolation, alienation of labor, I'm talking. Non-traditional workers are at a higher risk of experiencing social isolation due to their limited teamwork and communications with colleagues. This isolation can have adverse effect on their mental and emotional health, which ultimately impact job satisfaction and productivity. Social connections in the workplace are vital for providing emotional support, which is a key factor in job performance and satisfaction. As non-traditional employment lacks these social connections, individuals may experience feeling of disconnection, leading to decreased motivation and the potential feelings of anxiety or depressions. We have already experienced this kind of situations under the COVID-19 situation as well. And social isolation can lead to many significant issues. Beyond the mental and physical health problems, it can also drive individuals to develop a singular way of thinking, becoming ensnared in extreme thoughts. Today, we witness numerous problems and incidents stemming from isolated individuals. The setting of social media, where users encounter newsfeed curated by their own search history, contribute to the reinforcement of their existing belief while depriving them of the chance to consider alternative perspectives. Such functionalities of social media, coupled with the alienation of labor I'm talking, brought about by non-traditional employment, can render individuals even more vulnerable to extremist thinking. Let me close. Non-traditional employment forms can have a vital impact on workers in several ways, necessitating legal and social efforts to address these issues. There is a strong need to explore new paradigms that protect the rights of workers while also enhancing collaborative environment and fostering social connections. I think that the role of the government also should be redefined through this kind of changing landscape of the labor market. The alienation of labor, first described by Karl Marx, can be more vividly seen in non-traditional employment forms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As a reminder to the audience, we'll be turning over to questions after Sarah Masweta. Sarah, South Africa has one of the highest rates of unemployment and inequality. Your organization and your research have done a ton of work around social dimension. Can you talk a little bit about how you're addressing systemic inequalities in the labor market and the innovative solutions that you found to be most effective?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for ORF and Samir for the invitation. And it is my first time in this beautiful country, and thanks very much for hosting us so graciously. Let me just maybe mention just two things before I answer your question specifically. I think, yes, it is a question about South Africa, but I think this is a session where we are talking about the rise in global inequalities. And it is within countries, and there is indeed a need to focus on South Africa, but there is global inequalities between countries. And I think sometimes the obsession with just talking about inequalities within countries misses the global picture, and therefore does not hold those who need to be held accountable. Let me just also say that global inequalities are mediated and often supported by advancements in technologies. And of course, there are those who often argue for global technological determinism, i.e. that there is the future of work there's no future of work. The work is going to cease as we know it, and that is just an argument of wishing away labor. We know that labor is not going away, and as indicated elsewhere, there's new forms of labor that's rising or that's growing that we need to pay particular attention to. We also know that advancements in technology has a strong correlation with rising inequalities, unemployment, and various forms of insecurities. However, I think in the case of South Africa, I think the question that we need to ask is, what is the role of the state? And I will talk about that. What is the role of labor? But oftentimes, again, in these forums, we don't talk about what is the role of capital in addressing the very inequalities that capital promotes through technology. Let me talk about the role of the state in South Africa, and I'll talk about the role of labor and capital. Again, with the emphasis that we need to be focusing on inequalities within countries that are, in my country, are very racial in character, but also the geographical location. Those who find themselves out in the margins are often women. One word that I have not heard in these sessions until now. But they are also in the rural areas, and I think those are the nuances that we need to bring here. The role of the state in South Africa, for example, we have the minimum wage commission
that advocates minimum wage, particularly in vulnerable sectors, and these are oftentimes sectors that are largely in the rural areas, agriculture, are also in sectors that are predominantly women, women are finding themselves domestic work, right? But I think that also just showcases the role of the state in advocating for, dare I say, progressive policies. But if the state does not have the muscle and the power to implement and to hold those who need to be implementing these policies accountable, then these are lame duck policies. I think we've heard in this section around the role of the United Nations and particularly in relation to workers. However, if the ILO again does not have the power and the muscle to implement these policies, I think the case is in point in South Africa. And this is why the BRICS is important, as countries coming together and saying, for us, it is about reforming global governance in support of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in support of the UN ILO, right? The second thing is social protection, right? Again, the idea of universality, that income and work should be a right for everyone, especially when you consider the meanings that individuals and human beings attach to having work, to having income. And universal rights to income, but also universal rights to social protection, health in this case. In South Africa at the moment, there's a big debate about the national health insurance. Those who can afford private health, income inequalities, those who can afford private health are not usually, but at all times are full-time employed in South Africa, and those who can't access health care are in the informal economy, are in the so-called gig economy. Let me finish off this point by talking about the role of the state as in having to be proactive and protective in approach, in manner, and in implementation. The role of capital, of course, that's important, because if capital does as it pleases and we continue to ignore its role in creating and recreating inequalities, then we are fighting a losing battle. It is responsible in my mind, for ensuring that rights of everyone are protected. The role of labor, and I'll close on 3 points. First is that when we think about the argument about a technological determinism, it assumes that power is not contested, and that power lies in those who have technology, and those who don't have technology or the means of technology are powerless. And this is where the labor movement and labor in general should indeed reject this argument of seeing technology or those who have technology as the only ones who have power, right? And so this logic firstly should be challenged. Two, I think it is important to assume symbolic power. I don't know if I'm in a safe space to be talking about these things here. Symbolic power, right? The right to organize, even in the gig economy. And it has been proven over and over again that even in the gig economy, you can indeed use the same technology to organize and therefore assume symbolic power. Uber drivers, I think there's Uber in this country. Thank goodness those Uber drivers can and should be organized, and therefore are arguing against the end of the labor thesis. And I think from South Africa's side, indeed there are inequalities and they are growing. I think that the solidarity that we have indeed forged with BRICS countries and expanding is assisting us in taking the discussion to a global stage instead of just South Africa. Thanks.
That was excellent. Thank you. Panelists, that was all excellent. Thank all of you. Now, audience, are there questions? There are microphones floating about, so go ahead and stand up. Please state your name, your organization, and your nation, and dig right in.
Okay. So, hello, I'm Ornella Tucci. I'm coming from Albania. My question related to Sarah's speech. What's the success level of the startups led by women in your country? And if this level of success is related to the level of reduction of unemployment in your country, Leslie? And what your organizations are doing about this, or the UN or the government organizations?
Let's go ahead and take 2 or 3 more questions, and then we'll let everyone answer respective or community questions.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Rose. I'm from North Star, based in Australia, clearly British. I want to thank all of you for your comments today. I thought it was an absolutely diverse, eclectic, but really important set of inputs to this conversation. My curiosity sits with something that a few of you touched upon, particularly yourself, Altamanjani, around the importance of immigration and how it is we're managing that internationally. We are seeing across the board a very strong rhetoric about how immigration is being handled, but as we've mentioned, mobility is absolutely key to how it is the future of work is moving forward. How do we manage that internationally? What do we need to be considering, and what can we do?
Okay, one more question. We'll take 2 more. Try and ask them as fast as possible, though, so we can maybe do another round.
Good evening. My name is Dinara Dishankulu. I'm from the Kyrgyz Republic, representing National Institute of Strategic Initiative under the Presidential Administration. So my question, I agree with what mentioned Olta regarding that not labor is looking for the jobs, but jobs are looking for the labor. We are now in a position when a lot of projects are going on in my country for construction and even clothing industry, and there is a lack of labor resources. And we found out that the people from another country started to work on this sector of economy. So government is making a huge effort in the social security and in increasing the salary for the medical people, for the school children, constructing kindergarten for the young women. But still, our high skill labor resources is looking for so they immigrated. I mean, they are looking for the best proposal. Our research, we did some forecasting for the future, like 2030, 2050. Do you agree that in those, in 10 years, there will be a big struggle, let's say big fighting for the high-skilled labor resources, or not?
Thank you. And will you hand the microphone to the gentleman who raised his hand? And then Sarah, we're going to start with you and work back.
Hi, Karangulu Dagan from San Francisco. So it's probably for Olta, please, since you mentioned about the digital nomad program. So I'm curious to know how that changed, especially the influx of tech workers. So Armenia, for example, has really benefited from, there are some spots, at least in Yerevan and Armenia, which is driving this particular benefits and tech influx. However, there is no formal program for visa, at least digital nomad. So I'm curious to know what's happening in Albania.
Super, thank you so much. Sarah?
This is the only time where I'm not happy to be first, but let's go. I'm joking, joking. Let me just, I have attended a number of dialogues organized by ORF, and I think that this has been the focus on the labor market has been just up for where we are now globally. So again, a big thank you. Women and startups, women role in the economy in South Africa. And this is not just a comment about South Africa, but we know for a fact from South Africa's side that the role of women in creating livelihoods, especially in times of economic crisis, is enormous. And in the case of South Africa, women have taken up that space. It tends, however, to be older women who are taking up the space of creating livelihoods in three spaces. And I'll tell you why older women. First is in agriculture. Young women want to be in the tech industry, and less so in agriculture, because agriculture is not seen as an in thing, a trendy thing to do. There are young women, though, who are still wanting to do agriculture as a form of a sustainable livelihood in time of precarity. Two, in informal economy, selling of goods in many ways, less so in manufacturing. As a third area where women have taken up, as they said, space in entrepreneurship, space in creating livelihoods. Most of these livelihoods, however, are survivalist in nature. They are not taking most of these women out of their predicament of income insecurity. Right? And therefore, more needs to be done to move some of these responses to inequalities, to unemployment and income insecurity. More needs to be done so that these become sustainable responses to income, as I said, without the role of the state, without the role of capital, especially where capital, as I want to say, hogs the value chain. It is only those who are not SMMEs, so small, medium, and micro enterprises where women are engaged in, are not part of the value chain. And that hogging of the value chain limits the type of responses that women, but also men, also in responding and having viable responses to income insecurity, to unemployment, and therefore inequalities in South Africa. Again, I don't want to belabor the point. Those value chains are heavily networked based on alliances of social capital that are about income, but also about race and locality. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Professor.
Okay, let me just brief something about talking about the immigration and refugee problem. I don't think that immigration refugee can be manageable. Now we have more factors to increase the refugee and immigration because of not only the political instability and the war, famine, but also we have climate refugees as well. So climate refugees is getting more increased. So yes, I know that the European Parliament and European Commission now initiate the new law on the asylum and immigration, but the thing is that the level of the people immigration can be increased. So it's really difficult to manage. So as I think that the international organizations like the United Nations have very important organizations related to refugee, but something slightly different. So I think that we need to raise the more initiatives and then funding to speedy assistance to the refugees and immigrations in the future. So we need to have a more powerful and then bigger international organizations to deal with the support and assist them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Françoise.
Thank you. Quite a few good questions. Let me just talk briefly about the gender aspect, the woman aspect. one thing I didn't say is the studies show that in the increased automations, women are more at risk of losing the job. So number one. Number two, as Sarah I think mentioned, in the care and agricultural economy, which are often informal sectors, again, it's primarily women that are at risk. So one thing we have really to watch is the risk that we have to lose the gains that women made in economic empowerment in the past 30 years. This is a really important indicator. How we can do that? When it comes to encouraging women entrepreneurship, I think now there are, in many countries there are programs available. The education system, higher education system is really, there are women there in the technical sectors, engineering, in everything, they're there. I think we still need to focus very much on the financing institutions. There might still be some resistance to finance women entrepreneurship. So, and there is enough data available that shows that women are actually usually very reliable borrowers. And I think this including in South Africa, I imagine. The other thing is, what I've seen, including here in Armenia, is in times of crisis, women usually show a very great level of flexibility when it comes to changing their economic activities, setting up new initiatives, really being extremely creative. And we are working on this here with the refugees that came from Nagorno-Karabakh. And it's been really uplifting to see some of the startups, literally, including in very basic sectors like food sector or and around the country, that these are women that have taken this up with a little bit of financial incentive from either the United Nations or different partners. And another point that we should really watch is how we can support women-headed companies in the whole supply chain. This is something that we are looking at is, just like we are trying to support virtuous companies that are paying attention to the green agenda, we should really also encourage in our own mechanisms, and that can be throughout the global supply chain. We should really encourage companies that are either women-headed or that are following sustainable principles.
I hate to do it. I would love to listen to so much more from you, but I need to cut you off so that I can give Olta and the Minister the last words.
So I guess the message is clear. I'm going to start from the last question regarding the law on the digital nomads. So the answer is fiscal incentives. We have another law that is closely related to the law on digital nomads, which is the law on the creation of the technological parks and the free economic zones, where we give fiscal incentives to all the digital nomads that actually want to set up base in Albania. And we have gone so far in giving these fiscal incentives that we also touched upon the social protection scheme, where we are allowing them to pay social contributions towards the Albanian scheme only on the minimum wage, because supposedly they are paid a lot, and supposedly if we don't have an agreement with the place of origin where they are coming from, which counts towards counting these years of contributions towards the scheme, then they won't be able to benefit from them by the time that they retire. So this is, in short, the answer to the question, and I think the other panelists already addressed most of the concerns raised by the other two questions. I would just like to mention something really briefly when it comes to taking advantage of the immigration and of migration in general, because we have immigration but we also have immigration. I think there is no silver bullet to treat the problem, and it's true that there are benefits in terms of all the labor mobility that is currently happening. What we should be mindful of is, as I said, trying to reskill and upskill them, and we have a lot of subsidy programs for the government that are specifically targeting the immigrants coming in the country, and we're also setting up a new initiative now that is called the National Training Fund, where actually we are requiring the private sector to contribute towards financing the schemes of reskilling and training the employees. And of course, part of this financing will also go towards integrating in the labor market also the immigrants or the returnees. Statistically speaking, in Albania, 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 immigrants at some point does come back in the country, and it's really important that in order to reintegrate them back in the labor force, that they get trained, and having the private sector on board is really important so that we diversify the financing mechanism.
Agreed. That was great. Minister Makarchian, your home, your last word.
Thank you. So I just told Olga that we have a lot of similarities because we share a lot of common patterns. So regarding the legislation, it's very important, but in case of Armenia, for the digital nomads of the gig economy, despite we do not have now the legislation, we are working on it, but I think it's very important to have like environment ecosystem. Like 40% of ICT employees in Armenia are women. This is sometimes higher than of some of European countries, and this is because we could manage to create ecosystem environment, and we have such institutions like TUMO, like Armat labs in almost all schools. When the school children they have an opportunity to get a free of charge education, they are getting acquainted with like programming, engineering, etc. And then when they are deciding to choose their career, they already know about all the beauty of technologies. So according to LinkedIn 2023 Emerging Jobs Report, so the demand for AI specialists increased by 74%. So it means that national governments, they should do a lot of projects in order to attract and to create such kind of specialists through the upskilling and reskilling projects. And the migration is one of the tools. All the governments, they want to have high productive, high skilled workers. So they have to work on, we have to work on to creating like the pool of high skilled workers in order to satisfy not only our demands, but also to satisfy the demands of other nations. And among them, we play crucial importance to women, to empower women economically, and our government had a chance to present during CSW in UN a lot of pilots, which is recognized by UN Women, very successfully implemented projects applicable to other nations as well. So now we are discussing to implement these projects in a large scale after having adopted all the strategies. And what we are doing, we are aligning the strategies together, like the strategy of demography, because we were talking about migration. It's a part of demography, and migration is also part of our employment strategy. So to address all of these issues, we have to align all of the strategies and the policies in order to have results.
Great, great way to wrap. There's obviously so much more that we could discuss. I look forward to connecting with you individually. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for their thoughtful insights. Thank you to the audience for your great questions. Thank you, Samir. You had lots of things before. And thank you to Newbie for not firing me for running over.
Thank you. Thank you to our speakers and our moderator for an exciting session. And now we come to the last session of the day, strengthening multiculturalism in a divided world. And may I first invite the moderator of the session, Mariam Wardak, who is the founder of Her Afghanistan from the United States. Mariam, to my far left. Next, may I invite His Excellency Miguel Moratinos, the Undersecretary General, High Representative, United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Spain. Next, we have His Excellency Mehdi Joma, former Prime Minister of Tunisia. Sir, could you join us on stage? Next, we have His Excellency Nikola Stojanovic, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Serbia. Next, may I invite Mr. Sunjoy Joshi, Chairman of the Observer Research Foundation, India. Sir? Next, may I invite Ms. Sosi Tatikyan, Senior Advisor on Foreign and Security Policy, UN Security Sector Reform Advisory Network, member, Armenia. And lastly, Elke Selter, who's the Program Director at ALIP from Belgium. Elke, please join us on stage. And now, may I hand over to the able hands of Mariam Wardak, our moderator for this session. Mariam, over to you.
Thank you, Tanabi. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, congratulations to everyone on the success of today's full Yerevan dialogue, and welcome to the last and very most important discussion on the critical role of intercultural dialogue in navigating our increasingly turbulent global landscape. Our panel will highlight the importance of protecting cultural heritage and how it contributes to building a culture of peace and nonviolence. Today, we have a distinguished group of experts with us who will bring a wealth of knowledge from their respective fields, and I'm excited to introduce them to you. First, we are honored to have His Excellency Mr. Miguel Moratinos, the UN Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Alliance of Civilizations. He has had a distinguished career in diplomacy, including serving as Spain's Foreign Minister and EU Special Representative for Middle East Peace Process. He has a statement he has prepared today, which he will inaugurate our discussion with.
Good afternoon or good evening, my dear friend, excellencies, distinguished guests. This is the last session, but I think it's the most important session. So thank you for the people who have the patience to wait for this, this panel. I want to first read a statement. Some friends are here. They know me, I don't like to read a statement myself, because I prefer to have an interactive session, more open. But my responsibility, trying to help both countries, Azerbaijan and Armenia, asked me to really prepare something that can contribute to this way for peace and reconciliation. And traditional diplomats, today diplomats are different, we know that each word counts. Each message has its importance. So, as one I'm going to read is what I think could be helpful for the collective desire of all of us, is as Prime Minister of Armenia have presented to us, that Armenia is ready for peace, so we have to have this peace in the front of our common engagement. So, I want to warmly thank His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Armenia, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, for his kind invitation, and I extend my congratulations to the government of Armenia for the launch of this first iteration of Yerevan Dialogue. It gives me a great pleasure to be back in Yerevan, fantastic city, beautiful city, endowed with a rich history and a culture that embodies the nature of the Silk Road for the distinct traditions and unique art form that had blended Western and Oriental civilization over the course of centuries. My dear friend, while the global scene as we see today often brings desperation, there is also a reason to have hope for a better future. Learning that Armenia and Azerbaijan are getting closer to a peace agreement was and is very encouraging. The agreement between the State Commission of Armenia and Azerbaijan reached early in April this year on the delimitation of the border was a positive step in the right direction. I sincerely hope that other outstanding issues should be soon resolved to achieve a full-fledged peace agreement. For that important step, I commend the leadership of both countries for the wisdom, courage, and for mastering political will. My dear friend, Excellencies, as the theme of this session suggests, our world is divided. There are many reasons underlying his fragmentation. Nonetheless, there is no justification to surrender to this status quo. As we live in an increasingly multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, multilingual society, multiculturalism, diversity, and pluralism should be the foundation of our society. Dialogue is the bridge builder that interlinks them all together. Dialogue serves as one of the soft power tools for conflict prevention and conflict resolution. It's a tool that sadly is often overlooked and remains largely underfunded. We spend too much money in military expenditure and military budget. How much we spend in peace effort, in diplomacy? Put your question within yourself. Distinguished guests, when we think of the future, I ask myself, what exactly is our vision of the society of the future? What kind of society we are going to live through? It is a society of segregated communities, marked at best by the coexistence of majority. Coexistence is a good word, but it's a negative word. I have to coexist with my neighbor, but I hate him. I don't like him, but I have to coexist. So we'll build this society of majorities and minorities with different and equal rights and responsibility, largely bound together by mutual ignorance of each other and fostered by stereotypes? Or, on the contrary, we try to have a vibrant, inclusive, and just society with equal rights and responsibility, no minorities, equal rights, citizenship for every single citizen, the same right, no majorities, minorities, equal right for everybody, or one that upholds human rights and protects the dignity of all its citizens. I'm a true believer in dialogue rather than monologue. As we are talking about multiculturalism, I would stress that intercultural dialogue offers a forward-looking model for managing cultural diversity. That approach allows us to prevent ethnic, religious, linguistic, and cultural divide. It enables us to move forward together, to deal with our different identity constructively on the basis of shared universal values. Dialogue, my friends, transforms relations among communities affected by conflict, and it rebuilds trust that former enemies can envision and realize a shared future. It is the first step in a long process towards confidence-building measures. Dialogue across culture, religion, and civilization is the platform of United Nations Alliance of Civilization that continues to advocate not only because it's our mandate and mission, but because we believe that it's an imperative for sustainable peace. Nonetheless, intercultural dialogue cannot be stipulated by law or by decree. Intercultural competencies are taught and learned when the right and safe space is provided. Through dialogue, we foster a culture of peace, a way of life to bring social cohesion, mutual understanding, and mutual respect. United Nations Alliance on Civilization, UNAO, continues to be committed to creating opportunities for intercultural and interreligious dialogue, an expanding platform for community engagement with a wide range of stakeholders, including religious leaders, representatives of civil society organizations, youth, women, academia, media professionals, and the business community. It is important to remind ourselves of the common human values embedded in diverse civilizations from east, west, north, and south. Civilizations are built around complexity, elements, heritage, architecture, historical sites, urban center, culture, tradition, unique art, including wine, like last night. That's also civilization. I'm very proud to be an Armenian, to have the opportunity to drink such fantastic wine. A true dialogue is one that integrates all these elements together. So, my dear friend, we may agree or we may disagree that the current political scene is dark and chaotic. The global order is in disorder. War and conflict continue to rage in different corners of the world. Polarization has reached dangerous heights. Hate speech, xenophobia, religious intolerance are surging. Disinformation and deepfake are fueled to the raging fire of anger. Vulnerable communities are being demonized and dehumanized, especially on account of their religion, belief, ethnicity, or gender. All this fuels hatred, triggers fear, and drives wedge between communities. Distinguished friend, the mission of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization rests in addressing the root causes of polarization and radicalization and providing a counter-narrative of racism, xenophobia, Christianophobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, as well as other hatred and religious intolerance. I wish to emphasize that at a time when conflicts are fueling political tension, it must be recalled that such tension never justifies expression of identity-based hatred. That toxic hate that incites to violence, to attack on the individual, on the destruction of the religious site, and diminish society. Hatred brings the world's humanity impulses. What is even more challenging is that this manifestation of hate and bigotry are often literated by political and religious leaders to serve their agenda. It's our collective responsibility to stand up and speak out against all forms of hate based on religion, belief, ethnicity, or gender. That's why the United Nations Alliance of Civilization developed the Plan of Action for Safeguarding Religious Sites in 2019. The plan underscored the universality and sanctity of religious sites, preserving religious sacred sites, and ensure safe and free access to this site is a prerequisite for lasting peace. While the protection and preservation of religious sites is the prime responsibility of member states, it is important to reiterate that religious sacred sites represent the heart and soul of any community. Vandalizing or desecrating those sites cut deep into this community, triggering anger that could lead to violence. As this region emerges from decades of conflict, the preservation of religious sites belonging to religious communities across the faith spectrum is imperative to bring sustainable peace to the region. I commit myself, my dear friend, to stand ready with my office to offer whatever support is needed to that death, and that's what I conveyed to the Armenian authorities today in my bilateral talks. In this context, UNOSC will convene the Global Conference Safeguarding Religious Sites during the 10th Global Forum in Cascais, Portugal, from 25-27 November 2024. A conference is in implementation of one of the recommendations of the United Nations Plan of Action for Safeguarding Religious Sites, and it will bring together member states and religious leaders in what we hope will be a constructive discussion on the protection of religious sites. As well, I have been following with deep concern the incursion and attack on the Armenian quarter of Old Jerusalem, endangering the Armenian Christian community in Old Jerusalem and destroying the property belonging to the Armenian Patriarchate. Excellencies, distinguished guests. As a politician, I only know too well that history and politics are often embroiled in long conflict, further aggravating their complexities and prolonging this conflict. They bring pain, grief, and despair in all parties to the conflict. Peace doesn't mean the absence of war. It's especially important to remember that during peacetime, there is a potential for open and frank dialogue. I conclude with a call to commit to dialogue to transform relations among communities affected by conflict and rebuild trust so that former enemies can envision and realize a shared future. Dialogues pave the way for true reconciliation, to moving from a divided past toward a better future. Armenia is ready, as the screen in the opening session highlighted this morning. This is the time to rebuild trust and restore confidence. Let's not waste this precious moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Undersecretary. Mr. Moreno, it was an excellent framework for all of the panelists to dive into with their expertise. Next, we are joined by the former Prime Minister of Tunisia, Mehdi Juma. He led the country through its democratic transition in 2014. His political career began as Tunisia's Minister of Industry, where he initiated key energy and industrial reforms. He also founded the think tank Tunisia Alternatives. Honorable Prime Minister, given your leadership during Tunisia's democratic transition and your efforts in fostering economic reforms, how do you see the role of intercultural dialogue in bridging cultural divides and promoting tolerance, especially in today's turbulent global landscape? Additionally, could you share your thoughts on the importance of protecting cultural heritage?
Yeah, I will maybe start to remind that period because you will see we can find an answer to all the questions or a sense of all the questions that we are asking today about multilateralism, the role of intercultural cultural dialogue, and your question about preserving the heritage. In that period, just to remind you, it was the post-revolution, what we call the Arabic Spring, which was a big seism in the region with the change of regimes, with big social and sometimes violent movements, and which was followed by the terrorism. And when it arrived at that, because there was a big trouble in the region with the war in Libya, war in Syria, and as well in Tunisia, it was a period of big political confrontation between the different political currents, and it was in the street. And through the dialogue, we succeeded to solve some issues. But here, what I have to say about the multiculturalism, this big wave created a big misunderstanding, because Tunisia was the epicenter, or was the starting of this change in the region, and it was between two different or two big different worlds, between Europe, the Occidental world, and between the Oriental till the Gulf countries and the other Arab countries, and maybe more and beyond. And no one was understanding what is happening. Is it violence? Is it terrorism? Is it democratic change? Is it that? And really, the multicultural dialogue, which consists of explaining the differences, explaining and helping people to have the right standard to understand what is happening in this particular country, it was mandatory, because everyone was scaring. It's a big change. We don't know what happens in the future. And with this wave of terrorism, there was many reluctance, many resistance to understand that. And really, to understand, to explain the difference, the cultural difference, the way people are reacting, and then to go through the dialogue with using not the hard power and try to break this movement, but the diplomacy, the soft power of the diplomacy was mandatory to explain to our environment and to make all the people collaborating to stop what is the risk of the terrorism, but to help making this transition as soft as possible. So, and then, even when you see inside the country, we were at the point of a general confrontation, but as well, we were under the influence of other culture, extreme culture, and we were under the big wave of terrorism. It was mandatory to focus as well and to remind our cultural heritage, because, as you know, Tunisia, it's berceau. How to say berceau? Martinos. Berceau. For the baby, you know. Okay, it's a difficult English travel. It's a travel of many civilizations, from Carthage to Roma, to Rome, after the Arabo-Islamic civilization, and we have a lot of heritage, many monuments, many tangible and non-tangible, and it was really the way to explain to people and to their identity, their differences, and to explain to them that in our history we succeeded and we became great, we became a civilization, and we became contributor of the civilization where there was dialogue, where there was the recognition of the other, when there was a trust between us. And if there is something that helped Tunisia to go in a soft transition after, it's that heritage, the identity, because the cultural heritage, it helps in the difficulty periods to build the identity and to attract people about a common target. But we have to pay attention not to create chauvinism or to create other issue by creating the identity. It's good for internal build-up, but we have to pay attention and to believe that all the other people has their own identity, has their own culture, has their own specificity, has their own strengths, and has a lot of lessons and a lot of things to contribute and to give to the other humanity. So I think that that period was really fantastic, giving a concrete example of what we are defending today and good arguments from the ground.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It was a great addition to what Undersecretary said. There were a few words that I'd like to point out where he mentioned no justifications. You pointed out a few words: misunderstanding, clarity, reaction, and identity. And I think that our next speaker will also touch upon this. Our third panelist is Nikola Stojanovic, the current State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. With his extensive experience in foreign policy, advising, and leadership, the Honorable State Secretary's insight will help shed light on how small states can leverage intercultural dialogue to enhance security diplomatic relations. Honorable State Secretary, with your expertise in international relations, navigating diverse political landscape, how do you see the role of intercultural dialogue in addressing today's global challenges?
Thank you very much. I would like to speak on behalf of Serbia, first theoretically, that we consider intercultural dialogue as the backbone of creating an efficient and effective global multilateral order capable of resolving issues, addressing issues, and trying to deal with the challenges which are proliferating every day. But more concretely, speaking from the perspective of current affairs of Serbia, I would like to outline how, on the one hand, existence of multicultural or intercultural dialogue immediately yields positive effects to peace and stability, economic returns, and generally speaking, positive outcomes. And on the other hand, how lack of dialogue has completely opposite effects, undermines peace and stability, undermines economic growth, and the creation of additional divisions in the region of Balkans. So I'm going to start with the negative example and lack of dialogue. As you might know, Belgrade, as the capital of central Serbia, has engaged in dialogue with Pristina, Kosovo and Metohija as of 2013 with a goal to normalize relations. This dialogue has over the last 11 years at first yielded some agreements and positive outcomes, but unfortunately over the last 3 years the authorities in Pristina have completely abandoned or renounced a dialogue as a mechanism to try to normalize relations and overcome urgent issues. Instead of dialogue, they have opted for unilateral measures, such as indiscriminate attempts to arrest local leaders, ethnically Serbs. They have, from institutional point of view, incited hatred and ethnic tensions, leading to a lot of ethnic incidents which are never prosecuted. They have, in addition to that, attacked different institutions providing different sorts of services. They have attacked hospitals, they have attacked schools, they have sent police forces to close pharmacies, they have closed banks so people cannot receive pensions, salaries, they have completely banned the use of local currency, and as a result there is a proliferating attacks on cultural institutions, proliferating attacks on religious institutions, and overall attempts to eradicate local ethnic Serbian community from the territory of Kosovo and Metohija. So what's the effect of lack of dialogue? Immediately we see undermining of regional peace and stability, speaking about wider region. Immediately we see the reaction of international community that has put sanctions on Pristina for renouncing dialogue. Immediately we have seen questioning the perspectives of economic growth in that part of Serbia. So at the end of the day, we also see the increasing gap between different ethnic communities and overall increasing tensions in that region. So that's an example how lack of dialogue immediately creates a very negative effects. On the other hand, I'll use another example or another story from Serbia's current foreign policy, which shows that more dialogue or more global focus on multilateralism immediately yields positive results. So Serbia has, over the last year, fought diplomatically to win a bid to host Specialized Expo Exhibition 2027. After a lot of diplomatic efforts, we have managed to do so, so we will be hosting in Belgrade this grand event in 2027. The theme of the event is Play for Humanity, Music and Sports for All. Very non-political topic, but universal enough to attract different cultures, to attract different countries to be in Belgrade in 2027. And what's the immediate result of trying to proliferate platforms for multicultural dialogue in our region? The immediate effect is basically that we have more focus of the government on infrastructure and economy. We have more interest of foreign direct investments to invest in Serbia, but not just Serbia, to invest in the wider region, in the touristic sector of neighboring countries that are also going to benefit from increased inflow of tourists coming to Expo. Also, we have immediate effect to the peace and stability in the region as focus on the economy immediately spills over to the political sphere. Moreover, hosting of Expo has forced us as the country to engage globally, to learn about the issues which are relevant for regions such as Pacific, such as Caribbean, and to see how issues in such distant and different regions in some way do also manifest in the Western Balkans region. So these two stories basically show in a very concrete examples how existence of dialogue immediately yields positive effects and has positive effects on local communities, and how, on the other hand, lack of dialogue, something that we should avoid, immediately creates tensions, lowers economic prospects, and creates divisions among different ethnic communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful examples, and we're going to come back to you on how we can foster understanding. We're going to go to our next panelist, Mr. Joshi, who holds expertise in upstream economics, over 25 years in Indian Administrative Service, where he held senior roles in energy and environment, and he is now the chairman of the Observe Research Foundation. Mr. Joshi, it's natural to wonder what someone with a background in energy is doing on a panel focused on multiculturalism, but in this polarized world we find ourselves in today, perhaps you can help us power up these cultural exchanges and generate fresh ideas on bridging divides, and provide an example of future frameworks as well.
Thank you, Mariam. You asked me what is a person like me doing on a panel on multiculturalism. Probably to, with my energy background, bring some energy into the discussion on multiculturalism. But to be on a more serious note, we live in toxic times. We live in times where we've seen everything being weaponized. We've seen information being weaponized. We've seen our very connectivity being weaponized. We've seen financial flows being weaponized with disastrous consequences to both the flow of energy and raising questions to the future of this planet, because take it or leave it, the fact is that global discussions on any issue, such as climate change, such as how poverty is to be eradicated, how the SDGs are going to move forward, ultimately hinges on that one fundamental question: how much is geopolitics going to interfere with global markets? Economies and politics, these seem to be completely living in two parallel universes. And that is what really brings me to a panel like this. What do I mean by living in toxic times? Toxic times are times when there are few takers for multiculturalism. The national discourse is fragmented. That is what gives rise to xenophobia. That gives rise to these brands of nationalism which you see across the world. And these times actually are times of witch hunts. They're times for inquisitions. And we have our own, we don't burn our witches on the stake anymore. We have Twitter. We roast them on Twitter. We use social media to run campaigns and probably consign them to a fate worse than death, the people we do not like. Now, these are the toxic times that we find ourselves living in. Now, from these, how do we get back? We keep on saying we live in divided times. We talk about the divide between the East and the West. We talk about the bamboo curtain. We talk about the Iron Curtain. We've been talking today about the divide between the North and the South. The real divides are not out there. The real divides are here. They're in our minds. They're in our hearts. And that is where they need to be addressed. And this is not, we can keep on blaming technology, but sorry, this is not a new space. We have been here before. Civilizations have been through this, and civilizations have fought back against this. Now you're living, we are in the city of Yerevan, and the entire Caucasus. Well, we keep saying these are crossroads of civilization. What does the crossroads of civilization means? It fundamentally means that this region, this entire region, has seen the depredations, it has seen the rise and flourishing of the Byzantine, the Christian, the Roman. All empires have clashed here. The Ottoman empires have all clashed here, they've flourished here, and they've crashed here also. They've dissipated, they've gone away. But something survives through all of this. And that is what wonders at when one comes to a place like Yerevan. You have the Mate Nadaran. You have this wonderful repository, which today preserves, even today, preserves ancient texts dating back to the 5th century from Greece. There are many texts, Grecian texts, which got burnt in the Library of Alexandria centuries ago, which are only available in the Armenian translation. That is how knowledge, that is how culture has been preserved by civilization all along, not by empires. And that is the job of people. It is not the job of nations, it is not the job of armies, it is the job of each and every one of us. This is always how civilization has progressed. This is how trade has grown. When we say we are the center of trade, trade did that. Trade is what existed in along these routes. And that is what led to the growth of culture, the growth of civilizations, the multiculturalism which we are so proud of, which even today you can see at the Carfasian Center. And it houses sculpture from all over the world. You have Botro sitting there, the old woman, the woman smoking a cigar, you have the cat, and it shocks you. You engage with it, and you start asking questions. Is this real? Can this be true? And those questions we need to ask ourselves, each and every one ourselves. We need to ask our rulers, we need to ask basically this bipolarity we have shrunk into. We keep on saying we're in a divided world. What is a divided world? A divided world thinks in black and white. It thinks in bipolar arrangements. Bipolarity is a disease, is a disorder. It needs to be treated. We need to get out of this. So this is fundamentally what I want to say. I'm so glad this dialogue is taking place in the city of Yerevan. It is taking place in Armenia. It is taking place in one of the countries which has been the birthplace of culture and civilization, which it has carried in this very multi-layered identity. You know, you travel around, you don't even know where one layer ends. All these empires I'm talking about, they exist here. In your architecture, in your artwork, in your buildings, in your minds. It all exists here. It is all part of you. This is what we are. And this is what all civilizations are. So that is multiculturalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. I really appreciated the points of two parallel universe, the rawness of toxic times, the evolution of political civilization and responsibilities of individuals. I'm hopeful that maybe together we'll find a way to move past these charged atmospheres that we're all navigating. Now, I would like to move to our fifth panelist, Ms. Sosi Tatikan, Senior Advisor on Foreign and Security Policy and member of the UN Security Sector Reform Advisory Network. She's a diplomat with expertise in Armenia's relationship with NATO, the IAEA, and Iran. Ms. Tatikan, how do you see the impact of the current challenges to multilateralism on Armenia? As for a country positioned in a conflict-prone region, how intercultural dialogue can help the region achieve conflict resolution and sustainable peace?
Thank you very much, Mariam. And I am very flattered to be in this distinguished panel with these very, very impressive speakers. I'll try to combine my two backgrounds before I became an independent advisor. The first one is an Armenian diplomacy and the second UN peacekeeping. So what I saw while I was an Armenian diplomat was that unfortunately years of negotiations around the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh were not leading to a peace agreement. Then when I went to the UN peacekeeping, I saw this liberal human rights based order. I worked in Kosovo, I worked in East Timor and several African countries, and I saw how UN peacekeeping was helping small countries or unrecognized territories in crisis, how they would prevent genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and crimes against humanity through deployment of large peacekeeping missions and stabilization and reconciliation. However, I was really frustrated that none of that was happening in this region. Everything was kind of regionalized. And unfortunately, attempts of conflict resolution apparently didn't bring any result, and it's possible to talk for hours why it didn't happen, but it was also a demonstration of the failure of international mediation, peace building and peacekeeping. And then what we saw was that Azerbaijan started a war in 2020, and even after the military victory, it started this weaponization of everything that the distinguished Mr. Joshi mentioned. and taking advantage of Russia's war in Ukraine and absolutization of the notion of the territorial integrity in that context, and undermining of other human rights-based principles, it continued creeping ethnic cleansing and a weaponization of energy and food and humanitarian aid. And throughout 3 years, it achieved full ethnic cleansing of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh from their ancestral land. And moreover, after using military power to do so, it also resorted to soft power. I really agree that prevention is better than cure. That's why this crisis in international peacekeeping that we see currently, in light of the geopoliticization of UN Security Council, difficulty to adopt resolutions to deploy new peacekeeping missions or extend the existing peacekeeping missions, is sometimes I think maybe it's better to prevent the conflict rather than to intervene in crisis. That's understandable. At the same time, we also see this weaponization of soft power as well, and that's disturbing when, you know, after proceeding to military power, certain states try to legitimize and normalize the use of military force, and they proceed to tools like lawfare, contestation of human rights-based international law, or they proceed to cognitive warfare, or disinformation campaigns and historical revisionism and competition of victimization, and finally, destruction of cultural heritage. When after conquesting a territory, the cultural heritage in that territory is distracted in order to erase the tracks of a particular ethnic group, and then to claim that that ethnic group was not even indigenous and was almost like illegal migrant in their indigenous ancestral land. So I actually have questions myself as a security and political advisor, how intercultural dialogue can contribute to remedying this situation. And I believe that this warfare of strategic narratives can be really managed quite well through intercultural dialogue and transformation of narratives, and this competition of ethnic hatred and Armenophobia or Islamophobia. It depends on the region where the given conflict is generated. And while you can use identity politics to escalate conflicts, you can also use identity politics in order to de-escalate conflicts and understand each other narratives and transform the conflict. However, it shouldn't become a way to refuse and contest international human rights-based order, but rather really aim to remedy, to prevent the relapse into the conflict and to achieve sustainable peace agreements, which means positive peace versus coerced and illiberal peace.
Thank you, Ms. Tatikan, for that thorough explanation of your realism, especially highlighting that at times conflict resolution didn't bring results. I think this is something that we're going to come back to, especially with your solution base. And now we have Dr. Elke Selter, Program Director at ALIF in Switzerland, brings over 20 years of international experience in heritage protection during emergencies. She holds a PhD in politics and international studies from SOAS, University of London. Dr. Selter, given your expertise in heritage protection in conflict areas, how do you view the role of intercultural dialogue in safeguarding cultural heritage amid global instability?
Thank you, and thanks for having Alif here. Maybe Alif requires a little bit of explanation what we are, because I assume this is not our regular target public. We are a foundation. Alif is the International Alliance for the Protection of Culture in Conflict Areas, but it's not an abbreviation, it's the first letter of the Arab and Hebrew alphabets, which is what we've been named after. We're an international foundation based in Geneva, and we're a public-private partnership, so we have member states as well as a number of private institutions that finance us. And we're primarily a financial tool, but also we do provide technical advice whenever that is needed. We were created in 2017 by France and the UAE. Those were our first member states. Since then, that has grown. After you had this big wave of heritage destructions in Syria and Iraq, but also in Mali and so on, and there was a feeling internationally that there was a need within the sector for a more, let's say, lean, more responsive, faster responsive system than the organizations that we had, like UNESCO, for example. UNESCO is on our board, so there's an extremely tight relation, but so the idea was to create something that's very closely linked, but that could potentially respond faster. That at the same time also had more funds at its disposition right away to be able to act. In 2018, we started adopting our first projects, and now, 6 years later, we're supporting around 450 projects in 37 different countries around the world. All of them either in situations of very active conflicts or various stages of what you could call post-conflict. Now, how do we go about this, and how is this linked to dialogue, peace, which are all these very nice terms that we put onto what we do? But I think, first of all, and perhaps being based in Switzerland helps, but we try to take a neutral approach to culture heritage. And I know I have a background in politics, and I don't believe culture heritage in and of itself is ever neutral. But what we do try to do in the way in which we approach our projects is to support heritage whenever heritage is in need. And within that, we try to not take any positions in terms of which side of the conflict the heritage finds itself on. And then there's a number of principles that we try to apply in the selection of projects and when we look at the overall portfolio, and that has a lot to do with diversity, promoting diversity, making sure diversity can continue or can be brought back into a certain extent. It's about, especially in post-conflict situations, making sure people who had to flee or who were persecuted may over time feel welcome again in a certain place, for which there is a need, for instance, to rebuild monuments that were deliberately destroyed. It is about allowing for memory of the past, so to not do away with what once has been there, but also memory of the recent past of the conflict and trying to see what you can do with communities in order to overcome what has just happened. And it is about making sure that multiple narratives can continue to exist also through that heritage. That meant for us that we realized relatively fast that we could not just sit in our office in Geneva and wait for people to send us projects, because that did not lead to the type of portfolio that we wanted. That very often meant we got projects from either international organizations, which we are happy to work with, but that cannot be the only ones. It also meant that we get a lot of proposals from those with the strongest voices, which in post-conflict societies is often a problem. If you want to bring diversity back, you also have to listen to those who are not the ones with the strongest voice. So it meant we had to leave our office. Sometimes we have to go to the areas where we work and actively look for projects in order to have a portfolio that's better balanced, that's really about diversity. For instance, in Iraq, we have a big Yazidi project, for instance, where we work on reconstruction, rehabilitation of a variety of shrines, where we support the revival of specific traditions that existed around these shrines. It also meant that along the way, and especially I think from the start of the war in Ukraine, we have been working on more mechanisms to be able to respond faster, even faster than we did, because we had a 3-month turnaround cycle, which I think for a donor is quite fast, but in active conflict was not fast enough. And so we've developed new systems along the way, and today we have methods, mechanisms that allow us to provide funding within 48 hours, which means that, you know, other than just bringing diversity back, and I just heard somebody say it's better to prevent than to cure, and I think it's within the same mindset. It's better not to lose your heritage than to lose it and then to need us to rebuild it. That means not just the funding mechanisms, but also that as a donor you need the partners. We need partners who can operate on the ground, sometimes in very, very difficult circumstances. And that has meant for us also that we sometimes have to look outside of the traditional culture sector, because many of the heritage operators, other than sometimes very, very local NGOs, but many of the bigger partners, they are not present in humanitarian emergencies. So we've had to start working with humanitarian actors, for instance, which has allowed us to be more present in sometimes very complex situations.
Thank you, Dr. Zelter, for that thorough explanation. I definitely have more questions for following up, but I know that we're on time sensitive and we have run over with other panels. In respect to your time, is there any questions that you have? Yes, we have one. Anybody else? No, come on, please, a little, just one more question. Okay, we'll go with Jay, and then Jay, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Jay Kansara from Washington, D.C. My question is actually in regards to the recent developments in Bangladesh, where the government was overthrown by a popular mob, and unfortunately, the primary target was initially the Hindu community there, and their heritage sites, their houses of worship are being destroyed. But this government is, you know, at the helm of the government is a Nobel laureate. And how can the international community protect an indigenous community in a country where the globalist forces were very much against her? And unfortunately, a minority community is now at the receiving end of a mob-like situation. And
is this directed at anybody particularly? It's open for the panel.
I think anybody who wants to answer, but particularly the UN officials and maybe with Mr. Joshi, as he has expertise in the geographic region.
Just to be sure that I understood your question, what could the international community do when there is an internal issue facing any minority or a change of regime? That's it. Unfortunately, with the existing system, we see that we have many examples of failure of the community, international community, because the international community is traducing the power of some countries. When there is their interests, they can be useful. What they don't need, or it's not their interests, and that's why today we are speaking how to improve this multilateralism. I think the first thing, we are at the change and the reconfiguration of the world. We have some governance today, the international governance, which is not compliant with the reality, geopolitical new reality and the economy. And all the conflicts that we are seeing today is maybe a translation of this difference between the reality and the organization. And I hope that we refound the value of the multilateralism, which consisted to recognize the situation and to recognize all the people and to give the governance, the suitable governance, where we found as well the voice of minorities, of small countries, or small regions, and that's, I think, the challenge that we have today to be more efficient. But I don't like to be pessimist on that, just an observation. In many cases, we saw in the past that when there is a real commitment of the international community, they succeeded to stop genocides, they succeeded to stop conflicts, they succeeded. Today, we are in this divided world who is looking for his new print food, and I think and I hope that all what we are doing, all of us, and this forum is a part of that, how we can see rising a new multilateralism system who can answer this question and who is more compliant with our reality today.
Mr. Joshi, and then State Secretary, if you would like to. No? Okay. Mr. Joshi?
Yeah. See, times of upheaval are times where such toxicity does prevail. And you are seeing a structure where the governance systems have kind of fallen apart. And in such times, no matter who is in control, there is a dissipation, there is going to be disruption. Now, how does the international community react is a very big question today, and that is a question we've all been grappling with. It's not being able to do much in any other geography either. So I think that is a moot question as to what should the international community be doing. But the important thing about Bangladesh is that if you start looking at how deep, it is not just about religion. There's a lot about culture. And in Bangladesh, there's one very important factor. There is a commonality of culture across the religious divide. A very, very, very important factor, which has actually, they sing the same Rabindra Sangeet. They even sometimes go to the same pandals. So there is a strong momentum within the community for bringing about healing. And at times like this, as I said, primarily, it is the communities which are going to bring healing. And what are the narratives? Dr. Selter spoke about narratives, spoke about history, what are the kind of narratives which are being propagated in that society, and what are the counter narratives to bring about that healing become extremely important. So if you all think that the international community can do something at the moment, I do not think they can.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Undersecretary General, and then if Dr. Selter or Ms. Tatikian would also like to comment.
I want to comment and to enlarge one of my remarks linked with your question about the sense of minorities. You know? In our traditional way to address this need to protect minorities, everybody's in favor. You are a minority, you need to be protected. And when they are in danger, they are, you know, an authoritarian regime, of course, the international community have to protect minorities. But let me be frank with all of you. That is the old traditional scheme, framework of the past centuries. I think humanity, international order have evolved. We are in 21st century. I think humanity have already, at least I hope, get to a mature ethic in order that recognize that every single man or woman is equal. And you put yourself as a minority, you put yourself in a disadvantage. Yes, because they are going to be protected, but we will not be equal. Yes, we'll get some exception, but you are not going to be the same right of the majority. So it's an old concept. Today we have to evolve. We have to evolve for people that have equal right. Every single person have to have the right. and we talk about religion, or we talk about culture, or we talk about ethnicity, all we have the same right. So minority is okay in a transitional phase, but don't get used to be always minority. It's not good to be a minority, my dear friend. Minority are being persecuted. Minority are being, excluded. Minority have to recall them that I'm existing. Listen to me, I'm here. That's all thinking. We are in the 21st century. We have to ask our right as human beings. So, okay, protect, yes, but immediately after, ask for equal right for every single citizen. That is what the international community, the international organization, and UN, and my entity are trying to do. To defend every single man or woman to exert the right, either religious, belief, etc.
Ms. Tati Khan or Dr. Selter, would you like to comment on this? And then.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand that people have basic rights and identity-related rights. So it's not all about having food and energy, and not even about feeling safe, although of course security and safety is a huge priority for small states, for unrecognized territories, and for minorities. However, there are identity-related issues, and here it's really difficult to understand how to ensure those needs without getting into this game of establishing hegemony or subjugating under the cover of integrating. The term integration sounds really nice in the US and Europe. However, it can also be abused and misused to cover a hidden agenda. Like, to return to our conflict, to the Armenian context, where the situation last year when Azerbaijan was insisting that Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians should have no whatsoever self-governance status. So they were denied the status that in Western Europe different autonomies have, like in the same Spain, Catalans have very high level of autonomy, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Corsica in France, and Azerbaijan suddenly said, oh, we are such an amazing country that we are not giving any self-governance rights to Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians, they need to be integrated. But what it meant? It meant subjugation and establishment and political hegemony over them, which could not work out. It was obvious, and that was one of the reasons that it led to total displacement of entire population. So I think we need to be very careful with all those terms and ensure everybody's rights in a way, proportionally, that that identity-related rights and dignity would be ensured as well.
Thank you, Ms. Tati Khan. Dr. Selter, do you have a point? If you could just briefly mention. Thank you.
Just very quickly. I mean, we are very hands-on, I guess, and within our own little niche of culture heritage. But as you definitely also know, whenever people are being targeted, it's never just about the people. It's about who they are and whatever represents who they are. And we're in Armenia here. People here know that very well too. And so the part that we can do is help protect that tangible part of who they are, their culture, their heritage, by, for instance, evacuating museum collections, bringing heritage to safety, whichever way that works. And I don't know Bangladesh particularly well. We're doing that today in Gaza. This is part of what we do, and I know this is not going to stop a conflict, and it's not even going to save a single life, but it is extremely important in the aftermath to have that part of your identity still existing. And we have noticed over time how important it is for people who are targeted to know that there is someone there to help them take care of their history and their culture, even if that is a very small part of everything they need at that moment.
Thank you, Dr. Selter. Just wanted to touch up on what Prime Minister Juma said and Undersecretary General. There was a quote that Foreign Secretary Jay Shankar emphasized, and we're talking about institutions that should take responsibility, in examples such as Jay had mentioned, that there is a necessity for the United Nations to revitalize its policies, and suggesting that institutions must adapt to the evolving global landscapes. So in a world where political structures are shifting and multilateralism is being challenged, it is essential that we explore how intercultural dialogue can bring cultural divides, promote tolerance, and foster cooperation for people. Thank you so much. Applause for all of you guys for staying throughout the end. And Dr. Saran, thank you so much for having us.
No, thank you a lot. Thank you very much. And the panel was wonderful. Thank you for being with us. You're the brave people who stayed here through the day. So well done. You're there at the end of the line. We are going to begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the green room, and the conversations are going to be hosted in 2 rooms on the first and second floor, the green room and the white room. Look at your program booklet. Meet us there at 10 a.m. when we begin. Just want to end up with one thought as we close this very passionate panel. It's something that also was discussed in a few other panels, the world in churn and region in the, the peace and a crossroads. We have discussed this through the day. But I think the point made by Mr. Joshi, for example, was community is the cavalry. We have to do it ourselves. It's a do-it-ourselves project. It is not necessarily going to be endowed through some top-down mechanism. Communities will have to find ways of responding to it at one level. But also, I think something that Manish Tiwari mentioned a little earlier in one of the sessions, that there is a role for multilateralism, and that role has to be rediscovered, because we cannot have patchy behavior from many of these institutions that act in certain instances and are absent in other instances. So multilateralism and the whole panel that we were discussing today was also a great discussion to think about culturalism. But let me just end with culture with something from the Indian G20 presidency, and something that we should all watch out for. In 2030, don't be surprised that when we create the next development goals, there is a culture pillar. Increasingly, communities are realizing that culture is economics, culture is sustainable development goals, culture is human existence. And you might be pleasantly surprised, and some might also be shocked, when culture becomes a pillar for any development agenda in the days ahead. Look at the Indian G20 document, look at what Brazil is doing, and follow what South Africa will do. Culture is going to become an integral part of policy making in the future. So intercultural dialogue is inevitable, and we started it today. So thank you to all of these wonderful panelists for having kick-started the discussion that is going to become most important in the time ahead. And have a great evening. It's a free evening. Enjoy yourselves. There are different dinners happening. I hope you find the right place. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.